Yo, what is going on, Papa Fam? It's your boy Sunny, and we are back on the channel with a final video for 2025. This is going to be an absolute banger. I'm so excited for this one, guys. We're building a class booking system. I'm not gonna say names of what the app is like, but you guys are gonna absolutely love this one. We have AI in the mix. We have sanity power in the backend with the CMS, clerk-auth and the billing. Everything's handled. This is a full SaaS application. If you've seen the channel lately, the level of the builds is ridiculous. So get ready, have your coffee, guys. As soon as that beat drops, you know how we do it. We're gonna dive into a full demo of the entire app, and I'm gonna build it here in front of you for the next 4 to 5 hours. Get excited, guys. Final build of the year, and I promise you, this is gonna be one of our biggest ever. Oh no, my Stream Deck is freezing. What? There you go. Okay, all right. Go ahead, drop a like on the channel, drop a comment, and go ahead and get excited for the class booking app. Here we have it, guys. FitPass. Okay, I was a bit weird there because the thing was freezing, but we're good now. Okay, welcome to the app, guys. Here you can see it. This is an absolutely crazy app. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I went above and beyond on this one to the point where I'm probably going to regret it 5 hours into this live stream, but I don't care. I do it for you guys because final build, we might as well go hard or just not do it at all. So check this out, guys. We're going to go ahead and dive in right now. Here we have it. The full build, FitPass. Right now, obviously I started on this page because you can see at a glance, we have tons of stuff to cover today. We have filters, we have upcoming classes, we have all the good stuff, and we got this interactive map right here with clickable elements. The filtering is actually amazing. We debounce over here. So in this case, let's go ahead and type in yoga for like a yoga flow. So as you can see, after a few moments, that will go ahead and refresh, and then bam, it goes ahead and pops in. We've got this lovely scrollable element right here. All of the filters are stackable. You guys can see right here, boom, everything's looking nice. Let's look at the homepage because typically that's where we're gonna start. Oops, I always do that, by the way. So in this case, bam, we have the homepage, beautiful, nice color scheme. You guys can see for yourself. Everything, by the way, mobile responsive out of the box. And I mentioned that this is a SaaS, which means that we're gonna go ahead and have full payment integration involved. So we've got 3 different tiers. The way that we're going to limit it is that the user has this effectively 5 classes per month on the smallest tier, 12 on the next tier, and then Champion has unlimited classes with each of them going ahead and giving access to different classes. So we're going to learn how we can incorporate, feature gate, all of these things. If you wanted to choose a plan, we head over to our payments screen. And as you can see, right now we have trials in place, we have annual pricing, we have monthly pricing, and all of this is powered by our beautiful friends over at Clerk. So you guys can see for yourself, we can go ahead and upgrade. For example, if I want to upgrade to Champion right now, I can process the payment, boom, I'm now a Champion member, and when I browse the classes, we'll be able to go ahead and get access to the full spectrum of classes. And as you can see, each one is right here. So let's jump into a Champion class, for example, and as you can see, live booking statistics. We've even got the venue itself, the location, and everything. Look at that. I love it, guys. You guys are seeing the consistency. That's what I'm talking about. XE, I see you, dude. Let's go ahead and book this class right now. So we're going to go ahead and book it. And guys, what you're not seeing right now, there is a full interactive dashboard behind it. Like, there is so many areas to this. And look, right now we have a class in progress. Okay, so imagine you turn up. That couldn't have been better timing, honestly. This class right now, I booked onto it, Yoga Flow. This is one of my custom classes. And as you can see, when a class is in progress, for the beginning of the class, up until an hour after it's done, you can go ahead and attend the class. Because if you don't attend during the session, or at least 1 hour after the session, you get marked as a no-show. Right, so we're going to use that as sort of metric handling. You can see all of the past classes right now. This one is in progress, but we've got a bunch of classes upcoming. I'm going to go ahead and show you how you can interactively build something like this. So you can see, look, we've actually got this beautiful, nice calendar component right here. And again, everything, as I mentioned, mobile responsive. So perfectly working out of the box. You can go ahead and click through to each of these. So let's go ahead and say, you know, I had a great workout at Yoga Flow. I'm going to go ahead and click on I've attended. In a moment, that will go ahead and confirm. And now the pop-up will disappear. And as you can see, we have now attended that class. Okay, so that's everything in a nutshell for the booking side of things. Now, you're probably wondering, but Sunny, how does it know in the world where you are, and how does it scope down all of the classes? This is where this app goes to another level of detail, right? I don't see anyone doing this kind of crazy stuff because 1 is complicated as hell, and I'm going to teach you how to do it very simply. But 2, what I've done today is we have an onboarding flow. So when you sign up, I'm going to show you in just a moment, there's an onboarding flow. And when you join in that onboarding flow, you typically will get a pop-up screen, which I'll show you. And what we'll set is your location preferences. So in this case, we have my location is Dubai. If I was to, for example, say London right now, right? London will start popping up, whatever I could have typed in. Now in this case, if I do London, I can select a distance. For example, I only want classes within 5 kilometers or 50 kilometers. We don't have any London classes right now. So I'm going to save the changes and I'll show you how things interactively update. So firstly, live updates. So thanks to Sani's content live lake, which is live by default. Let's go back over to the app. So if I click on the FitPass logo, it should take us back to the classes screen. And as you can see, look, no upcoming classes found in your area. Try increasing your search radius. How is it doing that? Like how are we figuring that out? Right. So if we go to the change button over here, let's change it back to Dubai. Right, and this is a very cool element. I've not seen anyone ever talk about this on YouTube, so I thought it was very important to talk about this. So in this case, I'm going to do Dubai. I'm going to do all of Dubai. You know what? Let's just make it a bit more specific. You might know of a building called the Burj Khalifa. Okay, so let's do the Burj Khalifa downtown, and let's do 25 kilometers around the Burj Khalifa. Right, save that, and let's check. And as you can see in a moment, boom, we have the Burj. Let's go ahead and click on FitPass right here. Fun fact: I can see the Burj from my building. Right. So now you can see, look, the Burj Khalifa, and this is all within 25 kilometers radius. And it just went ahead and basically, there's a couple of things going on at play here. One is finding out the radius. And what it's doing is we've got an algorithm which determines your bounding box with coordinates. All of that I'm going to teach you today. So that way we basically have a bounding box. So we only get at the database level, by the way, right? We're not getting every single class. At the database level, we go ahead and scope down to the radius. And then we go ahead and render it and determine how far the map should zoom in and out and go ahead and do it. This is using something called the Haversine formula. You guys are going to go ahead and learn all of that today, right? Probably wondering, how the heck am I in a class like this today? Right, so we've got all of this in the mix. You can go ahead and filter by different classes for here. For example, I've just clicked on the boxing class. And you can see I can go ahead and tack on things like in this case, I only want the champion boxing class. I go ahead and click that right now. I'm on the dev build, which is why it's rendering everything, but these are all static pages. So it's going to be blazing fast in production. Okay. Now, once that's done, this is looking good, right? We've also got clerk authentication. I'll show you that sign up flow real quick. So if we go ahead and click on start free trial, I'm going to go ahead and continue. And the only account I believe I haven't set up is the team account. So let's go ahead and do that one right now. And we should see an example of the onboarding flow. If not, I can force ourselves into an onboarding flow and we can go ahead and do that. But firstly, you got all of this authentication looking absolutely amazing. And as you can see here, where are you located? Okay, so this will go ahead and pop up now. And then I can implement my boarding flow. So in this case, let's just say I'm in Dubai. I can click continue. And then how far will you travel? Cool. I'm going to do, let's say 50 kilometers, right? Well, let's do 10, right? Maybe I'm a bit lazy today. Let's go ahead and hit saving. And then as you can see down here, oh, and I forgot, we haven't even touched on the best bit yet, right? Now the browse classes. Now our radius should be smaller, provided that everything is 10 kilometers. There we go, guys. Look, 10 kilometers now. There, we got a smaller subset of classes, right? Amazing stuff. It shows us how far away they are from us as well. So we have all of this working in action, right? Now it gets even better. You're probably wondering, what the hell how has he done all of this, right? Well, I've taken it a step further, guys. You're absolutely welcome. We've got AI assistant. This is game changer stuff, right? So let's say, for example, you come onto the platform, you're not sure, and just to make things a little bit bigger, you know, I didn't have to add that in. We added that in as well. Super nice. Okay, so I want to go ahead and say, you know, what yoga classes do you have, for example? Okay, and by the way, I can type in anything here. Now we've implemented not one, not two, but 5 different tools. Okay, so our AI has interactive widgets. So you can see right here, I can click on evening yoga. It will then go ahead and filter based on the evening yoga classes. Give me my classes. Okay, that's pretty good. But I want to check on my own classes. Okay, so which class have I got next? Let's go ahead and check it out. Okay, see what the AI does. Right, and I'm going to show you how to build all of this using Vercel AI. So in this case, went ahead and got my bookings. In this case, I don't have any upcoming bookings at the moment. Let's go ahead and do, for example, which is correct because I'm on my new account, Team Up React. So let's do the whole flow now. So basic, I'm going to go into this and you see, subscribe to book. Boom, there we go. Let's go ahead and do the basic plan right now. I'll show you the entire upgrade flow. Also, depending on what card I clicked, it says upgrade to that card. Okay, so all of these things in the mix looking absolutely beautiful. Let's go ahead and start my 3-day free trial. I'm going to go ahead and pay with my test card. You can see, boom, we get that done. Now, if I go ahead and browse my classes, I can go ahead and book one of those classes. So let's go ahead and, for example, go to a basic class and book it. You can see I can go ahead and book that. Okay, now, if I was to go back to fit pass or the class screen, and I tried to book a champion level class, for example. So you see now I've got my monthly usage, 1 of 5 classes, at which point afterwards it will not let me book. Okay, so I'm confirmed for this class. When it becomes active, it will be at the top of my screen. Cool. So at that point, cool, that's pretty good. But show me some champion classes, right? I want to go to some champion level classes, right? I want to really level up my sort of fitness game. Okay, cool. I've got these 3 classes right here. Okay, which sessions do you have for Fight Club? Okay, and then I've got another tool which will now go ahead and find sessions for Fight Club, right? So in this case, boom. Oh, okay, these are pretty good. I like that one over there. Fight Club, Box Fit Arena. Cool. But I need to upgrade for that one. So I click on the upgrade and bam, upgrade to champion now. Right? You see how everything has been thought about from here. All right, we got Palestine House. What's up, dude? Good to see you here. We got that. By the way, guys, I'm using the Arc browser, right? Arc browser. So you can feel free to go ahead and use that as well. Cool. So in this case, I can go ahead and upgrade. Then I can go ahead and get access to that plan, right? So I've shown you guys access to that stuff already. But in this case, full AI flow, all of the good stuff in the mix. All right, and it's a long demo because we've got so much in the mix of this stuff, right? And this is all, by the way, fully mobile responsive, okay? And I've also gone to the extent of teaching you some smaller things like this, right? Just didn't have to do that, but it's there for you guys liking it, right? So in this case, yes, Jay, I accidentally said that. So I can book one more class. Let's go ahead and say I'm gonna, and also look, these get highlighted nicely. We can also book performance classes because it's tiered. So if I have a champion membership, I get access to everything. Let's go ahead and book that class right now. We've already seen one person is on there. We've got this nice little photo grid as well. Now this will take us to our booking class screen. And now if I was to ask it, okay, what's my next booked class? And which venue is it in? Okay, let's go ahead and see for ourselves, right? So you can see for yourselves that your bookings, and it found it as well. Amazing stuff. Okay, and it tells us the venue here. Right? So in this case, venue Iron Post Gym, Dubai, move all applies. Okay, cool. So you're probably wondering, wow, crazy. We got to build all of that today. What? Goes further, guys. I took it so much further, right? Not only is this a client-side app, right? Not only can you do all of this interactive booking elements, we have a full admin panel now. We have an admin panel in 2 capacities. We have the Sanity Studio. The Sanity Studio is awesome, right? Sanity-cms is known for what it does for many, many reasons. If I go over to Sanity's page right now, you can go ahead and see sanity.io/Sunny, or the link in the description. You'll reach this page. Now, once you're here, you can see for yourself, right? Do you recognize any of these companies? Right? I'm pretty sure you do, right? Sanity is an awesome, awesome platform for many reasons. They support so many different frameworks. They're built for the devs, right? If you go to the home screen, you'll just see a beautiful landing page which explains the whole mix. But effectively, what it is a headless CMS at its core, right? But now they're doing so much more. Out of the box, in simply a few moments, you can get everything set up and running with the Sanity Studio. Okay, so in this case, I just showed you a quick demo of that, right? So this is the Sanity Studio hosted at our directory /studio, right? So in this case, I can see my activities, my sessions, all of these good things. And we can customize this entire view and flow, right? The only issue is sometimes we might want to have a bit more bespoke functionality. Sometimes, you know, in this case, this is great. I can do a lot from here. I have rich text editing. I have linked references to things like the categories. I have media uploads. I have my settings, and I have this grouping right here. This is really good. Okay, like AI keywords for SEO purposes or geo purposes. All of this stuff is really, really awesome. But sometimes we need to take it a step further. And that is where Sanity introduced the App SDK. So we're going to be building Sanity's App SDK today, or using Sanity's App SDK, and it allows us to have live multiplayer dashboards in whatever capacity we want. So let's take a look at it. Well, we have the /admin panel. Now, the admin panel is awesome because, one, it uses Sanity's own authentication to go ahead and authenticate the user. So you only get access to this screen if you are logged in. So in this case, if I went to a new profile and I went to localhost /studio, I believe I won't be logged in here. We can see for ourselves, or I can force myself out of this state. I think I am logged in. Oh yeah, there you go. This is what everyone else will see, right? They're not gonna get allowed access to this. However, if I go over here, bam, I get access to this because I've signed into the account that we were authorized with. Now you can see here, we've got these 3 interactive dashboard elements. We can go ahead and click into activities. Let's look at our first one. Now from this dashboard, why would I want a dashboard like this? Well, your team can come into it. We can search by different things. Let's call it cardio, for example. Debouncing kicks in, Groq search powers things. Go ahead and click it. We can see 4 sessions scheduled, right? Go ahead and load. Beautiful suspense boundaries right here, right? Everything's loading up really nicely. And then this is multiplayer. What do I mean by multiplayer, guys? Well, if we were to go ahead and copy this link right now, let's assume me and Jay are on this same page. Okay, we can go ahead and update it, and we have a few different very interesting things. So if I went ahead and did 1, 2, 3 right here, you can see now I'm in a drafted state. Okay, so firstly, interactive, meaning I don't have to refresh pages, but if I update this page, Jay is on this page, he's going to see the updates in real time, right? And we're going to go ahead and be able to discard those changes, publish them, whatever the case, right? But you can see we have 4 interactive elements. Now, let's go back to the front end, and I'll show you guys a real-time example of something pretty cool, which I think you'll like. Let's go over to the homepage, go over to browse classes, and then I want to go to dance cardio party, whatever that is. So let's do dance cardio party. So dance cardio party, and now that will pop up after the debounce kicks in. Boom, and we have a few here. The one that I am looking at today is, you see the different sessions, right? So everything is basically set up in a structured way. We have an activity, which is dance cardio, and then we have 4 sessions. Okay, so each of these sessions you can see right here, we can even edit those sessions in line. I've introduced all of this, and all of this has that real-time element. Okay, each session could be at a different venue, so we've thought of everything here. You can have multi-image support, so I might want to have this one as the front image for today's session, right? Or whatever the case. We can do so much here. We can edit in the studio from here, so in case we want to do something a bit more complex, we can do that as well. Smash that like button, because there's so much in this build. It's honestly ridiculous, right? There is just so much to cover today. It's truly something which I honestly think you guys are going to absolutely love. It's crazy. Okay, so let's go ahead and modify this right here, dance cardio party 1, 2, 3. All right, and I'm going to publish that change. Now, without having to do a refresh, without anything, this will now feed through onto the front end. Okay, so typically it will take a bit of time, but it maybe, you know, we're talking maybe like 5 minutes or so, but typically it's instant, right? So in this case, you saw it was instant, 1, 2, 3, but you're going to get live updates. Okay, so all of this we have to build today, right? Clear the search and we're good to go. Now, the final thing I want to show you as well, we have the ability to build from here, so we can go ahead and schedule new sessions like so. So if I was to quickly schedule a new session, let's go ahead and pick a date, and it has to be in the future. We'll pick one for tomorrow, capacity of 20. Go ahead and create that session, and we can see the scheduled session will pop in right there. Okay, so you see this UI is much nicer. Let's go to venues. We can go ahead and add and edit venues over here as well. So in this case, I can go over to different venues. I can modify the pictures. We've got full image uploading here as well. All of this custom, by the way. We've got that nice interactive drop-down element in case I want to change things. So in this case, say I want to do like a Burj Khalifa here. We can do the Burj Khalifa. There you go. I can change that. I'm in draft mode again. Say I made a mistake, or, you know, I can discard it. I can publish. It's incredible. Okay, really powerful stuff. We have each of the sessions at this menu as well. Okay, so much to cover right now. You can upload your images, do all that good stuff, right? If you were to upload an image, you can see, look, boom, dynamic uploading, all using server actions. There is so much to cover today, guys. It's ridiculous. Okay, and the one thing I did not show you is you can obviously create a new activity. So in this case, let's do the final flow. Let's do yoga. Let's just say of Sunny Sangha. And let's do the duration was 65 minutes, 5-minute warm up. The tier is going to be a champion level workout. We're going to create that workout, and then it takes us to that screen where we can then go ahead and set the rest of it up. Okay, so now I can add images, add a description in the studio, schedule some sessions. We're good to go. See how that UI is a bit nicer than the studio UI? I'm going to show you how to do all of that today. Okay, so we have everything in this build, right? There is so much in this build. Honestly, quite frankly, I don't know how long it's going to take me, but we're going to dive into this and we're going to get everything built out in front of you live today. We've got loads of people tuning in. Our viewership lately is absolutely nuts. I appreciate every single one of you. With that said, guys, let's dive straight into the tech stack. And I've talked about Clerk as well. I'm going to start things off with those guys. Remember, every time we go ahead and use the any of these texts inside of the app, I'm smiling because we just got an awesome thing happen in the chat. I want you to go and use the affiliate links down below. All right, so Tatiana just dropped a huge thank you to everyone, right? She dropped 5 memberships. Go ahead and thank her in the chat. Awesome energy right now, starting things off. Guys, you can see if yourself. When you go ahead and sign up to Clerk, you'll hit your dashboard page right here. And you're probably wondering, if you haven't already heard of Clerk, what are they and what do they do? So Clerk effectively offloads all of the authentication. Makes it so easy to go ahead and implement authentication in literally minutes, right? I would say even quicker than minutes. It's crazy. Okay. Now, not only do you get the UIs out of the box, everything is handled for you, but we also get clerk billing now in the picture as well. So if we go down here, we have subscription billing without any of the headaches. I'm talking no Stripe webhooks, none of that. It just handles it. Right? We get beautiful UIs. Everything is just so sleek. We use it for B2B SaaSes here in Dubai in production. It works an absolute treat. Okay. So this is going to be an absolute game changer if you've never used this before, right? These guys are what we're using for the auth. These guys are what we're using for the backend powering of things, right? Sanity.io. So make sure you use the links in the description. Let's dive straight in, okay? So let's dive into, firstly, I want to do a little tech stack breakdown, and then we're going to begin the coding. And remember, if you are watching this in a replay, make sure you go ahead and jump into the comment section right now. Let me know what you're most excited about. Or if you're watching and you're already past all that point, let me know what part was your favorite. All right, so in this case, there we go. I'm just checking the stakes. All right. We got Carl Lover says, remember me, guys? Remember, it doesn't show me the names anymore. It shows me the usernames. Someone said we need a point of sale system. Okay, cool. We can build that. All right, so today's build, we are using Next.js 16. Right? Make sure, by the way, if you have done any builds recently, there's been 2 vulnerabilities in React. It happens. Make sure you've updated both of your apps, right? Or all of your deployments. There we go. Right? All of your deployments with the latest React stable version, because you would have overcome that issue. Okay, so Next.js 16, don't panic, it's fine, it happens, right? Next.js, React, we are using under the hood, of course, and then we have our powerful tech stack. We have Sanity.io powering the CMS, powering the admin panels, all of that good stuff, right? Then we have Clerk in the mix, powering the auth and the billing, right? So it's going to be huge. They are huge players. And the reason why we're using things like this is you're going to see how quickly we can get those things handled, because your only focus nowadays should be, how do I build a actual useful product that's going to fit in the market and make me $1 million and make people happy? That's it. Like, it's all you should care about, right? And then the rest of it, why are you going to try and rebuild auth? Why are you going to try and rebuild the sanity? It's silly. Focus on the app, okay? So in this case, Siri's obviously kicked in one more time. Let's get rid of him. It's so annoying when it does that. Crazy. I don't know why it does that. Okay, so next up we have Tailwind CSS. So let's go ahead and jump in with that. Tailwind CSS. Tailwind CSS. Then we have Shadcn, the Shadcn library underneath it, right? So this is my go-to stack if you haven't noticed already. I love it. It's so fast to build with this kind of vibe, right? We, of course, are going to be using... Let me jump into it. I've done these builds so many times now. Oh yeah, that's it. Mapbox. Mapbox is something I didn't mention. So that map that you saw earlier, that is a combination of, we're using Mapbox for the autofill. So in that case, the drop down. And then we also have Leaflet for the actual UI of the map. Okay, so Leaflet.js. So if you've been wanting to learn this, this is an awesome opportunity for you to do it. And I'm going to teach you how to do it so simply, by the way, using Shadcn's libraries. Okay, we are going to be using Vercel AI, including the AI gateway key. So that's going to help you out a ton. Jay's literally typing it as I'm typing it. So you're a good lad, Jay. We're in the same wave. All right, and we're also using Biome today, which is for a really fast linting, formatting, all of that stuff. We have got Zustand in the mix for the global state management. This is going to be an absolute game changer if you've never done global state management before. It's king, right? And as I mentioned before, we have billing, and under the hood of that is Stripe. Now, if you're wondering, I can't do this tutorial because Stripe isn't in my country, you can do this tutorial, and you should do this tutorial, because Clerk have a gate, I think it's called a gateway, right? But basically, you just click one button, and you already have your entire payment stuff set up for dev. It's crazy. You don't need to set up anything on the Stripe side for the development side of things, right? When we go to prod, it's a different story, but I'm going to teach you how to leverage all of that benefit, right? Now, on top of all of this, we're going to be doing it all in our good friend TypeScript, okay? Because we don't do half measures here. TypeScript is the powering platform for this. And with that, I'm going to be teaching you how to do sanity TypeGen, get everything in, right? So with that said, we have all of this in the mix. It's going to be absolutely incredible, okay? Now, I want to address a question here because I get this a lot, right? Someone goes, thing is, the moment you scale, you have to rebuild it all. Paying so much to Sanity and Clerk is insane. You guys pay as you scale. Guys, these kind of things drive me crazy, okay? Let's put it into perspective for a moment. Who's going to tell him, guys? I'm going to pull it up on screen right now, right? Who is going to call this guy out for being quite frankly, pretty stupid for this one. I'm going to go ahead and pull this one up because I think I need to do this more where we address comments like this because I think a lot of people might be thinking it. So in this case, let's go ahead and bring it in, right? So Dangerous goes ahead and says, thing is, the moment you scale, you have to rebuild it all. All right, firstly, if your pricing plan does not support this, guys, as in like the, the simple like economics of your services, covering them and so forth, you have a crap pricing plan. We have B2B SaaSes out there. Guys, even if you charge $5 to $10 per user, pretty cheap, right? You can have tons of AI for that user. You can have literally pay off everything you require for clerk, for sanity side of things. You don't understand the pricing if you think this is true, is in my opinion. If you want to rebuild it all, by means, go and rebuild it all. Cool, you do that absolutely fine. But I'm telling you right now, if you have a problem here, stop building and figure out your pricing. And that is my honest feedback to you, Dangers, and a few other people who might have the same feedback. Go and figure out your pricing. Your pricing sucks, not the tech stack, right? Everyone who hyper optimizes your tech stack, guarantee your app's crap. I'll be honest with you. You're focusing on the wrong things. Focus on the problem. Use whatever tech gets you there fast enough, and then figure out your pricing plan, right? Again, $10 a month will cover everything. So anyone who thinks it's insane, the problem is your code is probably inefficient, which means that you're running things crazily, right? As in like you're running way too many API calls because of bad coding practices. That's the fact, okay? You're a junior dev, that's the problem. It's not the problem of the actual app costing something. In my opinion, it's incredibly cheap to go ahead and use this stuff. Right, we use it day in, day out. We use this all the time. So there you go. There's your answer. So paying per month to a service handles my auth is bad, dude. If you're charging monthly, yes, you focus on your cash flow. Boom, simple. Period. 100%. If you're worried about paying monthly for something, good luck running business. In my opinion, that's just facts. I preach it here all day, every day. Good luck running a business if you're worried about 50 cents or something like that, right, per user. Okay, cool. Charge me $1. I don't care. Like if I'm making $10 per user and I'm getting $1 on the cost of services, fine. I'm making $9. Who cares, right? That's my point. Focus on what counts. And I'm going to be real as hell to go ahead and call you out on that. Okay, guys, we're going to go ahead and jump into the build now. Yeah, I love that. I love doing stuff like that, right? And again, I'll be honest, thank you to Dangers for calling it out because I think it's a valid question. I think people are thinking it and we're keeping it positive around here, okay? So Paul goes, Mapbox is much more customizable compared to Google. Thank you, Sonny, for this build and thank you for staying with us, Jay, as well. I appreciate you guys so much, right? Someone says, amazing project, but how can instructions and how can people earn money from this SaaS? Seems like people register and book a class. Remember, it's paid per month. So by going ahead and having this, remember, if you have a class, there's a business to this kind of model, right? Everyone's going ahead and getting, everyone's going to go ahead and, oh, that's too funny. All right. Everyone's going to go ahead and get kickbacks from this. So if you're having classes on the app, based on how many classes you took and users on the platform, the business, so FitPass would be paying out those people, okay? So in this case, right. So, everyone else who's asking questions, we can answer those later, or simply go ahead and join the community because at this point, some of the questions are crazy, right? If you're watching the replay, watch the live chat. Know what I'm talking about. Okay, so let's dive straight into this build. So at this point, we're gonna go and jump into Warp, right? So Warp right here, or terminal, whatever you want to do, doesn't matter. We're going to jump into our CD, documents, and builds, and then we're going to use create next app to get things kicked off, right? So I'm using PM. You can use MPX, it doesn't matter. Okay, so in this case, create next app at latest, and let's go ahead and call it, in this case, FitPass, YouTube, demo, okay? Go ahead and call it that. And now we're going to have a couple of questions pop out. In this case, we can use the default settings or we can customize. I'm going to show you the customized settings, okay? Let's go ahead and do that right now. TypeScript, yes. Biome, yes. React compiler, Tailwind CSS, and the rest of it is all of the actual defaults, okay? Guys, by the way, I love you guys. I want to see that. I'm reading the chat right now. You guys are so awesome. The positive vibes, you know? It just makes the whole live streaming worth it. So thank you before we even begin. It's absolutely crazy. I appreciate you guys. All right, FitPass YouTube demo. And then we're going to go ahead and do cursor dot, and I'm coding with cursor, okay? So we're going to go ahead and pop that open. And what I want you to do is if you're building this at home, I always say, get your workspace prepared, okay? So in this case, I'm going to throw this over here. I'm going to use a separate profile to have a fresh tab open. And then I'm going to pull this on the side, not this one, sorry. Oh, okay, one on this page. Oh, wow, okay, don't do what I just did. I have so many things open. Clear all of this rubbish out, and then open this up and a little bit bigger. Now, Command I to open up the agent panel, Command B to open up the side panel, and Command J to open up the terminal, okay? Let's go into this right here, new update available there later. And then I want you to go ahead and spin up this app. So in order to do this, I'm gonna have to cut my other app, right? PMPM dev. Let's go ahead and do that. Don't open, but you do have a cursor browser now. It's very nice. Okay, so in this case, my other app did not finish. Let's do that again. Don't open. There you go. Okay, interesting. Still flying through some of my old app. But here you go. We can see this, right? So at this point, I want you to go into your app, and this is what you should be seeing on your screen. Okay. Some of you have asked me in replays to show the package JSON, so you can see the dependencies I'm on. So here you go. Hopefully that helps you out. But the first step I want you to do, go into the description right now, and I want you to go ahead and do the following, right? So remember those two links for Clerk and Sanity? Go ahead and click those ones in the description right now. And remember, this build is going to be intense. I'm just going to be honest with you. So what I've done for you guys, call me Santa for the day, right? Whatever you want to say, but I've given you the entire code base for absolutely free. All you have to do, go into the description right now. You'll see this beautiful link right here. You can click it, and then you can go ahead and get access to the code. So your full name and your email, there'll be a thank you page with all of the links that you need, and also we'll send it to you on email so you don't lose them, okay? So once you've done that, you'll get access to this lovely bit of code, right? So in this case, you can see I've updated it very recently as well. I've gone ahead and put in a huge amount of detail into how the app works, how to set it up, how the whole thing flows, and things like who it's for and badges and so forth. Like, it's very nicely set up, okay? So with this in mind, the links are also here. Okay, so these two links, please guys, do use those links. It allows me to do stuff like this for free. It tells our sponsors that, you guys come from our videos, and I appreciate that, right? It allows me to do this for free. Okay, so in this case, we're gonna go ahead and jump into the first one. So Clerk, once you've signed in to Clerk, go ahead and create an application. So use the link in the description, you'll reach a sign up page, sign up, and then we're gonna set up our first app. So in this case, we're gonna go ahead and do fitness pass, fit pass demo. Okay, and go ahead and toggle all of your preferred authentication methods. I'm going to stick with Google to make things simple for the demo. Go ahead and create the application. Okay, and then we've got some instructions. So we're going to firstly set these up in a moment. What I want you to do is go into Sanity, go ahead and click Get Started with Coupon. Now, I'm going to be honest with you guys, it's all free, right? So Sanity has generous free tiers, but what we've done is when you sign up to Sanity, you automatically get 30 days for free. On the pro tier, and I've done you guys a solid, right? I spoke to the Sanity team. I said, you can do something for us guys at the Puppet, right? So they said, we got you covered. They're going to double things, so you get the pro plan for double the period of 60 days for absolutely free. So in this case, fit pass demo. Let's go ahead and pop the organization in, create project, and in just a moment you'll see that beautiful plan where it says coupon applied, coupon Sunny applied successfully, and you will get 60 days of a boosted plan out of the box, right? Whoa, look at this, guys. We got a lovely donation. Fredericon. I'm sorry, I've absolutely ruined the name, but I appreciate that so much. Dropped in ARS 100. I'm not sure which currency that is, but I appreciate you so much because you are the best. Guys, you're too good. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, right? So in this case, we've got our Sanity set up, right? So this is a couple of steps we're also going to do. So let's do Clerk first to get things set up. Now, this back on the dashboard, we're obviously using Next.js. Let's go ahead and install it. So go ahead and copy that command, head back over, Command J, pull it up. And what I like to do, guys, is spin up a split terminal setup. Okay, so I like to have my server on the left. So in this case, this stuff happening over here is my server, and then we're gonna go ahead and do the following. Now I'm using PNPM. Remember, PNPM is just more of an efficient way to store node modules on our computer, but you guys can feel free to use npm if you really want to, okay? Or yarn or bun, whatever the case. Okay, so at this point, we've got that installed, and then we're gonna go ahead and set up the environment variables, okay? So behave. All right, so in this case, we're gonna have to do the environment variables. So over here, create a new file called .env.local, and then we're gonna paste in those environment variables. And I like to keep it quite neat, so we're gonna pop in clerk like so, and these are gonna be our environment variables. Now, yes, these are secret keys. I'm doing this for educational purposes and showing you, don't expose your keys, guys. All right, very simple. All right, let's keep it very just don't expose your keys, right? These are secret keys for a reason, right? But in this case, I'm going to invalidate everything afterwards. So the next step is we have to introduce this proxy.ts. So I'm going to lower the music a bit so we can kind of lock in. But right here, you have proxy.ts. And also, by the way, just a quick moment, smash that like button, right? I see so many people. We have a crazy viewership lately. But loads of you are just watching the video and not hitting the like button. Smash the like button right now. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay? Destroy that like button. Subscribe. Right? And then go ahead and carry on. Right? So in this case, proxy.ts is the middleware. So over here, I'm going to go ahead and create a proxy.ts and then copy this. Now, what is a proxy? Effectively, every single request that goes through our app runs through this proxy file. Exactly, it's getting proxied through it. So what we're doing is we're going to say, okay, every time you go through, I want you to check the authentication state. What route are they trying to go to? Right? Should they be allowed to that route? Or should we send them off to the sign-in page? So this is where Clerk comes in very powerful. We're going to implement the create route matcher. We've got these routes. I'm protecting these routes. I don't want people to access these routes unless they're logged in. So if they try to go here directly on the website, it'll send them straight to the Clerk sign up screen. Now, how do we enforce that? Well, all we got to do is add this beautiful little code snippet in this Clerk middleware over here. So we go ahead and say async. We've got an arrow function with auth and request. If it's a protected route, which is our little function over here, then we simply do auth.protect. And all that is doing is it goes ahead and it basically just says send them to the login screen. Okay, so while that's done, we're going to go and head back to our app and everything should still be looking good. Now you're doing well if you see that. And we go down to the layout. Now before we do this step, we're going to arrange our app in a slightly different way. Okay, so we have two sections of our app, well, three effectively. We have the app, the admin, the studio, and then we kind of have a fourth, which is the API. Okay, so we're going to separate our app with something using something called grouped folders. Okay, so what a grouped folder is it's basically an invisible folder in Next.js, but it tells us our app that, these are different sections. And why is that handy? Because we can have different sections, like have different layouts and so forth, which apply to those children routes and so forth. So this comes in really handy, especially when you have things like admin panels. We don't want Clerk to apply to my Sanity Studio. Doesn't make sense, right? So I'm going to create a folder here and I'm going to have the first one be app. Everything inside this folder is going to be the client side stuff. Okay. Then we're going to go ahead and create another one called admin. Easy, right? So inside of the app, I'm going to go ahead and take my, we're going to leave the layout up here. I'm going to create another layout inside of my app. So layout.tsx, right? And then this one, I'm going to make it super slick and simple. We're simply going to go ahead and have the following. We're going to say RFCE. And this little trick that I just did right there is thanks to a lovely plugin. If you go to your extensions and you go to ES7, right here, you'll see ES7 React Redux React Native snippets. That was actually millions before. I don't know why it's changed. But yeah, you want to install that and you can do what I just did. And then we're going to change this to be the following. We got children in like so. Okay. Now, what we want to do is that step that we saw here was wrapping it with something called a Clerk provider. So we do it for the app. Everything below this app route, I want it wrapped in the Clerk provider. I want to be able to check if the user is logged in and so forth. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and do that. So very simple. We don't need to say use React anymore. Everything's very, very nice. Okay. Now with that done, inside of the main layout now over at this screen, what we can do is we do need this one. Okay, my bad. All right. For this one, the metadata, we can go ahead and change it here. So let's call this one fit pass, the best way to manage your fitness classes, whatever the case, right? You can go ahead and change things up here. And this is just going to render out any of the sub children folders. So this one, any app directory that we link to now, will render this out. And then in the children slot, it will render out the Clerk provider, which will then render out the children underneath it. So we have this stacked approach. Okay. And this works really nicely for what we're about to go ahead and do. Okay. So again, just do me a favor, check that you still see this. Everything's working great. Grab your page.tsx, pull it down into app. Now, remember, when you do this, if I was to have, click yes for that. If I was to have a page here and a page in admin, they would clash because this is an invisible folder. So they both count here. This page and the page under here would both count as / They don't count as app / admin. Not yet. No. It's only until we add a normal folder in here that we have route-based folders, right? So that's all good. Very, very nice. And we have that done. Okay. Next step is to go ahead and check out Sanity. right? So we're going to set up Sanity now. I want you to grab this command in your setup, right? Most of the time, we sometimes have to change a few things, but it's fine. We're going to paste that command in, okay? Hit enter. And now it's going to go ahead and ask us a couple of questions. So let that run for a moment. And what we should see after this is all done is we'll see a nice little Sanity folder with the start of something awesome, right? That's going to be our CMS. Quick little water break while that's happening, but I appreciate you guys. The energy is really awesome today. Okay. Would you like to add configuration files? Yes. Okay. Would you like to add an embedded studio? Hell yeah. Would you like, what route do you want to use for a studio? We're going to do /studio. So on the website, if you go to /studio, you'll see the studio. Would you like to add the project ID and data set to your environment file? Yes. And you can see the left side's going a bit nuts. And this is a pretty cool one, right? Configure the Sanity MCP server. I highly recommend you do this. If you're vibe coding in any capacity, hit spacebar. I'm on cursor, so I'm going to make sure that that one's done. Go ahead and hit enter. And what it will do is it will run the following command, and this will go ahead and pop out typically some cursor rule files for us, okay? Now, did I miss one? We passed authentication. Only the setup part. You haven't missed much though, right? Remember, all of this is going to be recorded and back on the channel afterwards. You can see typically our server will crash once you add that because a lot of things will change now. So let that do its magic for a moment. And that's just installing Sanity. And as you can see, Sanity starts to get popped into the side, okay? This is great. Sanity has been configured for cursor. Great. Right, and typically what that's done is it's added a cursor configuration for us inside of the cursor settings. I've already have it set up. So in this case, you can see I've got convex. I've also got Sanity here and 19 resources enabled. And as you can see, that's pretty cool. Okay. So that's going to allow us when we talk to our AI agent, if we do any vibe coding or AI assisted coding, which yes, I do. In that case, it will now know, and I can say, use the Sanity MCP server, and it can access my Sanity records, my database, all of that stuff, which is so, so powerful. Trust me, it really makes our LLMs have an understanding of the tools that we're using. Cool. So while that's done, we're now going to go and restart our app. So go ahead and do pm dev as well. And what I want you to do is to test it all works out. Let's click don't open. Go ahead and do localhost /studio. Okay, and we should see, if we did it correctly, a Sanity login at this moment, right? So let that do its thing. First compile sometimes tends to take a little long. And we have Sanity Studio, great. Now I logged in with a specific account when I set up Sanity. The first user is that account. I believe it was my personal account. So let's go ahead and do the same account. Okay, so while that's done, we should see our studio. And as you can see, this is great. Okay, it's exactly what we want. Yes, we got the free upgrade, amazing stuff. So now we need to set up what our database looks like. What does our backend Sanity side of things look like, right? So first step is, before we do Shadcn, any UI stuff, is we're going to set that up. Now, I do want to make you aware, like I said, I give you the code in today's video. We are going to be moving relatively fast through the code base. So please, like I said before, if you missed any of the video in the early steps, go and fill out this form to get the code for free in the description. Okay. Someone goes, oh my God, I finally get to tune into a live stream. Amazing stuff. He goes, I'm wine drunk. That's so cool. I'm excited to watch this for the next 6 to 7 hours. I appreciate you. Thank you for the energy. He goes, the way you're talking seems like it's not live. Oh, I'm 100% live, dude. I'm talking to you right now. Amazing stuff. So go ahead, fill this out. You get access to the booking app, and then git clone this repo. So you have access to it while we're coding, because I'm going to be taking a lot of snippets out and mainly moving in a high level fashion because we have so much to cover today. Okay. So the tutorials are now shifting towards a high level approach, which is way more valuable from the feedback you guys are giving me. Okay. So step one, head over to Sanity and then go to schema types index. You see our schema is empty. All right. How are we going to get this to the point that we need it at, right? Well, firstly, just double check one thing. Go to your environment local, and you should see that we've added these 2 fields. Great. Okay. That's great for now. We've done that correctly. The next step is the schema files. So for me, we're going to do it in a way which will look effectively, in the end of the day, it will look like this. We'll have types, user profile, venue, category, activity, class session, and booking type. Okay. So we're going to have to go ahead and create all of these types, right? So I'm going to do that now. Let's go ahead and do the following. Now, let's do the most simple one, the user profile type first, okay? So user profile type looks like this. So we have the user profile type. Now we have to install Sanity icons. I'll run through exactly what the code is in a moment, don't worry. But to install Sanity icons, pm I install Sanity icons, okay? Drop that down. This will now disappear in a moment, right? Now, to create this schema type, in this case, we go ahead and do const user profile, define type, give it name, title, type, icon, fields, and so forth. Again, Sanity MCP server is great for this. Now, I have found very useful, in fact, is I've already added it into the code base, but in the code base, you'll see this .cursor rules, and I've added in a couple of helper file things. Now, I got this from Sanity's website. If you type in simply sanity cursor rules, you can go ahead and see the following, and you can go and download the agents file. I've got one for Clerk, I've got one for Sanity app SDK, and some of them apply only when I'm using, for example, anything related to Sanity usage. Same with this one as well, the TypeGen file. Shadcn has one as well. So all of these are really good. And even MCP here, I've added a custom MCP for Zustand and for Shadcn. So these are really good. You get access to them the second you go ahead and clone the code base. And this just trains our LLM to be like, this is where you can get the documentation from, okay? We've got a really nice comment here. We've got one from Aiden. He goes, I've been building my own booking SaaS for a couple of months, so I'm incredibly curious to see your version. I've been supporting since 115K subscribers. I've just never had the opportunity to join. Dude, that's awesome. Thank you so much for tuning in. That's what I'm talking about. Papa Fam is here to stay, man. That is huge. We're now triple that. It's crazy to think. What a journey, right? And also, we're about to break 100 likes. Amazing stuff. Smash that like button. Let's carry on, right? So, user profile type, you can see we've got the clerk user ID. We're going to go ahead and synchronize the user, the email, first name, last name, image URL, subscription tier. We're mapping to none, basic, performance, or champion. And that's a radio button, location, a bunch of stuff again, latitude, longitude, and address. Then we have the search radius created at first name. And the preview, by the way, is how things show up. Okay, so remember in the initial build, okay, we're not going to see it now because we've shut it down, but each of those rows in Studio is effectively the preview, okay? So I'm going to start popping in each of these. So we've got the other 4 now, which we need to go ahead and add in. So these are the other 4. We got the activity type, same thing for the activity, right? And some of these are references. Okay, so these reference other types, and that's where you see that drop down where it references the other one. And even in this case, we've got the image as well. Right, the duration of the activity, and we can even give validation rules. Must be 15 minutes long, can't be 108. Or in this case, we can give a warning, which is really nice. Sometimes you don't want to say that you can't do that. But say, are you sure it's 180 minutes? Right, duration seems unusually long. A workout class 3 hours long, kind of crazy workout class, right? But we don't want to block it. It could be some marathon training. I don't know, right? So let's do this one again. So in this case. We've got the activity type, we've got the booking type as well, the category type, and the class session. Now, class session, I want you to pay attention to one in particular, which is the venue type. Okay, so for venue type, I've created a folder. So inside the venue, we've got this simple same kind of structure, and those groups is how we get those little neat tabs at the top of the Studio. But what you probably might not know is inside of Sanity, sometimes you really want a custom setup. Okay, so what do I mean by custom setup? Well, I've done it here. Define field, address. Now this is actually a Mapbox address input. So you see that little drop down? We can have custom components inside of Sanity. So this is a custom Mapbox address. And what we're mapping the fields to is full address, street, city, postcode, and so forth. So watch carefully. This one right here, we have Sanity UI, which we need to install. So I'm going to go ahead and do pm-i, and then pop in the following. And that gives us the native Sanity UI field for the Studio. And then we've got a couple of handy components right here. So let's just look at Mapbox address input right now. We can take the value, which is effectively, these are the values which are passed down from us from Sanity side. And then this is all of the logic around fetching the addresses from Mapbox. So very, very simple call. We just need an API token from Mapbox, which I'll show you how we can do afterwards, okay? So we need to go ahead and fill this one right here. So in our environment, variable local environment files, we're gonna have Mapbox, and we're gonna eventually populate this key as well, okay? I'll show you how to do that, and that is also free. And then we have a bunch of code. This is all UI code, which is gonna allow us to have that drop down. Again, the stack that you see is going to be from Sanity UI. Okay, so all of this stuff is going to be where you start typing in the address, it starts popping down. So if it's loading and so forth, and then once the suggestions come through, it goes ahead and pulls through. Now these suggestions are being triggered based off of the when we click the search address, and the search address is happening here. So you see we have the handle input change. So as you type in, we have a debounce, which happens, this is going to be 300. So it's not 3000 is 3 seconds. So 300, okay, obviously it's 300 milliseconds. So in this case, after 300 milliseconds, it will trigger the search address function, which will then trigger this and basically render results. And then we set local state, which is suggestions. And the suggestions is what renders in the UI. Okay. So very, very simply done. The main thing that I want you to pay attention to is this. We see feature.context, and then this is how we effectively, even properties here, this is how we go ahead and get access to the fields that we want from that drop down. And it's just going to work really nicely. So the main thing is the props here, object input props. You see from sanity, and this is going to come through from that parent right here. So this one right here. Okay, so we define the fields. These are the props that get fed through to this component right here. So you see props, object input props, and then that's how we effectively move forward with it. Okay, so that is how we have our schema set up. Now here, the only one we're missing is the user profile type. No, that's there. I don't know why it's freaking out. Yeah, hit save. And now you can see, boom, we have this. You're probably wondering, Sonny, yours didn't look like this. You had a bit more custom, like, you didn't have 6 different UI options and all that. And also you had sample data. What about us, right? And we don't want to start from the beginning, okay? That's what some of you might be thinking right now. So I've got you covered, okay? So the first thing that we're going to do is add something called, so you see this structure file? This is where we can customize this initial kind of layout and how it looks, right? So I've done the hard work for you. So basically we're going to transform this to the following right here. So let's break it down. So here we have a list which renders out, the title being FitPass Studio. Okay, so you see FitPass Studio. Then we have different items, classes, venues, user bookings. So we go through each one and we define it. Each one is separated by a divider. We can, push the divider only where we want it and so forth. And then we define what happens when I click into it. So let's take classes. I click into it, boat icon, easy enough. Then the child of that is going to be activity, class sessions, and categories. Okay, very simple. But how do we go ahead and get the actual documents underneath? So it's very simple. We just simply go ahead and use this document type list item. Activity is matching exactly the name of the activity here. So activity, see? So what it's saying is, okay, this next option clicks through to those documents inside of our database. And that's how it's effectively working, okay? We do the same down here as well. Very, very simple. And you can get really nice and complicated with the structure side of things, right? There's a little cheat sheet here. You can go ahead and click on it to go ahead and build things out in a custom way if you want to go any further, right? So that's pretty cool, right? We then have these nice lib functions, which will allow us to go ahead and connect our sanity to our front end, which we're going to do in a moment, right? So that's cool. But what about the dummy data, right? So what I've done for you guys is I've saved you a huge amount of headache, and I basically added in the code this sample test nd.json, okay? And as you can see right here, it goes ahead and gives you a bunch of sample data. And what's cool about this is it's using images from Unsplash. So I have no copyright or anything around these images. Use them at your own risk, right? We don't claim to have any ownership of these images. They're from Unsplash, right? So literally LLM helped us get it and populate this data, right? So now how do we import this? Well, very, very simple. What we do is we make sure that we're logged into Sanity's CLI. So in this case, Sanity login. So let's do that one first. Make sure you got the Sanity CLI logged in or even installed. In this case, fetching providers, choose please log in or create a new account. So Google pops open my account, and then you can see we can log in like so. So let's log into sunny.sanger@gmail.com. And then we will go ahead and it'll say, okay, you may now close this tab, return to the terminal, all good. All right, login successful. Now I want to do an import, okay? So the import, I forget the command all the time. So it's actually, I use Control R to do a recursive search and type in import. And this is the command right here. You can use npx or you can replace this with effectively whatever you want, right? So npx sanity dataset, import sample data.nd.json, production is the dataset. If you look at the production, go to env local here, you'll see where in the production dataset. Again, when you're doing a production environment, what I'd recommend is in your local, you have development and you create a separate one on the sanity dashboard. And then on your Vercel environment variables, you switch that to production. So you have 2 separate sanity backends for your coding environment versus your production environment, okay? So let's go ahead and import that right now. Oops, no. Import that dataset. And what we should see now is it will begin to do the import process. And as you can see, it's found it, it's doing the import, it's importing the assets as well. This is looking pretty good. Okay, someone hit that like button. We're 1 over. Come on, get that to 100. Okay, awesome stuff. All right, so there we have it. Bam, we've imported. Now head over to your code, and what we should see now is if we go into our classes, let's look at activities now, and it will refresh itself, and then bam, we have a list of activities. This is awesome, right? And as you can see, the preview is already set up for us. We already have our sample data. We already have our images, our categories, our strong references. This is nice, right? This is exactly what we wanted. It gets us to the point where we want. And if we look in media, we've got some example images of boxing gloves and boxing sessions and so forth, right? For users, I believe it would have given us some sample users. Oh, no, it didn't give us sample users, that's fine. For bookings, did it give us any? No, it didn't give us any bookings as well. That's fine. It would have given us venues, and it would have linked some of the venues to some of the sessions and so forth, okay? So this is great. We've got some of the sessions. Let's just look at a sample session quickly now. So as you can see, boxing basics will pop up the following, the activity, the referenced venue and so forth. And this is exactly what we wanted, right? You can see it, perfect stuff, right? You can change the status and so forth. And also we can see if we go to the activity is the one that's gated. So if we go here, what you should see, if we go to settings, tier level. So this is where we're going to effectively gate the user on the specific areas, okay? So sanity side of thing is done. So really in that little gap that we just did that in, you actually have a full CMS backend done. Really, it's that simple, done, okay? And then all you have to do to connect your app up to it, it's so easy, guys, honestly. You go to your app, you go to your layout.js. Now you see where we had the clerk provider. We're simply gonna throw in a very nice component, which is called Sanity Live. Okay, so here, under this, I'm gonna throw in something called Sanity Live. And that comes from our local lib file, right? So it's as simple as that. In Sanity, in our layout, we have the Sanity Live. I'm actually curious. I believe I popped that somewhere. Oh my God, I didn't pop. I knew it. Jay, I was wondering why things weren't loading last. Oh my God, that is crazy. That is absolutely crazy. I was wondering why my app was not re-rendering the way I thought it should have re-rendered and things like that. That is huge, right? So sanity, oh God, so don't forget that step, please, guys, all right? Don't do what I did. Look, again, it doesn't matter how long you've been coding. Sometimes you slip. That was a prime example, right? Have Sanity Live, right? I'm actually pushing that commit right now to the code base. So if you are using the code base, go to your code right now and go to your terminal and do a git pull. I've just literally pushed that little change. My bad, right? So remember when I showed you and I was like, it's taking a little longer to refresh. That's because I simply didn't have the Sanity Lab, which was so important, right? I ran ahead without checking that. So make sure you do that, okay? So I've gone ahead and pushed that. You could see the commit right now already up, right? So I've done it while I was live with you, right? So someone goes specifically when the client scan the codes and when it takes some tabs on the page to simply put a direct link that books directly to a client. Yeah, it's huge. Really, really nice, honestly, the booking system. Okay, so I want to start building some UI so we can start, getting some tangible work because we've got a lot to do today. Okay, so we're gonna have to step up on the pace. Let's bring up the local host, and we have it here. So page.tsx, let's start wiping things out. So I'm gonna go to the main, get rid of everything here, and get rid of this. And what we should see is a blank page, right? And let's just say hello world. We don't have any tag here. There you go, right? This is all using Tailwind CSS. Now, in order to start adding components, you can obviously code up yourself. I would like you guys to be using Shadcn today. So in this case, we're going to go to Shadcn, go to the docs at the top of the page, so ui.shadcn.com, go to Next.js, and then here we have it, pm dlx Shadcn latest init. We're going to go ahead and install this. Now, Shadcn is an awesome component library. If you don't know about it, you should be using it. It makes things look awesome, right? Period. They have a very nice customization new feature, actually, which is very, very cool. Where was it? It was customization. They released it it was very, very new, actually. I think it's in theming. No, they had a really nice kind of, it was awesome. Maybe, thanks, Jay. Maybe they, I mean, there's a place. Oh, yeah, Sanity here. There it is. Great. right? Go there and you can build your own Shadcn UI. Because some people might say, you know, all the Shadcn UIs look the same and blah, blah, blah. This will go ahead and let you do it. You can change the icon packs, the colors, and so forth. So if we were to change maybe to tabular icons, you can see you get different looking icons, different looking styles, and so forth. So this is a good way to start. The only thing I don't like, which I hope they're watching at some point and they can see this, but when you go to create the project, you have to use the command to initialize from this. You can't add it to an existing project. They probably will do that, but if you want to do this, just know that if you haven't already started, come over here, customize up your library, and then, you know, feel free to start with this kind of custom base. I think it's awesome, right? They even got 11 Labs integrations, really, really cool stuff over here, right? So I'll definitely go and check that out if I was you. Thank you so much, Aiden. He goes, your tutorials are beyond monetary value. On behalf of the entire Papa fam, we thank you for tutorials like this. Thank you and happy holidays. Dude, you have no idea how much that stuff means to me. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. All right. So here we have it. The Next.js, let's go back over here. We have the, I'm going to just go to my local host now. Boom. All right. Oh no, what am I doing? This isn't the right page. Yeah. So we've already installed it, and then we need to add the first component, right? So each one of these is components that we install via the CLI. In this case, let's just do neutral, keep things the same. And then I want you to wait a second for that to install. And then we're going to add our first button, PNPM-DLX Shadcn latest add button. And as you can see here, in the now it will create a components folder for us. So components button, and cursor would have also, oh, that's not showed, button. And you can see we've got this UI folder, right? Inside of UI, typically keep that to the Shadcn stuff. That's what I like to do. I like to keep that as Shadcn components. That way I know that that has come through Shadcn, right? And then we can see the component here, and then we can use it wherever we want inside of our app by simply going ahead and doing something like this. Button, render it out, and boom, we have a button. And then you can say click me, for example, and that button hasn't got the styling. So what I need you to do sometimes is come over here, do a Control-C, cut the terminal, PNPM dev it again, and then go ahead and refresh. And now you should see the styles kick in. Sometimes it can take a second. It's fine. It happens, right? Now, once that's done, what I want you to do is we're going to install all of our required components, right? So I'm going to quickly ask my code with an LLM on basically a command here. So I'm going to say, give me a command to install all the Shadcn components we use. This will just save us a bit of time. So I'm doing that on my app on the side over there. And then we can go ahead and implement that right now. And it'll save us a bunch of time because we have quite a few Shadcn components inside of this app right now. Okay. So now this is not, yeah, that's good. That's what we wanted. Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to copy this command. So in this case, PNPM DLX Shadcn latest add accordion and all of the following that you see on the screen. Okay. So I want you to go ahead and you can basically pause the video, copy that, hit enter. Okay. There's loads of ways you can screenshot and copy text and so forth. But this will go ahead and add in a bunch of dependencies into our app. And yes, you can install every single Shadcn component into your app. I don't really recommend it, to be honest with you. Right. So in this case, we've gone ahead and done that. We have loads of components, right? There is a few custom ones, okay? So there's one which I've added ourselves, which is called the spinner, right? So I've gone ahead and done that ourselves. There is actually a spinner. I don't know why I recreate it every time, but in this case, I'm adding that in now, spinner.tsx, and it's basically just this, very, very simple, okay? So go ahead and add that. And then the other one that we need is something called the so type in Shadcn map. Inside of Google, you'll see the first one, Shadcn map from Vercel. Right, I believe this is actually Vercel or not. I'm not sure, but it's basically very, very cool, right? It's built with Leaflet and React. Trust me, it saves so much headache. Building maps can be a long, tedious process. This just makes it very, very quick and easy. So we're going to click on get started and we're going to run this command, okay? So we're going to do that and we're going to do PNPM DLX Shadcn add Shadcn map, okay? And that's going to go ahead and update these. Now I want you to do this stuff first, right? This stuff first because it's going to help you out a lot in terms of the way we update things. And the next step is now we have the maps in the mix. So we should have this map component. See how big the map is? The map is pretty huge, guys. So we basically bypass all of this work. See how that just added in? Super easy, right? So we can basically now we can just start using the map in easier ways. Trust me, it abstracts a lot of the complexity, right? So with that done, what I want you to do is go into globals.css. And here, this time is the first time I've done this actually. I'm going to change a lot of these styles. So for your ease, I've gone ahead and given you the entire code base. So what I'm doing is I've changed all of the colors here. So you can see we've got inline and so forth, a bunch of stuff. So what I want you to do is go to my code, the one that I gave you, copy all of my code that I gave, and I want you to replace all of this with that. So delete this and replace it with the one that I've given you, right? So the reason why is I basically replaced all of the colors to match the color theming of this app, right? So I've gone ahead and customized it in a certain way. We have dark, we have all this stuff. And then I've got these new base colors as well. And what these are doing, these are custom styling the map itself, okay? So this is the actual leaflet. Anytime you see leaflet, these are basically saying that, you know, our internal component is overriding these instead of, you know, us doing it all, okay? So let's go ahead and save that. And now you see our click me button is now the primary color of the click me button is matching the app a lot closer. Okay, so next up, we're going to go ahead and build out the homepage. So I'm going to spin up the app so we can see the original app, and that way we've got reference to go ahead and build from. Now, time-wise, we are 1 hour in. I think we've just gotten everything nicely set up, and we're going to now start running. Okay, so localhost 3001. Let's spin up the app. Oh, interesting. Why did it take me to my school? That's interesting. Sometimes I get into this. It's kind of annoying edge case. Why can't do this? 3001. Let's go there. Come on. Take me there. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So this is the final app. So this is the one we're going to get to. So how are we going to build this out? Right. So this kind of UI. I will show you. Very, very simple, actually. So firstly, we have a couple of things, categories, some stats, you know, some steps, for example, to get started. And then we have the homepage itself, right? Including, you know, our transparent pricing and so forth. Now this you can pull through from sanity-cms, right? If you really want to, it's so easy to set that up. I'm not going to bother showing you that today because honestly, it's not going to bring you much value. We do way more complicated stuff than that today. So instead, we're going to use some static values here, and you can feel free to replace them. Again, it's very easy to do that, okay? So in our app, what we have is these first static categories, just name, classes, the color, same with stats, same with the steps, okay? So these are just basically assuming we have 10,000 classes and so forth. Again, it's an educational app, guys, okay? So then we have a few icons I want to add in to the app. So let's go ahead and add in the following icons. And you can see a lot of the errors will now be gone, okay? So now we've got our static information set. The only one that we don't actually need is the map pin. And then we're going to need a few other things. So what I've done throughout today's build is I've gone ahead and added in lots of different constants, and these constants are a good programming practice, okay? So inside of our lib folder, so I want to go out of here. Lib is typically where we have utilities, that kind of stuff. We're going to have a constants folder, and then we're going to have subfolders which explain the different kind of responsibilities of those constants, right? So in this case, we go to lib, constants, and I'm going to have one called subscription, okay? So I'm going to pop this inside subscription. Now, again, this is just a dunk inside of here. So you've got the tier type, you've got tier hierarchy, basic, performance, champion. And this way we can easily figure out if you're a champion, you're above these two, so you get access to those and so forth. Tier limits, we've gone ahead and popped in here as well. Again, you can customize this stuff. You can customize it, you can have it static, you can have it on sanity-cms. You really do whatever you want here, right? In this case, and we also have tier pricing. Bear in mind, Clerk are working on usage-based billing and seats and those kind of things, so that will be released in the near future as well. So if by the time you're watching this, they have that, you can feel free to use theirs as well. All right, tier pricing as well. This will match the pricing that we set on Clerk side. Okay, then we have the free trial, annual discount percentage, and a couple of other things right here. Right, so these are just going to be some static bits of information, and you can feel free also to move these categories, stats, and steps over there if you want as well. Right. So now that that's done, head back over here, and you should have access to that. So that should go away, and our app is still rendering. Great stuff. Okay. So we're going to split it up into a few different sections. So firstly, you saw we have the banner, then we have the stats, okay? So that's what I like to do. You guys know how I do it. Oops, don't do that. We're gonna have the hero, then we're gonna have the stats, and then we're gonna have the, let's call them the cards or the categories. The categories, and then we have the steps, right? And then we have the how it works, which is the steps, the pricing, and the footer is after that, okay? So pricing, Then we have the call to action section, and then we have a footer. Okay, let's do this. So hero, and these are all presentational, meaning they don't do functionally much. We have some very useful components that will just make life very, very easy for us here. So for the hero, very, very simple. We pop in the following, right? So we have a section, and the section, we have this badge component. This is not from Lucid. Do not get stuck and accidentally do that. It's from our components UI badge, okay? And now you can see what we have here is a gradient background. We have a div, and again, I'm using things like a container queries and so forth here, so to make things a little bit, no, sorry, this is actually just using container, which by the way, just sets max width constraints. Okay, so that way it's just a nice kind of programming practice. And then we have a few things like the badges and so forth. So everything that you see effectively here, this badge, the header, the start free trial, and so forth. Now, what I want you to pay attention to is these components right here, signed out, the sign up button, and so forth. Now, these are really cool because what these are doing is basically, these are just very handy components which say, if we are signed in, render this stuff. If we are signed out, render this stuff, right? So these, it basically just blocks the UI from loading if you're not signed in and so forth, okay? So we call these higher order component patterns. And already we have the first step, the hero, right? Nice little gradient behind it. Very, very sleek, very nice. And again, you have all the code in your code base, in the GitHub repo. Stats, same principle, got a section, very, very nice, right? Container, we map through, and what we're doing is grid columns, and we apply. So on a mobile view first, this is where Tailwind CSS applies. As we increase the screen size, medium, large, we also do container queries in today's build. You can see it increases, so that it will go from a 4 column to a 2 column, and you can break that up if you wanted it even more. So in this case, say we want to break at the small level, so we don't get this kind of, or let's just say, for example, we break only at the large screen. So you see that looks a bit better, and then we break at the large screen. So you can just do very simple things like that, okay? And this is why Tailwind is so powerful, right? Because it's just very quick to do responsive design, right? So if you're not using it, in my opinion, you're falling behind, right? We have card next, components UI card, same from this one as well. Do the imports as such, right? If you're wondering how I'm getting those quick import options, it's simply you head to the end of the component and you tab. Okay, that's how you do it. The how it works section is next. Again, just pop in. These are all just presentational. Boom, how it works, how FitPass works. And then that nice little UI with the lines going through it. You can see the code base here. Now, if you are wondering, how does this bit work, right? How is he getting the line to form and all this kind of stuff? For example, here, how does he get that line to form, right? Then what you can do is a little trick. And I'm going to teach you this stuff because I think it's going to be useful for you guys as self-taught, AI-assisted vibe coding devs, whatever it might be. Highlight over this in cursor, Command K, and ask it what you want to ask it. Learn how to, use these tools in effective ways. Prime example here. How does the line draw here? Right? Question mark. And then if you hit enter, it will change code. If you do option enter, it will ask a question, right? An inline question. So in this case, if we do option enter, which I just did here, see, absolutely positioned div with these key properties. And as you can see, look really nice. Okay. The line only renders between steps and is hidden on mobile, creating a visual connection between the step numbers on desktop screen. Okay. So things like this are handy. You should know how to leverage this stuff because you're not going to be coding line by line every single thing anymore, to be honest with you. But it's a mix of the two, understanding how to be a good coder and also how to go ahead and spot out things. And if you're wondering, Sonny, how do you use AI when you code? Well, I actually reject most of it. If I'm honest with you guys, I reject most of it. And yeah, I will then go ahead and this bit actually can be refactored to be what we have in our constants. But yeah, I reject most of it. And then most of the time I'm steering it, and I still manually code a ton, by the way, right? So coming down here, you can see that everything's looking pretty good so far. We've got that nice kind of pop out card with the pricing constraints, and then call to action is next. Let's go ahead and pop that down. And then the footer is after that, and then we're golden, right? So this is the call to action. This one will be after this. You see ready to transform, get started now. And that get started now links us to classes, right? Or in this case, it's a sign up module, sorry. So it's using the sign up component from Clerk. And by clicking module, you see how it pops up already with that? Really, really nice, right? So Clerk, again, see how quickly we've got core components of our app working? Way better than rebuilding that stuff ourselves. And then finally, we don't have copyright. So let's go ahead and get rid of that. We can go ahead and say 2025 fit pass all rights reserved, right? So let's just say a demo app, okay? Classes, studios, and pricing, just handy little links you might want to send the user to. And again, those are behind gated paywalls. So if we try to access them, you either get 404 or you'll get redirected, because remember, that is in the proxy, a protected route from Clerk. Okay. Now this is almost there. We don't have the header though. Okay. So let's implement the header next. So the header does not actually sit here. The header sits in layout.tsx, right? So inside of layout.tsx, over where the children is, we have the app header. Okay. So this component here. Let's dive into that. So what we have inside of our components, and inside of our components, I've got a nice little layout kind of approach here. So what we're going to do is we're going to keep things organized as much as we can, right? So inside of our components, I'm going to have a folder called app. And then inside that folder, I'm going to have another one called layout. And this one, I'm going to have app header.tsx. Okay. Now this one has a few things to it. Okay. So I'll jump in and I'll show you exactly what's going on here. It's a client component, right? So the reason being is we have some interactive elements to it. We have some state. Whenever you have state, you have to convert your server component, which is our default on Next.js 13 and above, to a client component, because we have some interactive elements such as state management, okay? Local state. So in this case, we are using the sheet component from Shadcn. If you don't know what the sheet component is, quick little reminder, heading over to Shadcn, go down here and you should see sheet. So here, and you see this little sheet pop out. So on a mobile view, we want to default to the sheet, right? That's going to help us out a lot. So we have the navigation items for the mobile, or this is actually for like all of our kind of headers and so forth. But firstly, just render it in. And as I show you, I'll explain it, which is kind of a nicer way to do this. Hit refresh. And now you can see that nav. Firstly, that's not looking very good because we're not signed in. We shouldn't be able to see that line, right? So we'll jump into that in a moment. But if we do click sign in, it takes me to the sign in, okay? But you can see we've got the link so far. We've got the desktop navigation and all of the desktop. And the desktop is very simple. It just renders out the 3 links if we're signed in, right? So again, we have the signed out will show us the sign in button. Signed in will show us the user button. The mobile navigation, same approach, but we have the sheet trigger on the mobile, right? And if you see here on medium screens and above, we're hiding this entire block. So we set the same rule over here for the desktop. You see hidden by default, and then yeah, we show it and so forth. Okay, so in this case, that's the sheet content. We have the open mapping to our local state, and on open change reset open and so forth. And then in those drop downs, we have each of the links. So nav items, right? Now you see these ones right here, right? If we don't want to show that, for example, what we could do is we could say these nav items. So the signed out is there. We could actually just kind of shift the sign now to above like this. Actually, no, we don't want that. We want the signed in one. So these could be inside of a signed in, to be honest, wrapper. So here we could say signed in, boom, use that. And now get that signed in, fix that 1 minute. Sorry guys. Oh, that's inside the nav. Oh, okay. My bad. So this is inside the nav itself. So where is that little horizontal line above sign in? So we have the sign in button, which is over here. And then the little button that I see is most likely a margin bottom for the horizontal line. So border top, this one. It's actually that, right? So you see how we have this margin top and the border top here? You could do it a bunch of ways. You could just say when you're not signed in, apply these styles and so forth. Really, you can customize it in tons of different ways. I'm just showing you because as we kind of fly through this, it's going to be a bit more granular. But here, I can go ahead and say if you're signed in, for example. So we can say $ is signed in. Then, for example, margin top 6, else margin top 0. Okay, and then get rid of that. Now you'll see that that looks better. The same for the padding top as well. We can do the same approach where we can say only when you're signed in have that. Otherwise, just have a sign in button. Now, if we sign in, continue with Google. Let's check it out. To sunny.sanger@gmail.com. And firstly, Clerk, see it out of the box, just done. Handles it for us. So nice. Go ahead and click on continue. And then verify you're a human. Oh, don't make me do the game now. Come on. Okay, there we go. And you see, now I see the options. Boom, very nice. On the mobile view, hey, very, very nice, right? Here, you might even want to have a sign out button. Okay, you could feel free to add it. It's very simple. We add the opposite sign out button. Okay, but in this case, the user button here, you can actually sign out there. So that's why I've done it, right? Oh, nice. Jas, what's up, dude? He goes, hands down, the best full stack developer or a YouTuber out there. Appreciate you, man. Awesome stuff. Great energy. Okay, so in this case, we've got the fit pass working really nicely. And we've got our links to go through. So now we naturally build out these separate pages, right? So we've got 404s because these pages don't exist. So we've got to solve a couple of issues here. Number one, how do we pull data into the app? Okay, so let's do that first. Let's build that /classes page. So over here, we're going to simply add a route called classes. And this would represent /. Well, remember, this is invisible, so it doesn't count, right? So it's effectively just /classes. And this would have a page.tsx. RFCE. I appreciate you guys so much. This is so nice. Jay, screenshot that, please. That is so nice. He goes, 100% agreed. Best full stack builds on YouTube. I love you guys. It means so much. Right? Say classes page. Okay. Get rid of that. Now, I've tried to componentize things as much as I can to help you out because there's a lot of code that's going to get put inside of it. And I've also gone ahead and explained a lot of stuff because this, for example, the classes page can get very nested quite quickly. Okay, there's a lot going on. We have geographic filtering, bounding boxes, sessions, and so forth. So to basically help you out, before we kind of jump into this next segment, what I want to do is also, I made it to the header. When you click it, if you're already logged in, it takes you to /classes instead. We don't want to keep going back to the homepage. It's a very weird user flow. Okay, so what I've done is all of the queries that we have from Sanity, we've gone ahead and basically structured them in a really nice, neat way. Okay, so I want to kind of have everything neatly organized and so forth. So we're going to set our Sanity queries up first. So that way we can, fast forward some of the rest of it. So in this case, Sanity, and what we're using in Sanity is something known as Groq queries. And what I recommend you do, obviously it helps to know this stuff. So I'd recommend you go and check out the, go ahead and check out the Sanity Groq documentation. Very good querying language. It lets you do a lot of stuff very nicely. But then if you give the LLM that training model that we gave in the beginning, so in this case, not training model, that simple little rules file, agents.mdc, this will teach it a lot of stuff. It'll teach it how to query things, how to go ahead and pull stuff from it. I believe it's this one. Yeah, so you can see like here, define query and so forth, right? And I'll show you how we can go ahead and have the type generation happen for us on Sanity, okay? So go into lib, and inside of here, I want you to type in a new folder called queries, right? Now in here, we've got quite a lot of queries, right? We've got some for AI, some for the bookings, all of that stuff. So I'm going to put them in right now, and we're going to jump through examples of them because effectively they're all simply the same thing, right? So index.ts, this is known as barrel exporting, right? I'll be honest, I'm not always a fan of this, but I'm going to show you both ways anyway. So you'll see this in some production apps where you have a barrel export from the folder itself. So it makes it easier to import. This doesn't always work sometimes with hot module reloading, a few other things. So can kind of cause issues. Thank you so much, Shadcn. I appreciate you guys. Much love as always. You guys are so nice. Thank you so much. Right. And also Son of Code. Love that energy, dude. Right. So in this case, if we jump into an example here, so let's do classes or sessions, even sessions, right? So here, firstly, every time you use a Groq query, right? If yours ain't syntax highlighting, just go into the extensions and install the Groq or Sanity extension, and then you'll get syntax highlighting. The next one is you always want to have defined query in front of your Groq query, provided we're on the client side of things, right? And we're not using App SDK yet. App SDK is separate. Right now we're using the Next Sanity library. This is front-end stuff at the moment, okay? So we're talking about the app itself, the client-facing app. So what we do here is we query. So we're saying get every type, which is class session, where the start time is greater than now, and the status is equal to scheduled, and order them by the start time. And then here we can basically grab out each of the properties that are returned to us. If we want to get all of the properties, we do ... Now, that's great, but in some instances, we want custom things. So we can do things like this, current bookings, and map it to the account, right? So we can have custom fields. And in some instances, we have references. So whenever we have a reference, this is called a projection. And what a projection is we basically say access that reference and go inside and get these fields from that part. So sometimes we want to expand a projection, sometimes we don't, right? And again, this will just make our code base more efficient in what we're pulling and so forth, okay? So we don't have to necessarily pull as much every time from the backend, right? So I've done a ton of these. We've got session by ID, we've got session by activity queries, filtered session queries. This one uses the bounding box that we talked about. So this one is just making sure that when we go ahead and get sessions, provided we've set up the user's onboarding location and so forth, then we can go ahead and make sure that the map is within the bounding box constraints. And we also pair that with making sure that we only pull the relevant classes within that bounding box. There's quite a lot to factor in, but if you know anything about latitude, longitudes, you can basically say if a person lives in this location, so a specific location, we can basically say define a radius. So let's say it's 20 kilometers around that location. This becomes our bounding box that we basically draw on the map. And then we can say between this latitude and this latitude, and between this longitude or whatever the directions are, basically go ahead and draw a box. And that's effectively what happens here, okay? And that's what it's effectively doing. So it only will go ahead and query for those classes inside of, or those sessions inside of our returned response. So this is really kind of nice stuff. If you didn't know it, you'll know it now, right? So we got this across the board, bookings, AI, activities. These are just the same things in different use cases. So here we have our queries. The next step is Sanity TypeGen. Okay, so Sanity TypeGen, of course, we are using TypeScript. You type in Sanity TypeGen. Firstly, they have some really nice LLM documentation for this. So you can actually go ahead and download that yourself. I've already given it to you inside of the code base as well. But you just have to run 2 commands here to go ahead and do it. So general workflow, you can see extracting. First step towards type definitions is to extract the entire schema by using sanity schema extract. And then after that, we do sanity TypeGen generate. Okay, so 2 commands. I like to be lazy here and basically make this shorter. So what we do is go into our package.json, create a custom script. Okay, so I like to have one line that I just use over and over again. And I just do comment, boom, that, TypeGen. And this will just run sanity schema extract. And then after that finishes, it will chain on sanity TypeGen generate. Hit save on that. And now what you want to do is pm TypeGen. Run that. And what we should see, if we did it correctly, what we should see is quite a lot of extracted schemas and queries as well. So in this case, look, we got 17 schemas, but 0 Groq queries. That's wrong, right? It's not finding our Groq queries. Why? Why is it not finding us? That should not be doing that, okay? So that we have to fix. And that one is interesting actually, because I didn't have a sanity. Okay, so that one's actually interesting. So typically we have a sanity. Unless they added one for us. Okay, so okay, so schema types. Sunny. Let me just double check something. Oh, we don't actually have it. Okay, so what you have to do, for some reason in my one, I didn't have to do this. The sunny CLI.ts. CLI config. Okay, so Sanity CLI, we've already done this. It wasn't this one, it was Sanity TypeGen. Previously configured, this has been deprecated. We advise everyone to move to Sanity CLI.ts, which I've now done. But interestingly enough, we don't see that. So, project ID data set. Okay, that's interesting. So, I wonder why mine was. There's a small tweak somewhere that I'm missing. So we should actually have a large number of Groq queries here. And I'm trying to find the exact reason why mine is different to yours. Sanity config, let's have a look. Base path, structural vision tool, and thank you, Captain Ocean, doing awesome. We do have types which have been defined, which is a good start, but it's not enough. That's not. We need the queries as well. So we did put inside sanity, right? Oh, okay. Yep, I found it. Ugh, annoying. All right. So you see, I put them in here. The query is over here. There's two things we can do here. Number one, we can shift it into sanity queries over here. So let's do that. Number one, right? So let's shift it. The queries over here into sanity lib. Okay. So boom, there we have it in sanity lib. Okay. Now it will find it. Okay. But if you did ever want to scan outside of that, you got two options. You could either use sanity typegen.json, or you can go ahead and move that configuration that we would have put in there into sanity CLI.ts. This one, I think they still, or they might have removed the documentation here for that. But there is a way where you can go ahead and define outside types as well. So here we have it, TypeGen. So you see, you can define other paths. So that's what you would typically add in as well if you want to scan the rest of the code base. But in this case, just chuck it into sanity and it will automatically pick that up. And now when you run TypeGen, you should see a much larger Groq queries count. So there we go, 32 Groq queries. There we have it. Now if we go into sanity's types file, we should see a much larger file. You see all of our TypeScript definitions. Now, rule of thumb, right? Number one, I don't know why they still haven't done this, but you grab this, install this, pmi, sanity client to get rid of this error. That's number one. And number two, I mean, that should be fixed relatively soon, right? Save. Now, number two, every time, the rule of thumb is every time you modify your schema from now on, or you go ahead and change or add any kind of query into your code base, you have to rerun that TypeGen command. Okay, so that's important. Otherwise, your types will be any, and you'll be like, why isn't my code working? And You have to do that. Okay, you can add a pre-commit hook if you wanted, and all these kind of things as well. But it does actually run that before a build as well. Okay, so once that's done, what we now want to do is we want to jump into the first part, which is the classes. So app pages classes here. Cool. So this page is quite a chunk, right? So we're going to go ahead and really try and break this one down fairly quick. To be honest, before we can even touch this page, we have to do the onboarding flow, right? So we have to redirect the user to the onboarding because we need to know which location they are. Otherwise, they're not allowed to get to this page, right? That's the typical flow. Like this is how many apps actually work. We tend to throw an onboarding guard in front of them. So inside of our layout, what we're going to do is we're going to actually wrap the entire app with something called an onboarding guard. So it's going to look something like this. Onboarding guard, right? Like so. And let's check Sanity Live inside. Oh no, Sanity Live lives outside of that, of course, right? Because we always want it to work. So onboarding guard is going to be the following. So inside of our app, so components app, we're going to have inside of the app folder, we're going to have another one called onboarding. Yeah. And this is going to be the onboarding guard.tsx. Now here, we have a very simple approach. We have the children, which is just, React nodes. We have the user state, which is our use user hook from Clerk. Then all we're doing is we're using a use effect to basically run a couple of checks. Anytime is loaded user path name or router changes, so when the user logs in, these change, we kick off another use effect round. So in this case, if it's not loaded, we do nothing. Skip if the user is not signed in. If the user is trying to access onboarding, then they're already on the page, which is great. Skip if they're on the studio page, we don't run it there. And if they have onboarded, what are we checking? So we're going to check the user's public metadata to ensure if they have onboarded or not. Okay. If they have onboarded, or if they haven't onboarded, sorry, we're going to push them to the onboarding screen. The user's metadata is from Clerk. Okay. So we're going to have a toggle in the metadata of the Clerk user, which says, have they onboarded or not? Right. So in this case, we're going to import that like so. And now if we go ahead and do this, boom, you see how the app loaded, and initially it took us to /onboarding. Okay. Now there are many ways you could do that. You can even server-side render the check and do a bunch of things. Like if you don't want to have any chance of it flickering and showing the app, but in a nutshell, this is kind of good enough for now. Okay. So then we have to create the onboarding flow itself. So the onboarding flow looks like this. So inside of app, we're going to have inside of this, we're going to have /onboarding page.tsx. Now in here, we have a few components we need to create, a server action as well for completing the onboarding step, and a few things that need to happen. So remember, there was a two-step process, okay? The first was setting your location. The second was determining the radius that you needed, okay? So here we have some simple step management here, right? And the completion of the entire thing. So the completing onboarding once you hit the location and the search radius. And then what happens afterwards? Now, bear in mind, you might see this line here and you'd be like, why is he not using router.push? Why is he doing a full page reload here? Well, this is the only time I recommend you do a full page reload because the clerk metadata needs to refresh, right? There's probably a command there inside a clerk, but this works effectively well, right? So in this case, once you've done it, we need to pull the latest metadata. So we do a full refresh and then it will kick the onboarding guard again and do the user effect check, which will then say, okay, now they've done the onboarding or now they haven't. Right, some UI elements behind it. The main concentration I want to focus on here is these components: the address search, the radius search, and the complete onboarding server action. Okay, so let's do the address search first. So how does that work? So component apps maps address search. Okay, so we have a few components here actually, but I'm going to add the ones only as we do it. So we've got the address search inside of here. So let's go to components. Actually, no, I'll pop this in and then I'll explain them as we use them. So in this case, app maps. We've got 4 fields here, or 4 components, right? Address search and radius, right? So let's look at address search first. This one is using a use debounce custom hook that we create. Very, very simple hook. I'll show you that in a moment. But effectively, this is what we're going to pull from the address search dropdown, right? The lat long address, street, city, postcode, country. We've got the Mapbox context. This is again for setting up the Mapbox side of things and a few helpers and so forth. And then we have this, extract the address component. So we take whatever Mapbox gives us and we're mapping it to our own fields. Okay, so this is just a helper function here. And the address search is the actual element itself. So it has a value, an on-change, placeholder, and a class name. And this is effectively how we load it. So this is the same principle as the one we did over on Sanity Studio. Let me go ahead and just restart the music. There we go. Okay. So we have, you start typing in the field, start typing in your address, and then once it debounces, it will go ahead and do a Mapbox query, which will go to Mapbox, pass in your search query, return a response, and that will give you things like the address, place, locality, and the neighborhood. So in this case, like here, you can go ahead and say that's what we're searching against, and you can expand that, to be honest, whatever you want. And then it will set the suggestions, which is the drop down. And then when you click the drop down, we do the handle select. Okay. And then that will be where we set the on change. And if you noticed the above component, so if we went to our onboarding page over here, the above component, which uses the address search, has the value and on change set to our local state. So we prop drill one level down. So we take the state of this one and we prop drill it, meaning we pass the state down. My rule of thumb is simple. Prop drilling is okay for one level. Passing state down to a component is okay if you do it at one level, meaning you only passed it once. The second, and AI doesn't listen to this rule, by the way, it will prop drill 10 levels if it needs to, right? The second you see it go to 2 steps or more, again, difference between a junior and a senior, very simple thing. Create a context layer or introduce a stand or global state. Separate, okay? And it will make your life so much easier. What do you think about Next.js 1 release on this week? I think it happens. I think the main thing is they caught it very quickly. And I think the main thing is that a fix went out very quick. Okay. So just update your apps. It happens. That's the truth, right? So radius selector, similar principle. We have radius options, and then we have some, again, passing state down. And then when we click, it just sets the above state. Now for this, let's do the actions, complete onboarding, as well as we missed one, which is in address search. We forgot about this, use hooks, use debounce. So let's go ahead and create that little helper function right now. So we have 2 actual helper functions, which I'm going to introduce. So this is the top lib, okay? And then here we have hooks, and we have 2, use debounce and use sanity client. Use debounce uses a T for a template. This is just a TypeScript pattern, takes a value and a delay, and effectively it just runs a debounce on it. So it means that let's say you type in XYZ, they will apply a debounce, and this will go ahead and create a new debounce every time a value changes. So it basically applies the debouncing effect very nicely. And then this will mean that if you don't know what debounce is and you have no idea what I'm talking about, as you type in, we don't want it to trigger off an API call every single character I type in. We want it so when I'm typing in, So say, for example, if I type in like 5 different characters, after the 5th character, if 300 milliseconds, or say I set whatever value it was, like 5 seconds, it would wait 5 seconds, then it will trigger the search. Otherwise, it would go ahead and do search 5 times every character. And this is the difference why people think services are expensive, because you don't realize you're not debouncing your input fields, and it's basically querying against your database. You're probably wondering, oh, he did 5 calls for a 5 character. Okay, for one user, it might not matter. When you've got 1 million users or 1,000 users or 100 users, you have an exponential problem, right? And that's where your bill is going through the roof. And that is the problem. People are junior with it. So, and this is what AI will not catch you out on. So know your fundamentals. And we teach a lot of this, by the way, inside of Zero to Full Stack Hero, right? So if you are interested and you want to learn more about what I just said, or any good fundamentals behind AI coding, all of that good stuff, join us at papareact.com/course. Go check it out. Link is in the description. Jay will also drop it on the chat right now, right? So here we have the debounce, and then we need to add in some of our, actually, so the address search now works. There we go. The complete onboarding. This is a server action. So lib actions profile. So we're going to create our server actions over here. Thank you, Professor Sunny. I appreciate you, Rui Costa. Awesome to see you here again. Right. So in this case, we've got some actions. Now we actually have 2 actions here. We have bookings and we have profile. So in lib, this one I think is maybe what I show you one by one. So in this case, profile is the action that we're going to run with here. So a lot of stuff actually happens in here. Profile, let's just pop in. Number 1, okay, we have the use server. Whenever you have a server action, it's effectively saving you from creating an API route. The whole traditional way was you create an API route, make a fetch request to it, either post or get typically. If it's post, if it's sensitive and so forth. But now we can eradicate that. We can be type safe while we do it. This is where server actions are really awesome, right? Of course, they've had their vulnerabilities this week, but it's okay. They've been fixed. We need to write client, which I'll show you how we do. And we also need this helper function, which is utils user profile, right? But effectively here, all we're saying is let's focus on one function at a time, all right? So let's go ahead and just comment out everything down here at the moment. We still need these things, it's fine, okay. So it's complete onboarding. So once you've done the 2 selections that I showed you before, we get the user, we check the user, basically authorize them, make sure they're good and they're logged in. Then we get the location and the search from the preferences that were sent across, right? So these are the ones that we sent into when we call the action. Now, we validate it. We make sure that, you've actually given correct values. And then what we do here is simple. When the user onboards, we create their profile. We check if they exist already. If they don't exist, their clerk user ID matches the state inside the Sanity database. We create them a user profile, okay? So here we have it. Write client, patch the user profile, which means we go in and we basically create if it doesn't exist, and we set the location, which is the longitude, latitude, and their address, and the search radius that their preference is, and then we commit, okay? Then what we do is we get a server-side clerk client, so we can go ahead and get some information, and we modify that user's ID with the public metadata of has onboarded true, okay? You can also tack into private as well. In this case, it's fine. Then we revalidate paths, right? Now, typically, do we need to revalidate here? Not really, but these will be, we actually, this goes against pattern actually. We shouldn't be revalidating all the paths because this will revalidate it for everyone. So we're gonna comment this out for now, right? So to not be aggressively revalidating cache, right? Success true, message onboarding completed, right? So once that's done, we need to satisfy these before we can even get past this. So Sanity gave us a client. This one is over here, client.ts. This allows us to go ahead and make requests from Sanity on the backend, right? Very simply put, that, okay? The problem is with that is it's good, but we can't do admin stuff. We can't write to the backend, right? We have not got an API key here. We're gonna create a separate write client.ts at the same level. And here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say project, same things, except this one does not use a CDN because we need to have the fresh data. And the token is going to be Sanity API token. And then we have a simple check, which says, yeah, the Sanity API token is required. Or you could do a simple check here of saying if no token, throw new error and so forth, right? This is the nicer way, more aggressive, I'd say, right? So Sanity API token, let's go ahead and pop that in our environment locals now, variables now. So here, where do we get that? Okay, so go back to our studio Go ahead and hit a refresh on the studio, like so. It's not going to load at the moment because we haven't fixed errors in our code. So what you can do here, if you go to your Sanity dashboard where we created things in the beginning, go to access or API, sorry. Go to tokens, add API token, and call this one admin backend, or whatever you want to call it. Admin backend is fine. With editor access, read and write. Go ahead and copy the key. And again, secret key. Don't expose that. Okay. So I'm going to invalidate these things as well. So it's fine. Okay. Now we have a write client, which can do write things on our behalf on the backend. Okay. So now we have that satisfied. Next, we need to go to our user lib profile. So this one is actually, I actually should have used the one that we already created. I thought I refactored that out. Interesting. Okay. Well, I didn't actually create it. That's why. Okay. So yeah, go back down here. And then, we need to create this get or create user profile, which we didn't actually have yet. So this one, lib utils. So lib utils user profile. Okay, so we're just going to pop in there. Again, I could have refactored that. I was a bit lazy with that, I'll be honest. Let's do that inside of my actual lib utils here. So it wasn't this one, guys. It was actually... All right. So it was... It's actually in the folder, my bad. So it was actually in a folder, utils, and then we called it user profile. Okay. Now this is the one. So here we have it. We have the write client. We also have a read client. Interesting, because here we're reading, and then we only use the write. You could only use the write here. It doesn't have to initialize two. It's a bit overkill. We take the user ID, and then we basically go ahead and we get the clerk's details, and then we write that clerk user to the database, right? So either option one, we check if they exist. If they already do exist, we just simply return their ID. Otherwise, we create a new user and then we return that ID. Very simple, right? So now that that's done, we've got our function created. So profile down here, just for reference, we have update location preferences when we modify, and we also have get user preferences here as well. So again, we're doing too much revalidation here. The only last one is the getting the user preferences here. And here we're saying type or name or number or not, undefined is not allowed. So we can do a check here to be like return. No, actually we don't do that. So it's actually just going to be, we can say or location. We can return a empty address. We'll fix this one afterwards, to be fair. This one is complaining because types of lat are incompatible. The latitude here, we can fix this one afterwards. I'll come back to this. We'll do it. Okay. These are simple, to be honest, to fix. We're just a simple kind of mix on the types, but I don't want to spend ages on it. Okay, so go ahead and do this. Thank you so much. Tatiana sent another 5 gift memberships. Amazing. Where's the energy? Everyone's locked in. Everyone's focused. All right. So let's jump back in. So now we have this, where are you located? All right. So if I type in London right now, we have an issue, right? Why do we have an issue here? Because if we go to environment local, we never gave an Mapbox access token. We can't actually go to the backend and query Mapbox because we don't have Mapbox's token, right? So what I want you to do, go to mapbox.com. This is an awesome mapping platform, right? We use it in many different, many cool companies use it. I've already created an account. Go to the account. When it asks you for billing, again, just put in anything. I'll be honest, I put in like random address and it just got me through it. Do as you please, right? But I didn't have to pay anything. And then I have a public token. Copy that token in the top right. Paste it. Okay. And it's next public, so it's fine. It's okay to use that, right? Now, if I try and do it, if I type in Dubai, there we go. We get access to the API, right? Click on Dubai. There we go. I can cross that off if I want to. Continue 50 kilometers, and I click on Get Started, right? Now, what you should see is saving, and then it will redirect us to the home page if we did it right. Amazing. We can click on that, and now I'm past the onboarded gate. What actually happened behind the scenes? Let's take a look. So go into the Clerk dashboard, go over to configure, or users, sorry. go into the user who just did it, so yourself, you can test it on, and you can see in their public metadata, now they've onboarded true. Okay, so many ways you can do this, guys. You can do it on the database side, you can do it wherever you want. This is a way we've done it in a previous app before. Again, there's a million ways to code one thing. Okay, so we have that down. The onboarding is now done. So now we have the user's preferences in the database. So if we were to look inside the database now, go into local studio, for example, over here, let's do it over there. So here, users and bookings, go over to the user. We should have Sunny as a new user, boom. And we should have his location, which is Dubai set. So in this case, Sunny with his image, he's a no subscription tier at the moment, latitude, longitude of the address that I popped in, right? And the search radius. That's exactly what we wanted. By the way, that is not my house, guys. That is Dubai. Okay, so if you change it, you can go into your settings and change your location, and that's the one that's going to change. Let me know right now. We've got over 100 people watching, right? Who is coding along with me right now? I'm always curious to know who's coding along, who's doing it afterwards, and so forth, right? So that's all good. Now heading back over to the classes side of things, now we get into the meat of the app. Okay, so this side is pretty damn big. Okay, so buckle up, get ready for this. Firstly, we have some page props. Okay, so the page props, when we land on this page, we have a bunch of search params. These are going to be the filter conditions that we have, right? So based on when we search for things, remember, if we go back to 3001, when we were on the page over here, if we was to start, let's go ahead and continue. Quickly log into the production app so I can give you a quick little demo. This may not work because it's 3001 hasn't been added to cause yet. I can show you how we can fix that in a moment if it does happen. But let's go ahead and browse. Oh, but it's public use anyway. All right, so yeah. So in this case, if I was to modify any of these categories, right? So in this case, I click that one, I click on the basic. And by the way, like I said, it's rendering because this is on the dev version. But once this is deployed, this is going to be statically running really fast, right? So classes, you see this? These are search params, okay? So these search params are what I'm grabbing from here, right? Effectively. So now that that's done, we can extract those, right? We can then go ahead and get the user's information. This is a asynchronous functional server component. Okay, so in this case, we have auth from Next.js server. And now you can see, again, keep saving, make sure you're not, anything's going wrong at this point. And then we're going to add in a couple of checks. Okay, so the first couple of checks are like so. And I've added in a couple of comments to help you out here because it can get a bit confusing. We get the category IDs of the categories that will pass through. We got tier levels. We also got the user preferences, and this comes from the user preferences action, right? So this one right here goes in, gets us back sanity fetch, and then it goes ahead and gets us back the location and the search radius. We can fix that afterwards. Fairly simple. Okay. This will now have the type of profile preferences or no. Okay. Then we basically go and say if they don't have any of these things, then they haven't actually onboarded, to be honest with you, right? So we're going to redirect them by going ahead and doing next navigation redirect to onboarding. So we do that in two places, on the guard as well as on the page, right? And then we have their user preferences, right? Next up, we do something called the bounding box, okay? So bounding box, right? Geographic filtering, right? There's two steps for it. Number one, the database. We calculate a rectangular bounding box from the user's location plus the radius, which is what I explained before. Based on the user's longitude and latitude, we create a box. And then that's what we're going to pass through to go ahead and do the query. What this does is, let's say, for example, we have 100,000 different sessions, class sessions that were active at one go. It will basically only go ahead and pull, let's say, the 100 in our area or in our search radius. This is huge, makes a massive difference, okay? So we're filtering at that point first. And the second one is we use filter session by distance, which will further refine it using Haversine formula. And this one basically determines an accurate circular distance. So we're basically dropping from 100,000 to, let's say, 100 sessions within our area. And then from that, we're further reducing down to get the actual circle radius, right? You can actually remove the Haversine formula part and just keep a square box. It depends on how you classify 50 kilometers for your app. All right, get bounding box. So how do we do this? Now, this part, this is a bit of math. Okay, so don't worry, you don't have to be good at math. GPT can help you out a lot with this part. But yeah, this is where lots of mathematics come into play. So we go into our lib folder, go into our utils, and we have the distance.ts function. Now here, this is where we calculate the distance between 2 points using Haversine formula. Okay, so what this does is it takes latitude 1, longitude 1, latitude 2, and longitude 2. And basically, we take, again, with this stuff, if you get confused at any point in time, like I said before, just hover over this, explain this in layman terms, right? Which means simply option, enter, and then it'll go ahead and explain out how this function works, right? Calculates a straight line distance between 2 points on Earth, okay? Earth is a sphere, it's not flat, so blah, blah, blah. So it basically goes ahead and you can't just subtract coordinates and so forth. So it basically does a conversion, it calculates the difference between the two, and then it uses Pythagoras basically to figure out the distance between the two, okay? So let's go ahead and see how it actually works. So here you basically do the conversion to radians, and then we work out the following in the formula, right? So this will give us a distance, okay? So this will give us a number which represents distance, keeping it simple. We have a radians function, which basically just does a conversion using pi. And then we have the bounding box interface. And then the get bounding box is effectively how we determine that square box, okay? So again, all of this is given in the code in case you get confused. And also stuff like AI is really good for this, I'll be honest. It does the math for you, right? Very, very simple. Just make sure it works. Like actually, if I was you, once you do the work here, go onto Google Maps and basically map from your point that you've entered to the class test point and check the distance and so forth and make sure that it's all working. Keep going, as I appreciate you. And then we've got is within radius. So this one takes a distance and it basically just checks, is it within the radius kilometers? Right, so we've done the conversions. We'll go ahead and check it. And then we have the filter venues by distance, right? So this is just a helper function, which will go ahead, take our venues and ensure, are these venues within distance? And if not, they basically will subtract the results down. So we also do an element of local fixing here, which you could, yes, you could handle this on server prior to it reaching us. But it's also worth knowing that. But bear in mind also, we got some more down here as well. But bear in mind, at this point, we are on server, okay? So this is actually happening on the server before even on the client. So this is all happening on the server anyway, okay? So it's actually still quite cool to do, right? But there's many ways you can constantly efficiently break this down and so forth. But this is where people slip. And this is where stuff can get expensive if you don't know what's happening, okay? Destroy that like button, yeah. Okay, so we've got the bounding box. We've done the Haversine formula. Next up, we have the search query, okay? So based on if we had search query details, so basically a filter being applied, then we're gonna go ahead and apply the following. So every time we do a fetch from client-side code, I want you to be using sanity fetch from the live library folder, okay? And then we can import these like so. We've already created those sessions. And now what this is gonna do, guys, is basically if we have any search query things pass through, it would apply the search sessions query and pass it along the following params. Otherwise, it'll use the filtered sessions query, which is basically going to go ahead and use bounding box and so forth, right? But the search sessions also uses bounding box, but it takes and it applies the what's it called? The search params accordingly, okay? So you see this activity and search terms and so forth, right? So this one is more so matching if you typed in a name or the instructor, okay? So we have that. And then we have a venue name query. So in this case, fetch the venue name if the venue name filter is active. This one applies only when you click on the map element. So you see this map element, when we click on view classes, this will basically go ahead and give us classes /venue. And you see this venue move wall. So this will show us everything in move while Pilates in Dubai, for example, all the classes in that one place, okay? So then we have basically the job of fetching. Okay, so these are actually not being fetched yet. So this is just storing which we're going to end up using, but we haven't actually executed these, right? This is just saying, okay, this will be the query. This will be the query. What we want to do is execute them in parallel. So what we do is we do a promise all, right? We say const session. This is array destructuring, and we say, okay, execute all of these queries. So these are 4 queries. And again, you could really kind of push this up into the same way we did it before, but just showing you, for example, you can do both if you really wanted to. But in this instance, we've got 1, 2, 3. Okay, so there's 3 queries that are running here. Oh, 4, sorry. Right, so 4. Categories query, sessions query. This one is a ternary saying either be user booked or nothing. And then it'll be venue name query. Okay. And then after that, we basically are going to go ahead and extrapolate everything. So basically destructure all of the values. So we've got all the sessions, the categories, venue. And again, we can refactor all of this stuff if you really want to, right? Session results.data, categories.data, venue name.data.name. And this bit is a handy little trick. So if you didn't know, let's say, for example, you've got booked session IDs. And let's say for some reason, or let's just say you've got any array, right? Let's just say any array that exists in the world. If you put that array into a set, which is a data type, you remove all of the duplicates because sets are unique values only. So it's just a handy trick to know with data types. If you have an array and it has tons of duplicates, simply grab your array, throw it into a set. Now you remove all the duplicates, right? So this is what we typically do when we have this. Again, you can use it in many different ways, right? We count the active filters for the badge. We filter the sessions that have a valid start time for the distance filter. And again, you can go ahead and do that on the server, on the Groq query if you really want to. So there's lots of enhancements you can do, okay? Here, but again, it can go so deep, honestly, which is why I try and keep it within some level of reasonable approach, right? We have a session with distance, filter session by distance, right? So these are all the sessions within the distance of what we set. And then format here is one that we actually have from datefns. So this is a function library. You may have used it before, but this is basically a popular Node.js function library for date management. We can use it for many different things, but because we're a server component here, we can do this kind of stuff, right? We just hit 2-hour mark. We've got a lot to build. Okay, so we're moving good, but got a lot to build still. So stay with me, guys. We've been doing very well so far. Okay, so we have a grouped array here, and then we need to extract the venues for the map display. That's the final thing. Okay, now next up, we're gonna have a few things. So what I would recommend here is, thank you so much, Bro and Zaz. I appreciate you. All right, so I'm gonna pop in the entire block for the return statement here, and my main focus here is explaining the components within it. Right, so here we just prepared a bunch of data, right? All the sessions based on what we've queried against and so forth, right? The main thing now that we need to do is, again, I'm not going to run through how we handle layouts and that kind of stuff. The main approach is what happens with the actual output. So suspense here, search icon from, there we go, from the seed, the class search. This is a component. Suspense, again, what we're doing here is effectively if any child in here has an asynchronous blocking element, it falls back to this until it's done, right? So this is effectively how you can catch it before it hits the loading.tsx suspense boundary inside of React, right? Classes filter we need to create as well, okay? And that's hidden on the mobile tablet because we have another view for it. Map pin icon from new seed. Link is Next.js, so next link tag. Badge is going to be from not these ones, but the components UI badge. And then we have the session saying, okay, this many sessions were found in this within your reach. We have the active sessions, classes filter again for the different view, whether you're on a phone or whether you're on desktop. Classes content we need to create. The card is going to be very simple. It's just going to be components UI, and then the classes map sidebar. So we need to do classes content, the classes filter, and the class search. So let's start with the class search, right? Very, very like the simplest one, right? Class search itself. So class search is no different to many kind of input form style of components that we build. What we're going to do is inside of classes, I'll pop so we have app, and then we have inside of here, we have classes folder. Okay. Now here we have the 4 different things we talked about, right? Except for sessions guys additional, but let's go for each one. The class search itself. This one is basically a search input component, uses debounced input. So in this case, we've got a bunch of our initial queries and so forth. And it's basically just using the user vector to skip the first re-render to avoid unnecessary navigation. Just a handy little pattern. Main thing I want you to focus on is here. So when we actually execute this search, this isn't doing anything functional, okay? This actually does nothing like go and execute a search. All it does is it redirects the user to /classes with the search term appended to the URL. And then remember the page, the server rendered component, that will handle the search term management. So it's actually a very simple way of doing things. And the good thing about this is those static pages get cached, right? So that means if loads of people are doing the same search, every time the second person goes to it within the caching window, it's super fast to load. Really nice. Okay. So more people should be implementing like that, in my opinion. Then we have classes filters next, right? This one takes categories, the active filter information, and mobile only. So in this case, this is like a little addition that we've gone ahead and coded in, which will basically allow us to have different UIs for the different views, right? Again, the same thing, updating the param. This one is more important for here, these ones right here. So you see, like if I click into this, everything around this entire sidebar. So for example, here I have 2 filters. If I click on this one, I have 3 filters. If I click clear all filters, watch what happens to the URL. Wait for it, boom. You see that? And because of that URL change, the whole server component re-renders and it pulls through, okay? So in this case, the update param is the helper function that we call, right? Toggle category, another helper function, toggle tier, clear venue, and so forth, right? So I just gave a little demo of that. Shared filter UI, this is effectively how it goes ahead and passes in. And again, this bit can be quite heavy for you, understanding wise. So again, go get the code, right? Categories, we map through all of the active categories, right? All of the ones that are actively present, and then we toggle through them, okay? And then we have the tier options as well. So we go through our active tiers, basic, performance, champion, to go ahead and show those as well. And then mobile, we have a slightly different view, which is the sheet view, which is a trigger. So on a mobile, what you'll see is you see how it disappears, but we still have the filter trigger. When we click it, bam, we get a nice sheet view. And obviously you can switch the side if you really wanted, because it's kind of bothering me. You see here, side left, you can actually switch that to a right side if you really want to, okay? So on R1, it'll be on the right side, right? Not the product. The one that I've deployed to you guys is on the left, but you can feel free, that's how you do it. Same for desktop, we have the collapsible sidebar. So we have this one over here for the desktop. Right? Now, you're probably wondering, how the heck are these changing sizes? I'll show you how we can do that later on as well. They're using container queries, right? So once that's done, now we have the rest of it rendered out. We got the final missing bit, which is classes content. And the map is after that, right? So classes content takes the group sessions and the book session IDs. And again, when we're passing in typically like that, just know that the component is probably a dumb component, right? So if you actually look at this, a lot of this is just presentational. It's just going ahead, taking that data and doing something with the data, but it's not actually executing anything beyond that really, right? So basically classes content will be the actual content in the middle. So once we've gone ahead and, right now what I could do is I can go ahead and just remove the aside, or actually just pop this out of here for a second so we can see this in action hopefully. So in this case, hit a refresh. And firstly, we need to add the CDN for our images. So anytime we try to render an image out inside of Next.js, we need to go to next config, add in the images. So what Next tries to do, I have a whole video on this, by the way. So you can go in on my channel and check it out for yourself. But what we effectively do here is we say that Next.js, every time it renders it inside of an image component, it tries to optimize it. So here we basically need to protect which domains are we letting our server be used and optimized for. Otherwise, imagine the toll it could cause on our server, right? And the cost that would rack up. So now we say, okay, everything from cdn.sanity is cool. We can allow that. Okay. So at this point, that's all good. Hit a refresh and we should see, nice, right? So in this case, this is exactly what we wanted, right? We've got a few little weird issues here. These are minor ones that are actually maybe on my side. But again, we can fix these things, very, very minor things. Now, the main things are this. You see this? Oh, that's very nice. Now, how do we get that? And this fixed view and so forth, right? So I want you to pay attention to this class's content. So here, where we had it, the scroll to day, this kind of view, right? So in this case, this took a while to implement, but it's actually pretty awesome, right? And also there is logic inside of here, which determines how something is within view. So you see, as I scroll down, it's got this nice kind of view, and this is scrollable. And the reason why we did this instead of a date finder or a calendar UI is because typically most people want to pick a lesson within the next week, 2 weeks, and so forth, right? Thank you so much, Zachary. I appreciate you, right? So in this case, look, check if we're at the bottom of the page, right, and so forth. And it also does a quite a smooth kind of incremental scrolling effect, right? So, and also that this is the key to identifying which is the active day. So get bounding client rect. Basically what we're doing is we attach a reference to certain elements on the page. And if that reference is within view, so in this case, if it's within the top or bottom portion of that view up to a certain degree, then you see like it doesn't, as soon as there's a certain threshold where it goes into that day, this is how we do that kind of pattern. And then we have event listeners and so forth. And all of that is within the user effect, okay? And then we have the UI elements, okay? The session cards themselves are a bit more nicer to look at. These kind of are like the whole, you can really kind of look at this one yourself, but effectively it takes in these components. The session is booked and the distance, and it just renders out those on these really nice kind of cards, right? And these are using container queries, which means typically breakpoints, if we do at container, container, this is happening in the classes content, I believe, or was it? Yeah, here. It was here. So at, see here, we've got the at container, right? So these are called container queries. And what this is saying is typically when we have breakpoints like SM, LG, XL, basically what it typically means is based on the viewport, so the screen size. But sometimes the screen size doesn't change here, right? But the size, the actual available width changed. So what we do is we switch to something called a container query. So basically this will now look at its parent container, and it will then apply a breakpoint based on its parent container constraint as opposed to the viewport constraint. And now you've got really responsive components. So in my opinion, the true thought process should always be container queries, build components individually, and then have them use container queries. You will have such nice components that just work everywhere that they're supposed to work, right? And then your overall component views should be those of which are inside of, they can use normal breakpoints. Okay, so it's raining so much in Dubai. Wow, crazy, right? It's the first time I've seen it rain in a while, so it's kind of huge for us. Hopefully the internet is good. Let's pray for that. All right. Okay, so this is looking pretty good. We also have this change right here. So this is pulling from our preferences. I know even Jay messaged me now. Crazy, right? So we have that down. The only thing we need to do now is this element over here, which is the classes map sidebar. So firstly, we're going to import this, but let's dive into that. It takes the venues and the user's location, and then it's going to render out the map, okay? So remember I told you about that component map that we introduced. So let's hit a refresh. And as you can see now, the main thing here that I want you to figure out is, oh, sorry, I forgot to save. There we go. Is you see a lot is going on here, right? So this is all using that map component that we spoke about, right? So in this case, you see how initially on the mount, it zoomed out to these points. So that is happening on mount, right? And by the way, on a phone, I've decided that we don't show the map, because typically users on the phone, they may not like that, right? And you can even make this a one screen, kind of use the container query or use the viewport break to basically make this single if you really wanted. Wow, I'm just listening to it. I can hear it outside. It's crazy. It hasn't rained in a long time here. So in this case, we've got the use effect. As you can see here, what this does is basically if the leaflet instance changes map or points change, then we can go ahead and set the view and we animate the view. So if it's a single point, center with a comfortable zoom for the context. Otherwise, what it'll do is it'll get the bounds between multiple points and it will fit the bounds. So why do I like Leaflet a lot? It has functions like this. Very handy, guys. If you've ever done any map work yourself and you've done it manually, you'll realize it's loads of maths and sometimes you can just make a simple mistake and boom, you screwed it up. Fit bounds, easy. Give it the points, give it the padding for the buffer on the edges. So as you can see here, if we go ahead and we were to simply see after a certain time frame, you see the padding it will give. Really nice, just super clean, right? Max zoom 15, don't zoom in too close and animate the thing. Really cool. Okay, and then we have the actual sidebar, and this is where we effectively will go and showcase each different venue and so forth, right? So if a venue has duplicate classes, we reduce them into counts. So in this case, there's several here which have on the same location. So we basically will reduce those into venue markers. And then we have unique venues, and that's how we're rendering out the counts. And then when we click it, effectively, it goes ahead and redirects us to the URL, which then fetches, remember that based on the server component logic, the new data accordingly, right? And this is how we render out the map markers and so forth, right? The map marker is going to be, this is the user's home, which is the blue dot. And then we just render a custom icon. And then for the venue markers, we do the following, okay? Now here I am being a bit cheeky. I'm just doing a no assertion, but really you should be just doing a quick check here to be like, if these are present, then render it out, right? Same with the anchors as well. Center the 40 pixel icon on the coordinate itself. And the map pop-up is what we do, what happens when we click it, okay? So that's that click up. Now, typically, some of this is where these are getting applied. So in globals, you see these styles are overriding. So if you're wondering how the style works, it's a combination of those two things, okay? So now we have the map looking really clean, really awesome. And then if we were to even click on this, view classes, we even have that dialed in as well. And just like that, you see it zooms into that class, making sure that our distance is also in view. And you can also do directions and all this other cool stuff, right? Now, if I was to click on boxing, let's give it a try. The max component is cool for sure. I know, right? Really, really cool. So this is why now it's stacked on 2. What I recommend we do is also is we always have this view open. So I want to show you whenever we're deving this stuff, I should be showing you, to be honest, in this view instead. So I should be showing you, if we go to localhost 3000, there we go. So what I just did there is an arc. I just opened my inspector, and now you can see, I can see the URL, which makes it easier for you guys to see what's going on. So if I apply the boxing filter now, you see category is boxing, and now it's gone ahead and done that. And this is the way UIs should be, in my opinion, right? Everything is determined from here, which causes the server component to re-render. It's a very clean cycle, right? If I want to apply the basic as well, it just tacks that on, and then that handles all the logic at the top layer. Right? If I was to go ahead and clear all the filters, we'll do the following and so forth. So we got a couple here, box fit, Tony Martinez, and so forth. If I was to simply type in Tony here as well, now you can see it will stack on that on top of the mix. And then we should have it as well. That basic and query equals Tony. If I was to type in ABC, now we get hopefully nothing. Yeah, there you go. Right? If I was to clear the search, we should be able to get rid of everything in the mix. Okay, really, really nice. Oh, that was a bit of a delayed update. Right, cool. So in this case, I've forgotten some sizes, props, so you can go ahead and do that to further optimize things. My thing's bugging out a little bit. But in this case, cool, right? That's looking pretty nice. We can hide the scroll bar as well by adding a nice little plugin. So the scroll bar can be gone by adding in the following plugin. So it's actually in globals CSS. So this one is, you can keep it if you want. So some people like to keep that, you know, like it just makes it super clear. If you do want to get rid of it, it's really kind of a simple fix. Just type in React, Tailwind scroll bar hide, right? Install this, add it as a plugin, it's done. That's basically it, right? And add the scroll bar. So this is very easy. I'm not going to run through this, but you basically add that. You go into your globals.css, add that. You don't need to do this because you're in Tailwind v4 in our case. And then you basically just add scroll bar hide and it will go ahead and do that. So yeah, there you go. Okay. Really nice, right? Mobile responsiveness. Cool. So at this point, let's go ahead and click into one, and we don't have the actual class detail screen. So let's implement that, right? So classes, let's add in the session ID screen. So inside of here, we have classes, session ID, page.tsx. And then here we have the rest of that component, right? So this is going to be effectively, if I click into map Pilates, let's go ahead and see, and you can add a loading.tsx if you really want to. I'm going to let you guys do that. But this is where we rendered this out, okay? The location here, the venue itself, the amenities, all of this stuff, as well as this nice gallery view and so forth, and these 2 actionable buttons, okay? So let's go ahead and firstly figure out what we're missing. Well, firstly, we need to import, add this, right? So I portable text React, okay? Second one, lib subscription, get user tier info. We need to create that, right? And also the booking button. And then the rest of it is pretty much ready to go. So get user tier info. Let's add this into our application. So heading over inside of here, get user. We have a nice util. So I don't know why I didn't put this inside of it. I needed to refactor a few things, to be fair. Got a bit lazy as it got on. I popped it outside into here. I actually had my one over here. So that's probably what it is. Just keep it out for now. But yeah, just know you can pop it in there, right? But this subscription is basically a lib folder. So it's going to be full of utilities. Get user tier. This one effectively will check based on from highest tier to lowest and just make sure which one you're in. Yes, you can just use the has directly, but we have hierarchy, which is why I've created helpers. Hierarchy is good because effectively it's going to allow us to make sure we can have access to the correct things and so forth, right? So this will check tier access, and here can access class tier, right? So this is basically doing that hierarchy check. And then these are just some helper functions, and also get monthly limit, right? So depending on what time you join, you're going to have a monthly limit. If you join at the end of the month, you have your fresh active quota for the month. Once it goes into a new month, it'll be a fresh month of active quota, right? Otherwise, it will block you at the server booking level, right? Remaining bookings and so forth. I've created all of these helpers, and all these are effectively doing is just determining based on the day to day and your monthly limit of bookings. Like, do you have 12 bookings if you're a performance member in this month? If you do, you can't book another session, right? So I've created a bunch of helpers here which help us out with that, right? So this is done. The booking button, let's create that. So go into our components now, components, and this is going to be inside of thank you so much, Sonic Code. He goes, remember guys, all the code for the build is free. The link is in the description. Yes, guys, as you heard him there. Amazing stuff, dude. Right. This component was, sorry, I've completely gone blank for a sec. We have the booking button. So booking button. So inside of components app, I'm gonna have bookings. And then we have booking button.tsx, right? Now this has an action, create booking and cancel booking, 2 actions. We need to create them. This basically renders out the UI. So based on the user's access, their tier and so forth, it will say whether or not you can book it if you have access, whether or not you can cancel it if you're already booked, and whether or not you need to upgrade if it's above your access tier, okay? So we need to go ahead and do that. Set those up. Again, these are all using our helper functions to figure out which level you are and which outcome you are. So this is very self-explanatory as you scroll down here. The main thing I want to focus on is the booking, create booking, and also the cancel booking. Okay, so they both take IDs and then they handle accordingly. So lib actions booking. So lib actions, we need a booking. So let's go ahead and add that one in right now. Okay, so lib actions booking.ts. Here we have it. So it's a server action, hence why we have use server at the top. And again, what does a server action do? It stops us from having to do the whole API route situation. We don't have to create an API route and do that whole flow. Wow, it is raining so much in Dubai. Oh my God. I have a feeling it's gonna flood like crazy. Damn, okay. Crazy, interesting. I'm glad my car's parked downstairs. Create booking, session ID. We get the user, check if they're authorized in the session ID. Even Jay saying it's insane. Yeah, dude, I've not seen it like that. Wow, that's nuts. Okay. Glad Jay didn't come today. Usually he comes to the office, but he wouldn't be able to drive right now. Yeah. Check if the session is in the past. So in this case, we check if the session's there, if it's scheduled or not, check the max capacity. This class is fully booked. You see, this is where we handle that logic, okay? Now, yes, although we have created this during the onboarding flow, I would say you should have it here as well because it's more of a preventative measure. Get or create user profile, right? That's why I done it like that. Now, as you can see, we do client.fetch here. Why aren't you using sanity fetch, Sunny, from lib live? Because this is on the back end. All right. So I believe we could use sanity fetch as well, but I have run into an issue before, and I believe we can't on the API route or server handler. We can do it in a server component, but not on. It has to be in a server component. Anyway, either way, because we don't revalidate him. Anyway, point is, you get the existing booking if it is there. You've already booked for the class for sure. Otherwise, we'll go ahead and say you need an active subscription to book classes. Else we check, and this is all done in an efficient approach. Firstly, we check your booking. If you had a booking, then we would have gone ahead and said you already have a booking. Then we check our ID, because at that point, I mean, you could do it the other way. You could also check the user's access, but most of the time, chances are if they're going onto it, they probably have access to it. So it's more about probability. And then we check the access, monthly limit, and basically we're handling it accordingly. Okay, so we can reactivate if there's a cancelled booking and so forth as well. And then, so if they already had a cancelled booking, then we just take the cancelled one and we reactivate it. Else, we create a new booking. So it's effectively what we're seeing here, right? And then we're revalidating the paths. We don't need to do that, guys. Success true booking, and then class book successfully. And then we have one for cancel booking as well. Similar approach, right? You could probably refactor some of this. Again, we do not need to revalidate the paths. And for confirming attendance is that helper function we saw before. We do not need to revalidate the paths, right? So this one is for actually, remember when it popped up and it said, oh, your class's session is active. This is for preparing us then, okay? So we have the lib actions booking ready. Quick little water break and we can carry on. Okay. Wow, crazy. I really like this song actually. I was going to change the music, but this is nice. Okay, so booking button down. We have the page for this. And as you can see, again, oh, we have a mobile break here. So something is breaking the mobile responsiveness of this page. Is that on this page as well? Yes, it is. Okay, live debugging time, right? I'm going to show you a little trick. So firstly, this button works, okay? Subscribe to book. If I click it, it'll take me to the upgrade with the search params as well. So what I want to do now is, oh my God, Yappy Kang, what is up, dude? Holy, we got some OGs in the house. Yo, it's so good to see you in the live stream, dude. Well done. This is a Papa Fam OG member, a diamond member from back in the day. Join papareact.com/course. OG. Honestly, dude, you have to tell us what you're up to now. This is so cool, man. Wow, good to see you. Yeah, so we need to fix that bug, right? So in this case, we can do it in many ways, right? So at this point, we can go ahead and we can debug the thing and check it out and so forth. I'm going to show you a vibe codey way, or I like to call it AI assisted coding. But let's go ahead and approach it in that manner, right? So a bit of live debugging here. So in this case, on this page, you see how it's crossing over. So what I like to do, you can drag that over and let's just see if it can help us out with this, right? We can do the following, so we can scroll over. So I've taken a screenshot of it, Command I, and what I haven't actually used yet is the debug mode. So here you can see agent mode, debug modes. Let's use that. So paste in the screenshot and I'm gonna say there is overflow on the, and I believe it's for the image that is doing it. There's overflow on the session ID page, right? On the page, and then we're on the session ID page. On the page on mobile screen, okay? We say, I have a suspicion. It's on the, and also, by the way, I'm gonna give you a little hack here. Let's just carry on from here. So I love to use something called Super Whisper. And by the way, if you go to Super Whisper and use code Sunny25, you get 25% off, right? So one of my good friends has made this app. So Super Whisper, shout out to him. Go over to Super Whisper. It's such a sick app, right? I paid for it full. You can go ahead and download and then make sure you use code Sunny25. Okay, so go ahead and pop this in and you will go ahead and get a full discount off this, right? There's also a free plan, by the way, so go check it out, right? But what you can do here is, let's just say I stop the music, or I carry on for a sec. I do Option spacebar and say, and I can talk to it. Okay, so now I can say there's overflow on the page. I have a suspicion that it's the image that is not scaled correctly, which is causing the page to drag over the overflow line. And then I hit the carry on button, and now I'll give it a second. It will go ahead and transpile that down, or kind of take it in, and then boom, I just throw it in. And now let that do its debugging magic, right? Jay goes, it's the thunderstorm, let's go. In this case, it's going to start debugging. So it has some hypothesis approach to it. Since it's a CSS layout, So let's let that run. And if you are wondering, I pay the $200 a month for cursor. I use max mode and I keep it on Opus 4 and 4.5. Right, in my opinion, it's been the best for what I do, okay? So in this case, it's got a bunch of things going on here. So it's giving us a couple of, let me add instrumentation to measure the actual render dimension of these elements. Okay, let that do that. So to be honest with you, I don't know if I like the debug approach. I think it's being a bit more granular, but I would like to go with the agent approach, right? Use code Sunny25. Did it work for you? Let's go ahead, let's go. Sunny code, let's check out. Let me know. Did you get the 25% off? All right. Let me add instrumentation to identify which element is causing the overflow. So in this case, okay, so this is going to do a whole debugging route. So you can do that. I'll be honest, I don't want to do that. Right? Just throw it in the agent. right? That's going to be long. I mean, that's good for if you're really getting into the midst of it, right? But in this case, the agent, in my opinion, does most of it most of the time, right? So in this case, and also, by the way, it's a prime example of everyone's like, yeah, I can take over, right? Watch, sometimes it can do some really stupid things, right? So I'm going to try and hopefully show you here the way it can do that. Now in this view, it's kind of hard to see. Command E, if we jump over to the agent view. Now, if I was to pop open the agent chat, Command B, everything is like inverted, right? And I tend to like jumping between these two views when I'm coding. So in this case now, Command E takes me to my coding view. Command E again takes me to my agent view, right? So I'm trying to show you guys how you guys can see both of these as well. But let's go and let that happen. So in this case, you see, it's just assuming that you should just throw overflow controls onto it, which is not the fix, guys. That is not the case. Like, it's going to do that. The overflow X hidden. It's just saying, okay, let's just hide the overflow. See that? Is that a fix? No, it's not a fix. And then it's going to confidently tell you that that's a fix. So screw that, discard all those changes, and then I debug it myself. I just kind of wanted to show you sometimes like how, yes, I could prompt my way there, but yeah, that's stupid, right? I think that's a stupid way to go. So in this case, a couple of things, it could be the image itself could be one thing. The map itself could be another thing. In this case, let's look at what's going on here. So we've got the map, the venue map here. Okay, class name aspect ratio, overflow hidden. Let me just pop this at a small width for a second, right? Let's try and configure something for a quick real second. So we have the venue map here. This is our venue map. The zoom is going to, oh, this is our component, my bad. So venue map, class name gets passed in. And then here, let's just set a width of 12. I just want to really be extreme with it, right? So let that render. So this is going to go ahead and do the following. So at this point, that's hard pulling it in. So leaflet map is not getting passed in here. So if we do a width of 12 here, so even that's not changing. So it wouldn't even be the, yeah, okay. So it's actually that. You see that? That is actually the map, okay? So that was doing it. So that's kind of my debugging approach to that. Width 4, let's have a try on that and see if it did it. Let's refresh on that. And now you can see, okay, width 4 is going to break. So at this point, you can add, there's a few ways you can approach it. To keep it life very simple on a mobile view, we could do something like, let's just try this out for a moment. Let's do width half. I want to have a quick look on that and see how that looks. That's not very nice, right? Yeah, there's a few ways you can handle this, to be fair. In this case, I'm just going to be a bit lazy and I'm just going to set width constraints. So on a phone, that's too small. Let's do 80, 90. I reckon it'll be around 90. No, I don't think that. I think 72. We should actually be dynamically sizing it, to be honest with you. I'm just being a bit lazy here. Even this is small. Interesting. So what have they got? 100? No. 4/5. Let's have a look. Still too big. We can do maybe 3/5. Let's have a look. Again, don't do this approach. This is just a quick hacky slacky way. But right now I'm live, so I kind of don't want to do this, right? So, okay. And you know what? The main point is that you would eventually break it down into finding out. What I would recommend here is where we have the bounding box for that, which is the venue map is wrapped in card content. Here, the actual card content should be the constraining factor. So here we have, you see that the card content, and then that's still going over the flowing route. So what I would want to do is the card content, the card. We could do width 4. Let's just see. Why is this overflow? Or we could even prohibit the overflow here just to double check. Overflow hidden. So jumping in. And then when some libraries, you're going to have to do a hard refresh on that. So that's still doing it. Okay. Again, you can dive into this in so many ways, right? At this point, what you could do is really kind of squeeze it like so. Dive in, and you can see the real thing that is breaking it is that. So dive into this box. Here we can see it's the card. It's the card, you know, it's the card. So you apply the width here of 50%. That card is the actual the breaking factor here. So that card's not responsive. So, oh my God, have I got the wrong venue? Amenities. What am I changing? Location map. Okay, no, that's fine. Yes, this one. Yeah, so this one. So card is, let's just pop it in as, I don't know, let's put a 45 or let's put 40. Let's put something like width 60. Let's go here for a second and set a constraint. So now you can see that don't look good, right? But on a phone, for example, if we were just to go ahead and maximize it, let's just say for like as a step one, that's still better than having the other issue, right? Or you could even do, would it apply with a flex? So that fixes the one constraint, but that's not fixing the header is being pulled over. Okay, so if we were to do this as well, no, so you see? Okay, I see it. So at this point, what I'd recommend is we just put a hard constraint, and then after a medium screen, we can go back to doing the following. So what first? Yes, horrible. Yeah, we can do a medium width full approach, right? So as you get onto a bigger screen, we approach the bigger screen and so forth, and then you can just kind of size it down accordingly, right? But immediately, it's just even that is still, I mean, that's not ideal, but it's still better than what we had. But there is a clean way to do that. I'm not going to spend long on the stream. We have so much to do, but yeah, you could just, the prime example there is you guys can see for yourselves. And what I would do is I'd kind of constrain it in maybe a grid, and I would do it like that at the top level above the card itself. So I'd have a bounding box around the card. So in this case, maybe like this, div. I don't want to spend too long on this. I get carried away with this stuff, to be honest. Especially on the live stream, got so much to do. Anyway, let's see. Let's just pop this on width 4. And still it's overflowing. So we overcode clipped. I just want to see. So yeah, so there's an overflow rule here. And the reason why that is actually happening is because we've aggressively applied here. So if you look in globals, aggressively applied some overriding rules. Okay, so likely there is some rule here which is going to break what we're doing here. Okay, so you see this IBG context, narrow background border. Okay, so none of these are actually too crazy. But anyway, all right, you guys can see what I would do. This is how I'd approach it, and then eventually I'd fix that nicely. Okay, but for now, that fixes our overflow, which is fine. Right? If we were to subscribe to book now, you can see I haven't got the upgrade screen. So let's do the upgrade screen next. Upgrade screen is actually quite easy. The reason why this won't work off the bat is because we don't have the Stripe billing or clerk billing setup, which we'll set up very quickly. So upgrade page.tsx. And again, we have everything we need here. A pricing table from clerk Next.js, page prop, search params required session. All that is doing is it renders at the top and it says upgrade to required tier name. So if we were clicking from a champion app, it will basically go ahead and pass that into the upgrade search params. And then it would say, okay, you need to upgrade to champion to access this and so forth. Okay. Now, the beautiful thing about the pricing table component, one, we can customize it like so, a bunch of ways to do it here. And then we have a fallback while it loads. But what is so nice about this is first we haven't set up is it all pulls through from Clerk. Okay. So let's take a look at how we can set this up. So head over to your Clerk dashboard. So over here, we go to our Clerk dashboard, go to configure or billing at the top here, get started. This will take you to the settings page. And now I want you to enable user billing. Click on save. And after a little moment, you'll see this. Okay. Now what we're going to see is this payment gateway. When you're starting off, you can test payments super fast by using Clerk's payment gateway. Start with this. Even if you've got demo portfolio stuff, start with that. It's so easy. And then anyone complaining about the price, guys, it's so cheap. Right? Again, if you have problems with this stuff, you're focusing on the wrong thing, in my opinion. Right? Get a user first. That should be your focus. Before anyone complains that something is too expensive, it's like saying, you know what? I don't know where to store my billions of pounds. I don't know where to store my billions of dollars. You haven't got $1 billion yet. Get the $1 billion first. Right? It's a stupid thing to worry about. Like, handle it when you get there. But the point is that even then, 0.7% is your issue. Don't worry about that. You're optimizing way too early. And in my opinion, it's the wrong way to think. So next up, we create the plans. Okay. So what I want to do here is I have 3 plans. What's the best way I can do this? Look, cost 3,000. Oh, why does it keep taking me to my school community? You can feel free to join that, guys, by the way. Let's go into my... Let's go to the upgrade screen. So /upgrade. Oh, yeah. So here we have it. So basic, and then description will be this here. I'm going to keep it simple and just say the basic plan, and then the monthly fee. So what we have here is 29 a month. So it's 29 a month, annual discount fee. I've worked out a few numbers that I had, like I basically had a 24.16. You can feel free to do it as you wish, right? In this case, I've set the numbers perfectly according to this, but really, if I was you, I'd round the numbers off. In this case, I've done 24.16, but you could do like, just $24 if you really wanted to. So let's just say it's $24 if you did the monthly on this one, and a free trial applies of 3 days, right? Publicly available, yes. Now you can add features here, by the way, and gate by features. In this app, we just do simple gating by basic, performance, or champion, okay? So once that's done, we go to our plans and let's introduce the next one. So we've got basic, free, I'm gonna hide. So publicly available, no. Okay, we don't have free. We have basic, performance, or champion with 3-day starting plans, right? So if I was you, never give a free plan in my opinion, just give a free trial, right? A free trial is better than a free plan, right? So in this case, performance, let's do performance next up. And then here you can say the elevated plan, whatever you want to do. And then here we can say this one was 59 a month, and the discounted price was 49. Okay. Free trial, yes, of 3 days. Bam. All of this is being handled, by the way, right? Is it only me that the video and audio are desynced? I don't know. Is it? It can happen sometimes. I don't know why it happens, but I'm sorry, guys. Yeah, is it? I don't know. Is it a big one? Is it a big delay, or is it manageable? Either way, I'm sorry. We'll try and figure out why. I've been trying to figure it out for a while. Let's go back to the plans. Yep, we have performance, and then we have champion. Okay, so Jay said the audio is good, so okay, we're good. Champion, the best plan, right? Screamo. Right, obviously, add some cool stuff in there. The features will pop up here if you added in those features, by the way. Even if you don't use them on the technical side, you can add them in there. So 99 a month, and then, 99 a month. Annual discount, this one becomes $82 a month, right? Free trial, yes, so 3 days. And you can customize each one, so you can have it as like, maybe the champion membership doesn't have a trial, but basic and performance do. That's a kind of a good way of upselling as well, right? So over here, we have the plans now. Each plan is active. These 3 plans are active. Basic, performance, champion. These need to map our plans on our backend constants, right? Hit the refresh now. And as you can see, loading pricing options, and bam, there we have it. Start 3-day trial, bam, okay? So head over to classes now. Let's go to a class that we shouldn't be able to access. So I click on classes. I now have my classes rendering out. Let's click on Map Pilates, basic class. I need to subscribe to book. I click it, bam, I'm now over here. Let's jump on a basic plan. Pay with the test card over here. There we go. Click on continue. I am now back here. You can change the redirection afterwards. I'm going to keep it there for now. Browse classes now. I should be able to book a Pilates class, right? Boom, I can book it. If I click it, booking, this should work. And then it'll try to direct me to a booking page, which doesn't exist. So that should be, we'll build that after. Cool. So now I'm technically booked because that went through. But you can see that you're booked, and I can cancel the booking as well. If I click on cancel, it should go and cancel that, and it'll free up the spot as well. Boom, very nice. Head back over to classes. Let's go and do something which I'm not a member of, performance, right? Upgrade to book. Bam, I go here, I upgrade to my performance plan. I pay the difference. Now I'm on a performance plan. Go ahead and continue. Head back over to my classes. I should be able to book a performance plan now. You guys can see how crazy that is, right? With all of that, without a single webhook, right? Now I can book performance plans. That's nuts. If you've ever done any form of payment processing, you will understand just how valuable what we just did is, right? Now let's go into the /bookings page, okay? So /bookings is where we have all of the booking logic, right? So inside of our app, we have the /bookings page, and we have quite a lot going on here. We have a calendar view that we need to set up. We have an attendance alert. We have a booking card. We have, and the rest of it is all kind of getting the details, right? So we fetch data in the beginning. We prepare data, This bit is very simple, right? We determine what's a past booking and all that stuff. And again, you could really want to, if you want to neaten this up, you do this on the server side. I mean, we are on the server side here, but you can go ahead and refactor it, make it into a function, even make your Groq query return something which is very cleanly allocating certain custom fields and so forth, okay? But in short, we have the attendance confirmation when something is active right now, if a class is active. We have the calendar view, we have the bookings calendar view when you click on a certain view. And then we have the upcoming bookings. And then we have the usage stats. And then we have the past bookings, okay? So let's start implementing this. Number one, bookings calendar view, okay? So for the calendar view, I am gonna go and do the following. So the calendar view looks like this. So go to our components, go to our app, go to our bookings calendar view.tsx. And these has two inner components, the bookings calendar and the day bookings. Let's take a look at it firstly on the back end. So in this case, if I go to my bookings on the production app, you can see this right here, okay? So bookings calendar, day bookings calendar, okay? So firstly, this is just rendering them out, right? Renders them next to each other, super nice, okay? So let's do the bookings calendar first. So the bookings calendar looks like this. We have everything already installed from Shadcn. We have bookings on date select and selected date, right? Get dates that have bookings. So basically we're firstly just going to do a little reduce function. Again, you could optimize further, shifting this to Sanity if you wanted. This is where you can optimize based on if is it cheaper to do it on the server, is it cheaper to do it on Sanity, whatever the case, okay? Then you can do a few helpers, get the booking count, check if a date has a booking and so forth, right? What's up, brand code? Appreciate you joining in. Then we have the calendar. Now here we have a mode. The single mode is what I'm interested in, right? Modifiers is how we can effectively pass things in. So we can have matching day modifiers and so forth. So in this case, if it has a booking, we can say that that has booking, and then we can style based on that and so forth. Now in here, I've actually not even used the has booking, I don't believe. No, we have. Yeah, the modifiers, we have modifiers selected, yeah. But yeah, the same place. Let me just check something. Modifiers dot. Okay, no, then right. But here's the day button component, and we customize the day button. So in this case, the day button is that day button. So this one here. So you see that day button shows a booking, and at max it will show 3 bookings. So you see, at max show 3, right? So that way, even if it was more than 3, it just shows, okay, that's got a lot of bookings that day, right? So that's how we effectively do that. Then we have the selected has booking today. Okay, that's the legend underneath it, this bit, yeah, right? Now, after that, the bookings calendar is done. Day bookings is the one on the right of it, okay? So this would be rendering out the bookings that are visible. Now we have some more constants from status, right? So we're gonna go ahead and add those in right now. So those are next to our subscription ones that we added earlier. So lib, constants, status.ts. These are a bunch of status constants that we can use throughout. Confirmed, attendance cancelled, and so forth. So I've just added a bunch in here, get effective status. This one is important. If you've attended, return attended. If you cancelled, if confirmed but class is passed, no show. If confirmed and class is in progress, right? So this is effectively what we're doing. It's just helper functions here to make life a bit easier. Then we can go ahead and do the following. And now day bookings will basically go ahead and, again, I've commented this out really so you can kind of see for yourself. If we don't have any bookings, it will show you don't have any bookings. Otherwise, it will show the bookings. So in this case, if I click in this, bam, we've got the booking. And these click through to the class. So you can see down here, if I click through onto that, it'll take me to the actual class, right? So really, really nice kind of flow that we got going on here, right? Day bookings as well. Hit save. Now, if we should be able to see, oh yeah, so now we move on to the second thing, which is the attendance alert. So heading back over, bookings calendar view is done. Shadcn made it very easy to have a calendar. Attendance alert and booking card, right? So back into the bookings folder and kept everything quite neat. The attendance alert is up next. So we have attendance alert. This one uses React Time Ago. Pretty cool library. If you've never used it before, what it does is it takes a date and then it gives us a real-time relative update kind of component. So why is that nice? Because basically what we can do with that is we can basically have like a little sort of 3 minutes ago, 4 minutes ago, this is in coming up in 5 minutes or something like that, right? But it'll be ticking, or even 54 seconds, 53 seconds, 52 seconds, right? So like you can do that kind of approach, and it's always relative. So then we have booking actions. The booking actions reflect the things that we can do on a booking. So like this is like the cancel, the so forth. So in this case, the booking actions would be buttons that are clickable. We have to actually specify the type of button, like so. Now here, for example, handle confirm. In this one we can say confirming, and this one we can say canceling. All right. So what is this? Basically, when that attendance sheet comes up, or if we, when this attendance sheet comes up, can we go ahead and click on confirm or cancel? All right. So remember in the beginning I showed you a demo of that. That is effectively what that is doing. So booking actions. Why is that not finding booking actions? Interesting. There we go. All right, save, and then we have the attendance alert. That's that pop-up that I showed you in the beginning. All it's doing, guys, is that event active right now, and is it 1 hour past that event, right? If it is, or is it within that window? If it is, then show the pop-up, right? That's effectively what it's doing, and then it has the booking actions where you can do the action based on the behalf of the user, right? So then we got the final card, which is the booking card itself. So the booking card, we already have everything for it. This one basically, again, calculates the attendance window end and so forth. So this is like, this is actually where we have the booking card itself. So this is 1 hour after session end is the window of attendance, right? So between the beginning of the session to 1 hour after the session, because you may be showering up, whatever the case, give them an hour. And then basically that's when we can render it. Now, if you see where we have the booking actions, you can see can confirm attendance. Okay. So this is, if you're within the interval, then we render that out, right? So it makes it quite nice to do so, right? Now that does the booking card, and there we have it. So this is the map view that we talked about, upcoming classes. The monthly usage uses our helper functions to determine things, and the past classes are separated into their own view, which basically we just separate them and then we style them always looking grayed out. Here we click on cancel. We've got a simple check to basically make sure you want to do it. You can replace this with a Shadcn dialog if you want to have it really nice. Click OK. It says canceling. Remember I changed that, and in a moment that will pop down here, and now we've got cancelled. And because we have Sanity live, everything is real time. Really nice, right? Now, if I was to book another class, it would all be popped up here and so forth really nicely. So again, Matt Pilates here. Go ahead and click on book this class. This will take me to my booking screen now, and we can see that class having been booked. And this is at 2 p.m., which means in 6 minutes, I will be able to attend this class. Okay. So that's awesome. So we can come back in like 6 minutes and actually attend that. Okay. So imagine I'm now like I'm at the class. Everyone says, the instructor goes, hey guys, before we get started, make sure you go and attend right now. Otherwise your account can get flagged for a no-show. And then bam, you can have it there. And imagine the no-show is very easy. We just simply check your bookings. We make sure, okay, did this person confirm attendance or has the booking gone by? Super easy to check at a data level if they did it or not, right? So while we're waiting those 6 minutes, let's set up the profile. Right? Profile is where we can modify the user's preferences. Okay. So profile is fairly easy, to be honest, compared to everything else. Here we have the profile. So we have a page. This again is just literally using a profile editor page, another page. So let me show you what we have here first, and then we can go ahead and break it down. So firstly, we are pulling the image from the clerk image from the user's profile. So that means we have to go into our next config, add in images, not this one, clerk, image.clerk.com. Don't open that. And then hit a refresh, and our app crashed. So in this case, it spun up again. And now you can see this, right? So let's jump into how does this render out? Well, firstly, let's look at what it does. Well, we have a manage here. If you click here, manage, it takes you to your pricing. Location will go ahead and pop out this little pop-up, and then you can go ahead and do the following, such as like Dubai, change my kilometer radius distance, click on save changes. And then as you can see, it will go ahead and pop out those and change it, okay? So all of this happens super quick, super easy. But let's see how it all works. So what we're doing is on the profile page, we do a couple of auth checks. Again, do you need these checks? No, you don't, because we have middleware to protect the pages. So you could get rid of them, right? So just for full transparency, you can get rid of those, right? Even here, you do have redirect to sign in and so forth, right? In case you do want to have that, right? Now here we do two fetches. We get the user tier info and also the user profile with the preferences, right? Then we go ahead and render it out. We have a nice little page header and a bunch of stuff. Card content makes things easy. The user profile image, easy. Pull it from clerk, right? User profile, first name, last name, so forth in the email. The subscription card, again, easy. Once we've got it working, all we do is we use our helper function, get user tier info. And again, we're using array destructuring here. And then we're using object destructuring within that array destructuring to go ahead and pull out this. And then same for tier info, but inside just the array element. And then we will go ahead and pop out the subscription and so forth. Okay. Or manage option, sorry. Next up, we have this is the more interesting one. It's this one. So we have the card header for the location preferences. And then we have the profile header. Now, the initial location is here and the initial radius. If we click into profile editor, what we see is editing or not. So when you click on this, it turns it to is editing true, right? So effectively, that's what we're doing. And then you basically have the drop down fields, which we are using the address search field that we used previously for the onboarding, same one. We have the radius selector. Okay. The radius selector is this one. We used that again earlier. And then we basically just have the save, and then save, we'll go ahead and either cancel or handle save simply goes and updates location preferences. Again, we used this earlier as well. So again, just reusing code. And then the server action, if result.success, we do the following: route refresh, set timeout, and so forth. Right, so in this case, if I do that, watch this, let it save, and then there we go. All good to go, right? You don't even need to do a route refresh, to be honest with you. We can actually go and get rid of even the set success. We don't even need the timeout, to be fair. You don't even need that timeout, to be fair. So if we were to do that again, change it to 50 kilometers, 50 kilometers, save changes, boom, right? This will now upgrade anyway, because Sanity Live is listening to it anyway, right? So you don't even need to do that refresh step. You can optimize here, keep it super simple. Okay, so there you go. There we have the profile screen. Now we are 1 minute into the class starting. So let's go back over to my bookings, and in 1 minute, now the class will go active. After that, we can officially say we have done the front end, right? So we are then just about to touch 3 hours. So as soon as it hits 3 o'clock over here, or 2 o'clock, sorry, it will pop up, and we should be able to attend this class. Quick water break before we do that. Okay. In a moment, that will come on. While it's happening, let's see if we got some new music. Last time I was listening to some nice lo-fi vibes. So I think you guys liked that last time. So I'm going to do that lo-fi. All of this is on Epidemic. If you want access to this, just join our weekly newsletter and we send it to you guys as part of it. So here we have it. Isn't it nice? Okay. So in this case, when it comes over to this screen, I think I need to actually change that to a sanity fetch. Okay, yeah, so I have a feeling it's a sanity fetch. But you can see it pops up, class in progress, right? Unconfirmed bookings or attenders and no-show. So in this case, I can click on cancel or I've attended. So in this case, let's say I'm at the class right now. This progress bar, by the way, will fill up the closer that this timer gets. So 2 hours left to go ahead and accept. Now what you can do is you can have this on the top, by the way, of the entire app if you wanted, right? So I would recommend you actually throw this at the top of the app. So if you're logged in, it screams at you basically, or it'll be a floating bar. That would be kind of cool, like a floating bar that would just follow you around saying you should be attending it. Because really, we kind of want to block the user and be like, you need to attend this right now because you're in the class, right? Otherwise, people will just book up classes and not turn up, right? So in this case, that 2 ends 2:45, which means the window to carry on would be 3:45. Let's go ahead and attend. So I'm confirming now. Let it do its thing. And in a moment, bam, I've attended. Okay. So you see how it re-rendered on its own. And now you can see Matt Pilates has been attended, right? If I was to click into that class as well, we can see you're booked as well. So in this case, you could change this as well to be like you've attended already, but the case is I can't do it. And even then, we could actually upgrade this to be like you've attended already this class. So don't even show this option to be able to cancel here, right? So we can actually upgrade that. So a little challenge for you guys to do, right? And as you can see, my performance tier, one of my classes has been used this month. If you went to the top, it would not let you book another class. It would show a little error message. So guys, there we have the entire front end, right? We have the entire front end. We have the whole Sanity Studio back. So in this case, remember, I tried to give a little demo before of that in action, and I kind of screwed up because I didn't have Sanity live. So let me show you that one more time. So here we have, for example, reform applies or dance cardio. So let's do dance cardio. It's an easy one to do. So here, if I do dance cardio, and on the back end, I go to my classes, activities, and let's do dance cardio. So dance, let's do dance cardio. Yeah, right. So now, let's say, for example, I want to update things in real time, right? Dance cardio party 1, 2, 3. And I want to publish that, right? So now I published it and I'm not touched the left side, right? But look what happens on the left. So if I go over here now, you see here this is going to be dynamically updated because of this live content lake on Sanity side, right? So this is super, super powerful. Like if I change it, it won't happen because it's in draft. So imagine we can multiplayer edit. So you got all the power of Sanity. So imagine someone who's not even involved in the entire coding side of things can come in, go ahead and then be like, you know what, I'm going to publish that now. And everyone sees it. And in our app, what we're assuming that there is some kind of operations team who will come into the mix and basically go ahead and this one is published. Yep. So this will go ahead and update in a moment as well. Honestly, the demo goes not with me right now, if I'm honest. So in this case, dance cardio party, this will go and propagate through, right? So this will actually update in a moment and we should see dance cardio. There you go. Yeah. I don't know why that happened. Right, but it does work really nice. It's never actually failed me ever on production. So there you can see it. Looks awesome. Okay. So now what I want you to pay attention to is this is great. So I just want you to understand in 3 hours, we built an entire front end, right? We built the entire back end. We've got map functionality. We've got filtering functionality. We've got dynamic, this kind of stuff, all this stuff. But now we've got to do, oh, we haven't finished it. We've got the AI element. Oh my God. Okay, let's carry on. I completely got carried away. We got this whole element, the AI. Okay, so I completely thought we were done on the front end, right? And then we've got app SDK. So my goal is 5 hours, right? So I reckon 2 hours it'll take us now to get to the end. So little floating pop-up over here, bam, as that pops up on a mobile view, and on desktop, it pushes the screen over. So 2 elements make this happen, right? Number 1 is we need to set up Vercel AI SDK. And number 2 is we need to update our layout so that it can support the shift the shifting the screen to the side. So, and this is going to be using Zustand, something called the chat store provider, and a bunch of things, right? So let's dive into the code and just get on with it. So at this point, what I want to do now is I need to keep the chat, the store provider. Basically, I need to know, is the chat open? Is the chat closed? Can I toggle the chat? I need to set a pending message. Basically, I need to be able to clear a pending message. I need to be able to do all of that stuff at any level of the app. Why is this so important? My Stream Deck is so freezing. Yeah. So why is this so important? But basically, what happens here is whenever we're inside of our app, well, no matter what component we're in, I should be able to modify a piece of state somewhere else in a controlled way. This is typically where we have context, React Context API. Now, Zustand is an amazing state library. So what I'm going to show you is how we can leverage Zustand to manage that global state, but by applying it also to React Context API. So that way, if you want to use introspection or any tools, it will go ahead and give you the best of both worlds. So what is Zustand? Well, firstly, Zustand is incredible. It's basically replacement for Redux and all of those things back in the day. Zustand is way better. It's just nicer. Super easy to install. You can do it this way, by the way. So if you ever do wondering, so why is Sunny overcomplicating it? You can just do this. Well, this applies it to a global level, which sure, it works. But I want to apply it to wrappers. So I'm talking about React Context API wrappers, okay? And there's a reason why. If you look at Next.js, one, you can see a bunch of tutorials here about hydration, a bunch of stuff like that. There's also somewhere here you can see context. Create context from Zustand context. Special create context provided since 3.5, which avoids misusing the store hook. So in this case, you can go ahead and do this. Oh, wow. Oh, actually, nice. I didn't do that. I did it using actual React context mixing with it. Okay, I'm going to show you but that's actually a nice helper, to be fair. That's a very nice helper. Okay, so you can do it that way as well. Let me show you how we do it our way, right? So we need to create that chat store component, right? So number one, we need to have inside of our lib store, we're gonna have a store, and one is going to be called chat store provider. Now we need to install Zustand. So pnpmi Zustand. Oh, pnpmi Zustand, right? Shift that over there, make this a bit smaller, and then BI. There we go. Now we have Zustand. We've got the chat and chat state. So these are two pieces of state I want to keep track of. Is it open or is it their pending message? These are the actions that we can do. We're gonna have open chat, close chat, toggle pending message, and clear pending message. And this is called the chat store type, okay? Now this is all from their documentation, right? We create a store, and this is again from Zustand here. We create a store, and in this case, we've got is open, pending message, and actions, right? Open chat, close, toggle, set pending, clear pending. Then we have the chat store API. The context is what we're attaching to. And then we got something called the chat store provider. Now, this is a pattern, one way of doing it. I'm curious on a live stream of refactoring it. I don't think that's a good idea, but I'm curious about doing it right now. Because I kind of like that. That was kind of cool. We had it, where was it? Next.js. Sonny, you're going to regret doing this. It was context. Yep, create context from Zustand. So, function is deprecated. See migration. Yep, don't do that. Don't do that, guys. Do what I'm doing. I knew it. I knew I read it somewhere. Do what I'm doing. Yeah, use the React context API. There we go. Good thing I checked. All right, so in this case, we've got we're preparing React context API, effectively our wrapper, right? And then what we're doing is we're storing the chat. We're creating an instance of the chat store, and then we're passing that instance down. So now what we need to is wrap our layout with this chat store provider, and then we have this special hook called use chat store, and then we have selectors which help us out. Use is chat open, use pending messages, use chat actions. There are helpers, by the way, of auto-generating selectors, for example. So this is one, create selectors. So this will kind of basically create these kind of helpful selectors for us. So you can just access them directly. So you can do all of those things as well. Now, once that's done, we're going to go and do the following. So in our layout here, layout. Holy smokes, it's 4 a.m. already. Nice, dude. So here we have the chat store provider. So around inside the clerk provider. And I like doing it this way because it's very clear what is going on, right? So in this case, import it from our library and just make sure it loads still. So in this case, refresh, we're still good. Cool. Now in our React, introspection tools, for example, here, if you go into your React, I believe I have it, React components, React profiler, suspense, components, you can see we have context. Where is it? Context. Context. Chat store. There's a nice. I think I might have got rid of it actually. Nope. Here we have it. So navigation. Context provider, sorry, here. On children is the app router. No. It's lower in the chain. It'll be down here. Anyway, it'll be somewhere in there. Yeah, chat store provider. Here we are, guys. Yep. Children. And we have the hooks. So you see, set state, get state, suspended by, ignore that. Children is a full state. Is it context provider? Value, get initial state, onboarding guard, the app header. If we look over here, You actually see the values. Anyway, you can see the point is you can see how it's wrapped up. It ties into the tooling a bit better. Okay, so at this point now, what I want to do is jump into actually how to use it. So we've got the chat store providers. Now anywhere beneath this, I can access that global store to effectively wrap our app, right? So what I'm going to now do is around the onboarding guard, I'm going to have something called the app shell. And that's basically going to be responsible for shifting the app to the side if it's open, right? So it shifts the whole thing open to the side if it's open, right? So what I've done here is I've created a nice little app shell component. So in components, app layout here, app shell. And all this is doing is it uses is chat open. And if so, it just pushes it to the side, the perfect amount in which we've set for the chat to be open. Okay. Now that's the app shell. It's very, very simple component to be fair. Just sits around our app. And then I'm going to have the actual chat button and the chat sheet be applied outside the app shell. So here. Okay. So these two. So the chat button is going to be responsible for if opening and closing the chat. So this one is fairly straightforward. Chat button is very simple to be fair. So let's start creating in our components, in our app folder, a chat. All right. And here we're going to have the chat button. Oops. Oh, don't do what I just did. Get rid of that. Chat button.tsx. So bookings, chat button.tsx. Okay. So all this is doing is basically saying don't render until clerk is loaded, don't render until signed in, hide it when the chat is open, and toggle it accordingly. Right. So if we're not open, now we go back over to our app, render the chat button. Let's hide this one for a second. Now we can see is on our app. You can see the little button, click it, bam. See how it's like this is the state when it's open. And if we're in a mobile view, it would be an overlay with this sheet. Okay. So this is where chat sheet has to come into play, and it will use that state to render the appropriate response to it being open. So here we have the chat sheet, right? And this is where we have quite a lot of stuff going on, to be fair, because it's the actual chat element, right? So chat sheet, let's go ahead and pop that in. Oops. Okay, so chat sheet. So here we have it. So lots of stuff that we need to do. This is where we basically are going to connect Vercel AI SDK up to things. And then go ahead and get it working. So a few things to take note of as we do this part. We are going to be using Vercel AI SDK. So click it, go there, this one, AI 6 in beta. Click that. Okay. We are using this. Oh, nice. Sonic code. Awesome stuff, dude. All right. We're using this right here. So what I want you to do is scroll down, install these, right? Make sure. And maybe when you're doing it, it might be out of beta. It probably will be out of beta. So just make sure you just bear that in mind. At the point in time of this recording, we're using version 6 beta. Okay, because things could change slightly. Now, here, the main thing, which is awesome, is we have this ToolLoopAgent. Now, we are using something called the gateway, Vercel AI gateway. Instead of using specific keys, this is nice, right? I'll show you how you can set that up. So in order to get AI working in any capacity, what we need to do is firstly deploy the app. So this will break, 100% this will break. So install the Vercel CLI, I've already done it, and then do Vercel. Right? There's a reason why I want to do it. So if I'm not logged in, it'll prompt me to log in. I've already logged in. So at this point, I'm going to deploy. Now over here, Sunny Sanger's projects, go ahead and do that. Link to existing project. No. Project name, let's keep it as fit. Pass YouTube demo. Everything else is default, all good. Now, the reason why this is a kind of a shortcut just to setting up the project in the way that I want it. So let that happen, inspect it. I'm fully aware that this is going to fail. Okay. Go into, click this, click settings. Now over here, I want you to go to AI Gateway, right? Go to, see, AI Gateway is obviously paid, right? Because we basically top our account up with credit and then we add keys. So in this case, I've added $50 just to test a couple of things. I go to the model list. I can see all of the available models through the AI Gateway. Why is this handy? Because you can use one key and access all of these models. And it gives you the pricing. Everything is very clear, okay? So go to your API keys and we're going to create an API key. Now, this is where you will need to hide your keys, okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a key right now. So I'm going to create a key And then what I want to do is I'm going to go ahead and show it. So in this case, I'm not show the key, but I'm going to say, for example, fit pass YouTube key. And now I'm going to hide my screen because you guys ain't seeing that, right? So create the key. Otherwise, everyone will rinse through my credit. Create that. And now what I want you to do is I'm going to close that view, go into my EMB local, and I will show you the next step in just a moment. So what I want to do is I'm going to type in Vercel, and I want to do AI gateway API key. Okay. Once we've done that, what I need to do is paste in the value that I got from my key. Okay. So what I want to do here is now I'm pasting in the value that I just got from my AI SDK window, right? So I pasted that in. So know that I did that. You have to do that. Okay. So with that in mind now, it will search for that key that I just showed you, AI underscore gateway underscore API underscore key. That's what it's looking for. Okay. This AI SDK will look for that. So now how the hell do we carry on doing this stuff? How do we build out the rest of it? So, well, let me break it down. So there's a few elements to this. So, all right. So chat sheet, let's go into that component. Here we have it. Okay. So firstly, the main thing is use chat actions is from our state. Use chat. This right here is the important part. So two things happen. Firstly, by default, the route that this tries to look for is /API/chat on your hosted route. Okay. You can customize it. You can customize it with any of the, like you see here, you've got a bunch of stuff here, transport, and then you see, reconnect stream, it wasn't this one. It was, you can change your API endpoint a few ways. I think is it in chat route maybe here. No, anyway, the point is that you can change that key or where the API route is. But by default, it looks for API chat, and then it also gives you a few other things: tool approval response, tool output. Oh, that's new. I am not. That's pretty cool, actually. Maybe I should be using that more. I've done it a bit of a hack/way. But know that you could probably look at that a bit and use that, all right? But the main ones are messages, the messages for the chat, send message, send it to the chat, and status. Is it loading? Is it whatnot, right? So this is how we determine this. This is just when the chat updates, we go ahead and we scroll into the view, handle pending messages, basically very simple, handle submit. All it's doing is preventing the user from sending empty messages. And then we send it like so, text it, we just send the input of the text. And then this is the UI, right? So we have the sidebar with the close button, simply closes it. We have the welcome screen with a couple of suggestions. And this just passes in our local state, one prop drilling level down to the welcome screen. Now, if you see that actual demo, remember this one? This is the one. So in this case, if I click that, what yoga class do you have? That will go ahead and set the pending message. You see that? And then it will trigger the API chat, and then it triggers out the API route, right? And then that is how the messages you're seeing are the ones being populated down. Okay. So what I want to do here is I want to show you a few things together in one go. So we have get message text, get tool parts, welcome screen, message bubble, tool call UI. Okay. So I'm going to put these into the mix, and then we're going to break down each one. So these I've just popped in, right? And again, all the code is accessible for you guys, right? So let's break it down. We've got the utilities. Get message text. This basically will just go and grab text. And this does, like, for example, whether it's a rich text or whatnot, it will go ahead and just extract the text very simply if we need to do that, right? Get tool parts. This goes ahead and basically finds out if there's any tool parts that have been sent back, right? Again, you could use the function. They've got a lot of updates which are making this easier, right? And in this case, I'm just filtering if a part type starts with tool. Now, as you can see, I do this manually. However, you see like that tool name, tool call ID, and so forth. However, remember when we looked at that tool output, this also gives us the tool call ID, and so forth. So I would argue to use this one, if I'm honest. My next app, I'd be using that one. Okay. So that's the utils. We have some types, basically just for us to type check a few things. So these are basically just user bookings and so forth. Like again, you can go ahead and cast these away from Sanity's TypeGen as well. But we're going to use these to basically make sure things are matching on the front end and back end. And then the welcome screen, again, we just pass in our onClick function, and all that's going to do is onClick suggested just sets the text to that, right? So that's all that's doing on suggestion click. And what we're doing is on suggestion click is send message. See that? So what we're actually doing is we're just sending a message when we have that thing. So you know when those suggestions pop up, when you click one, it actually just triggers the send message function. Okay. Then we have the welcome screen is easy. The tool call UI. This is how we render out each of the tool calling, my examples. So search classes and so forth, get categories, get subscription info. These are a bunch of the tools that we're going to create. Takes the tool part and takes the close chat option. Now we'll get into this in a moment afterwards, but this is effectively how we render out the widgets, results cards and so forth, right? Is it a session card? Is it a class card? Is it a booking card? This is like the widget, the custom widget that we've created. This is the widget itself. All right, we have a little helper here that will basically just tell us, if you're on a mobile view and you click a widget, it should close the chat, take you to it. If you're on a desktop, it should keep the chat open. So that's effectively what we did with this mobile viewport. Message content, again, we need to install React Markdown because sometimes messages will be shown out in Markdown, which is quite nice. So we want to render it accordingly based on the Markdown that the LLM returns. This is how we say, okay, if you give me an A tag, here's what I want, right? If you give me a P tag, here's what I want, H1 tag, here's what I want, and so forth. This is how we translate what the Markdown actually looks like on our side. Message bubble as well, this one's very simple. It just takes the role and the content and basically shows an avatar on the left or right accordingly. The message content, I've shown you this one, this is the Markdown. The chat sheet is more of the actual where the stuff is happening. So yeah, the main thing is basically rendering out either a message, a tool call, or a status, right? So the loading indicator and so forth, okay? And then we have the input at the bottom of the field. So that's kind of the UI element of this. The main aspect here really is, we need to add that utils is mobile firstly, is mobile. So this one, let's add that in, that is in the utils. That one, utils lib, utils here is mobile. Again, very simple. Checks the current viewport as a mobile, only call it on the client side, which is why we do this. And then that is basically just saying if it matches, then yeah, you're on a phone. So if you're on a phone and you click on a widget, like anything, any of those widgets, then effectively go ahead and close, because you shouldn't, like if we click on a widget card, it should close this and take me to the screen. If I am on a desktop, you see, if I click on a widget card, I should just see this update. That's the behavior behind it. Also, look at Sheet from the React Shadcn library. It's so nice, right? We have this kind of click out element. If I'm on a phone, it will do this. If I'm on a screen, it does that. So this is effectively what I've designed. So it's a very nice kind of pattern, let's call it. I might make a library, to be honest, where this is repeatable, super easy, because I use it all the time. So maybe it would be cool to do that and build it into Vercel AI. Or maybe I'll do that. I ain't had no time lately. But anyway, okay, so if I was to send a message now, let's go ahead and do it. What yoga class do you have? Oh, no, nothing. And we can say hello. No, AI just don't want to talk to us. Why? Because we don't have an API. Nothing's getting hit, okay? So how are we gonna address that? So if we go to app, we need an API and we need the chat route. So app, at the top level, API /chat route.ts. This is called a route handler. So what we're doing is a post request. We firstly get the user's authentication by using clerk. We reject any unauthorized requests. So in this case, we're only letting you chat if you're logged in, right? And I think we even gate the buttons. We shouldn't show you the chat at all if you're not logged in. Then we fetch the user context in parallel. So the user's tier and their preferences. Once we have those, we extract the messages. And then what we're doing is we're building some rich user context for their AI. So what is this? Basically, here is where the user lives, their location. Here's the search radius. Here's their coordinates. Here's their subscription information. The current date is this. And basically, here's the time zone they live in. Why do we do that? Right? Why might you want to do that? Well, effectively, the more data that we can kind of give it without spamming it helps it use tools better. If I said find sessions, if it doesn't know where this user is from, it can't use the find session tool accurately, right? So we need to basically give it as much information or context as possible. And that is effectively what we do here. Okay. So there we have it. So in this case, this is our kind of our initial system prompt. We inject the user context as a system message first, right? So row system and the ID is whatever, system context, fine. And then you see here, we're just basically pushing that in. Okay. So this is the first part. Current date and time, current user context, guidelines, use the current date and time to go ahead and determine today, tomorrow, and so forth. I love that. Brutal Insights goes makes sense. I love the fact that everyone that literally calls me out and on like replies to as I'm talking. I know you guys are dialed in, which I appreciate because 3 hours in, it's long. Messages. Then we have the create agent UI stream response. This is the cool part about, this is a really awesome part about version 6, right? We have an agent, which is an agent we define, and then the messages here, okay? So how does this work? Well, the fitness agent here is where we have to build. This is where the magic truly happens, okay? This is really awesome stuff now. So lock in. So in this case, we're gonna go ahead and build this portion out. So step 1, we go into our lib. So lib, AI, and I've got 2 things here. So in this case, lib, we're gonna create an AI folder, and I have an agent and I have tools. So let's firstly look at agent. This is the agent, right? This is so clean how they've helped implement this now. So we have the new ToolLoopAgent, and this model can be whatever we want, right? So in this case, I can call this, you see like Alibaba, I get Google, I get Gemini, I get OpenAI. If I wanted to do GPT-5 mini, for example, I was doing 4.0 mini for this tutorial, but let's just keep it on that for now, right? You can change it up. Again, each model will have different responses and so forth. You're a helpful assistant, right, blah, 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 for FitBoss. You help users find and discover classes, be friendly, encouraging, knowledgeable about fitness. If your user wants to book a class, guide them, format your responses, use bullet points. And here's really where, just set the rules, right? Say don't answer questions about certain things. This is where you set guidelines and so forth as well, right? This is your first agent. So in this case, now, I want to mention as well, that first context, by the way, came in before any other message, okay? So these messages are effectively part of this cycle as well. So this is the agent. Remember, this is the kind of the messages that go into the entire loop. This is the agent system prompt, okay? So the agent will take these messages as context and then use its own system prompt plus the context from before to formulate answers. So next up, AI tools, right? How does this work? So heading into here, we have the following. Now I have a bit of a weird issue there. My one, did that actually happen on mine? I don't know. This wasn't happening on mine. So we have a slight change on something actually. Firstly, Zod. Oh yeah, Zod is why. So firstly, we need to install PNPM Zod. Right? So in this case, Zod is like for validating things. So let's go ahead, install that. And, interesting. So ID and value, types and B and value compatible. So number 1, I want to do a TypeGen just to be sure of something. TypeGen that out. Because I have a feeling maybe since I've pushed my code, there is a new beta version, beta 95, beta 104. Oh yeah, damn it. 153, 162. So mine is a later version. So there are changes. So you see, like there will be changes here where some of this will not be exactly correct and so forth. But we're going to debug it live. We'll do it together and we'll get over this, right? So anyway, point is, let's go through the tools, right? So tools are effectively what give our agents the ability to not just be a chatbot, but to effectively do things on our behalf, okay? So we're going to give a bunch of tools here. The tools that we're going to give are search classes, get class sessions, search venues, get categories, get subscription info, get recommendations, and get user bookings. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 tools. Right, so I said 5 in the beginning, we actually got 7 tools. Okay. So how do we define a tool? We use the tool from AI call. We give it a description, so that way the agent knows what that tool does. We give an input schema using Zod. This is what we expect, right? These are different input parameters. We've got 4 here. The first one's a string, optional. The next one is enum, one of these you're allowed to give. And this we describe because this is how the AI LLM populates these parameters when it calls a tool. The way each one works is basically here, you see, we have the query itself, and we build up the query, and then we define query on that. And this is where we can effectively do the type generation. Well, actually, no, because it's dynamic. So, right, but we have effectively, we build it out based on what we passed in. So based on like, was a query passed in, was the instructor passed in, was the tier level passed in, and so forth. Thank you so much, Amor. Look, we just got a lovely donation. Lately, I've developed a habit of checking here instead of actual courses whenever I want to learn new tech. Keep the great content coming. And yeah, thank you, Sonny. Dude, I love that. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. That is so nice of you. And I'll keep it up. Absolutely love it, right? In this case, we define a Groq query, we fetch, and then we go and do, then we go ahead and do let field equals activities, we filter, and then we return the count and the classes. So remember, the LLM, the way it works is the agent will use a tool, it will then get a response back, and then it will factor that into the messages, and then it will use all of this information to return an answer to you, okay? We have the get class sessions tool as well. This one gives you the sessions, but here is the important part. See this, sessions. We pass back certain sessions in there, so that we're actually mapping through and we're returning in this shape. ID, start time, spots, available, activity, and menu. These are important. Same with the search venues. You see ID, name, description, address, amenities, right? Why is this important? Because the widgets that we're eventually going to go and use, this is how we determine the information that we could get back. We're saying if there was a search venues tool that was successfully ran, I now know that this function will return count and venues, and venue shape is going to be this, right? So that's how it determines type safety. So that way we can safely access things if the tool call is correctly returned. Same here, categories length, same here, subscription info, all this good stuff, right? Let me run that again. So we got 17 schema types, 32 Groqs. Let's see. So I just want to see as well. I want to run it on my other one. I want to double check one. I'm trying to rule out a few little issues here. So 17 and 32 Groq queries. And on my deployment one, I had 17 and 32. Cool. So yeah, the AI SDK changed. So that's fine. All right. We even got the recommendations as well. Recommendations does a simple thing like, map fitness goes to likely categories, strength, flexibility, cardio, relaxation. So it's basically doing a light recommendation algorithm. So it's basically just saying, okay, if you're asked about CrossFit, HIIT, strength, or something like that, put in the strength category, use that category, search for those categories under the hood. So you can really kind of deck this out as much as you want. Okay. I've also done it so it gives you back. If you don't ask for it, it'll give you back the stuff only that you can access those classes. Okay. Get user booking as well. These are really cool. So you see, this is where all the magic can actually happen, right? But the problem is here. So we have this issue. So let's debug this together. So right now, if we were to do this, right, because this is breaking everything. If we look at this, we can see the agent has a wrong response here. Let's drop it in. Firstly, this is huge, right? So this could happen. It's an issue, right? At this point, what would I do? Well, in this case, I would 100% just give this a try in the AI side of things, right? So I would go and get rid of this firstly. Grab this, go down, fix in chat. And let's give it a go. So, and by the way, what I would typically do, my workflow, is I would have committed by this point. So I would have had everything committed by default by this point. And then I would run this and I would see only the files that would change so I can review its output cleanly. You can use the review tool, but sometimes you might accidentally accept a file and it's hard to go back and forth. My opinion, checkpoint with git commits and do it that way. Okay, so here we have all of our tools. We need to fix the output. So likely they added a field in a slight update, probably a small thing, but we need to make sure that we make the correct change accordingly. So let's go into our agent view. Let's have a look. Now, one thing I would recommend is while it's doing this, the search results suggest using a type assertion as a workaround. I'm not too convenient with that for different tools. They're adding a type assertion. So let's see what they've done. They've added an as agent. I don't really like that. I now need to fix 2. Use unknown in the type assertion. No. Don't do that. Okay. So what I recommend, you say in your fix, do not cast with unknown or any, and use the latest documentation from. And then what I recommend you do is every time you're trying to do something, especially beta stuff, go to the Vercel AI SDK, go to here, go to get started, go to this screen over here, grab it. So here, AI SDK beta. So from here, and then I would also give the entire documentation. So in this case, I found it getting started. So what we're trying to solve right now is the tool loop calling. So we're trying to solve the tool loop. So tool calling effectively here, or even actually even before that. So this kind of flow. So grab this link even, paste it in, and so forth. So now you're just giving it a bit more context, right? Continue over that. And now we can kind of jump into it. Now also, you see how that's kind of like, yeah, we don't want that. You never want to do that, guys. Like, just don't do that, right? And also, I've just done this, so let's refresh that. So, there's the first time I got a cursor warning that I'm going to hit a quota. I'm on Ultra as well. Okay. Since it also certainly can use this as a base to create our own platform to the real world, just reach out to the team if you want to go to that route. There's a certain license we can give you. Okay, so the agent is never being specified with tools. So the key here is the documentation using messages, not UI messages. So I believe we did do that somewhere, which was wrong. Yeah. So let's see how it is. So let it do its thing. Let's see what goes on. Also, I'm just noticing it's actually stopped giving us an issue. Interesting. Okay. Well, not over here, it hasn't. But over here it has. So it's mainly over here, to be fair, the issue. The agent is an supposed to be an agent through a properly timed helper function. So typically, I think what they've actually done is similar to what Tanstack have done, where depending on which model you use, it actually populates the different parameters in the tool calls, and I think that's exactly what it's done. Okay, so that's doing some craziness, right? So in this case, yeah, if we were to change this, so isn't inferring agents generic types in the beta version, or there's a type of inference of current beta type of generic. No, see, I don't like this. So it's going to do this now again. Let's just see what it comes up with, but I don't like the voice. I should see this, you know. So let's see in the route. No, it's not that. It's UI messages. Okay. Anyway, so you know what? Sometimes it goes on a stupid tangent, right? So screw that for a bit. First thing is yes, it changed to UI messages. So I want to look at this. So Command K, create agent, stream response. And as you can see here, UI messages, right? So that changed in this beta. The next thing that could have changed is the tools. So tool calls. So everything here is okay except for the bookings.map. So here is the one issue. So we can see types and being value. So this is a totally separate issue actually. So we don't need to focus on the other issue. The other issue is actually sorted. So let's try this issue. This one is more of a type mismatch. I'm not really sure where. So this is casting to bookings.map. It's because the description, the output. Bookings created out. And now this could be no. What's the issue? So class session. So they've just updated our AI TypeScript file. Okay. But previously we were expanding the class session. No, we weren't. So it's okay. Maybe we can do that. Let's see. Let's run it. TypeGen, because we changed the schema. And let's see. Although this will probably mean our widget would have to change for the booking. So that got rid of the error. Yeah. So they modified. The 3 user booking queries had inconsistent field. The upcoming query was missing attended at, and the past query was missing created at. When TypeScript created a union type, it was missing the details, right? Regenerated types, made the changes accordingly. So that's fine. But now the widget. So get user bookings. We can say check the widget usage for get user bookings in the chat folder. So now there is a point where we use get user bookings. So if I do Command-Shift-R, we can see tool call UI. We have it here and so forth, right? So I want to make sure that this is still being propagated through. I believe it's all good because we TypeScript the hell out of this app. I don't like that. No, don't do that. So you see, this kind of stuff is where AI can go on a tangent and just do this. See if we were to get rid of that as class session, for example. And same here, get rid of that as user booking. Same here, get rid of that. Now we can see maybe that there could be an error, but yeah, you'd never want to do that approach, guys, right? Types here, it's added the user booking item. So that's the only thing that was missing. Okay, so I think we're good. Oh, Marine from Texas, I'm back with you, Sunny and the Puff. Let's go. What's up, dude? Okay, so we fixed a few things there. You see, like that would be my approach to getting that down. Right now, obviously I'm live right now, so I'm trying to not dive so far into that at first, but effectively that's the approach I would take to go ahead and debug that. And I would make sure I completely understand that during the review. Okay, now let's test the tool call first and see if everything is good. But say, what yoga classes do you have? Hopefully we're good. You can see here, boom, power yoga, great. Right now, the big one that we changed was the booking itself. So let's go ahead and make this on big screen. Let's check my bookings. We do have your booking. What? Okay, so we don't have a booking yet. So click on Power Yoga. Let's go ahead and click that one. Power Yoga. Let's book this. Today we have a class. Boom. Book the class. As I was booking, I'm saying, what's my next class? What's my next booking? Go ahead and do that. And now this will be able to access the tool, loading bookings, Power Yoga. Your next booking is Power Yoga by Marcus Johnson. 75 minutes. Enjoy your class. Let me know if you need anything else. Perfect. Right. Show me Rex on similar stuff. Right. Again, you can be super open with it, right? And then you see that finding recommendations, right? So as you can see here, bam. And then we get the really nice recommendations from it. So there we have it. That's working great, actually. Right. Nice. Right. That is awesome. Look at that. And now we have that perfect UI flowing in and everything's working nicely. So nice little example, by the way, of tool calling. My approach that I would say that you should spend a bit of time on with this code is look at the tools. Tools are effectively quite easy to actually set up. So I would recommend just do a dummy tool to set things up initially. And then what I want you to do is tool call UI. Here, I've done it quite a really nested way. If I'm honest, you see here, look, tool part state equals output available. I've gone ahead and rendered this tool call UI over here. So if I do this, pop this over here, and I can show you like so. In the chat sheet, I render through all the tool parts as tools. And then basically this is from my own type definition, I believe. So tool call part is from, you see, types. So I've gone ahead and implemented this. That's not good, to be honest, right? Why do I recommend you don't do what I did? Because I've created types off of their SDK of myself, right? They could change the SDK and it won't work. So what do I recommend is, like I said, the SDK changed since I went live. So I would recommend, if you're following this build, tap into this, add tool output. No, it's not that one actually. It would be a part of the messages, I guess. So I guess what you could do is where we have our interface tool types, this, even if we were to get rid of that, okay, and we do a tool called part from AI, you see now how, look, it's catching some stuff. Property state does not define on this. We've got this tool call ID, tool call name, tool call type, and so forth. But even then, I might not even be passing in the right thing here. So this is tool part, right? This is not tool call part. So it really depends on what we're doing here. So this would require me to refactor a few things. So, because this could be the overall thing. So in this case, if we do dot state dot type dot provider options dot input, so this could actually be not the tool call. This could be the actual tool result. So if we were to go back to our previous tool, like so. Actually, you know what? Let's just try one more thing. I want to check. So if we do tool call result or repair. So in this case, tool call result. So yeah, this has changed. I'll need to look at documentation. Reason being is this was right when I did it. This has changed since I've been live. So again, things can change. Okay, we're using a beta. I'd highly recommend what you do is you go into their tool loop chain and you look at how they do it on the TypeScript front, right? So even here, do TypeScript, tool calling types. There it was, tool calling types. Dun, dun, dun. So make sure you're on SDK 6 on the side. But you guys see here, look, tools, these are the types, strict mode, input examples, tool execution approval, how it works, handling approval requests. And then you also have it this way. So result content, part type, tool approval request. So to be fair, it's very similar to actually what I did. They didn't, I thought they added in like a whole nother thing. They didn't. Okay, it's fine. Yeah. So I recommend just take some time, see how I've implemented this yourself. And look for yourself, so that we're basically abstracting, checking the state of it, and then we're basically going ahead and rendering out the appropriate item based on what it is. And again, never do as unknown as this, so because that's just ignoring the issue. That's like saying TS ignore. It's terrible. Okay, so there we have it, guys. That's the actual AI side of things. Now we've got one final part, right, which is a pretty big part, to be fair. But we're going to build the admin SDK. So typically, like I mentioned in the beginning, you have the Sanity Studio, which is awesome. It's great for many reasons. Sometimes we need a better approach where we can have something like this. So for example, localhost 3000. Actually, you know what? I don't know if this will work, but we can try it. Admin. This ain't gonna work. Yeah, it's gonna fail. So we can try it anyway. So I'm gonna try and log this in because we're gonna need a little demo of what's happening. So, right, it's working okay. So in this case, we want to create a custom admin SDK. So the backend, or using the app, using Sanity's app SDK, we're going to create a custom backend admin panel, right? So in this case, for example, where we have the activities, I'm going to show you how we can do all of this. Now, this bit is the fun part about this is it's actually quite simple to do, right? This is actually way easier than you think using the app SDK. We get all of the benefits, but it's we don't have to rewrite a lot of the CMS logic and the multiplayer logic because App SDK handles that for us. So this is freaking out because I am not putting, I haven't done cores 3001. It's all thinking that it's 3000. This will work. I'll show you how. Okay. This is a cause thing. Yep, there you go. So localhost 3001. We can fix that right now to give you a little demo of that, because I think we are going to need that, to be fair. So what we can do is over here, I have the fit pass demo, and I also have fit app YouTube. Oh god, what was it called? Fit class pass, I think I called. Yeah, this was my other one. So access cause. Anytime you have any API that's trying to access it, you have to add it to cause origin. So let's add that in. So we have a nice demo, pop that in, add cause origin, boom, 3001, enable credentials, save. Okay. Now go back to our app, fit pass demo, right? Head over to our app now again. Go back to fit pass where it was erroring out. Where is it? Here. Yep. Hit a refresh. And now it should give us access because 3001 no longer gets restricted from cores. So there you go, right? So that's exactly what was happening, right? So there you go. Nice confidence with that. We're going to build this right now. It's actually a lot easier. Don't freak out. It's quite simple to do this part. I've made it simple for you. I'm going to show you the pattern as to how we approach it, and then you have the code to implement it pretty quick. Okay. So what we're going to do is, and then by the way, if you're enjoying and if you learned at least one thing new, all I ask, destroy the like button right now. Subscribe to the channel. The last live stream of 2025. Hit that like button. We've done amazing this year, guys. PoppyFam has grown hugely. We're like nearly 360,000 subscribers. And nuts. And what's up, Siren? Good to see you. All right. I'm going to change the music as well. This is very tiring, this music. It's like super slow, kind of boring vibe. All right. Let's get it back up. All right. Sanity App SDK. Right. What I recommend you do as well, Sanity App SDK, here, go to this, sign in with your Sanity account, the one that we've created, go to read the docs. And what I want you to do, go to Learn App SDK course. Now, this is sick. Simeon's done an amazing job of basically teaching the different elements here. So for example, use documents. This is how we basically go in and why we don't use client fetch on the App SDK front, the multiplayer side of things, how document handles are used and what are they, and all these kind of things. Now, this is a really, really good bit of document. Like, he's got some great videos where he's explaining stuff. Great guy as well. So go ahead and check this out. As we're building this out, I really recommend you just pause, go check out Sanity Learn. It's free. And yeah, use this as a base because it will really help you out. Nice. Cool. And he also talks about some really good practices, right? Like even when you're quick starting an app, how you can use, you can use import seed data, how he uses even AI to generate the seed data, just how I do, right? So it's kind of handy stuff. MJ says, I just built a SaaS booking platform recently to book salons, spas, clinics. Love that you're sharing this and all the tools you're using. Awesome stuff. Well done as well. I'd love to know the progress on that SaaS that you created. It's always cool to see, right? So assume that when I'm talking about what I talk about is from here, okay? So this is where we can create a tailored, basically studios, like bespoke backend applications via the React SDK, right? Sanity's App SDK. So now, first up, this is a React library, which means that we have to do a bit of work to kind of get it to work with Next.js because it's not built for server-side rendering yet. So what do we do to get that working? Well, I've done the hard work for you. I've lifted a lot of this off of your back. So what we're going to do, step one, is go into admin, and I want you to create a /admin route. Okay, so yes, admin without the brackets here determines the /admin route. We're then going to have a layout.tsx file inside of here. Okay, inside of here we have the children. This is a wrapper, effectively our layout here. We have this providers and this admin header. Admin header we'll create afterwards, right? Providers is what I want to focus on right now. So what are the providers? Well, providers is going to look something like the following. So go into our components. We are going to create a new folder called admin. Or actually, even at this point, yeah, I mean, it could be in this. I just want to keep on the out there for now, providers, because it's similar to what I've done. And then in here, what I want to do is create these two components, right? So providers and Sanity App Provider. Okay. Number one, providers. So firstly, a loading spinner, right? We don't have this one at the moment. I've created like a little simple demo loading spinner, is very basic. Here, so I'm going to pop that in here. So loaders, just a simple loading spinner, right? Takes a few props and just loads, right? So we have that. My main focus here is the providers. So here, now what are we doing here? So Sanity App Provider is what basically they give us. So if you look at this, this is what the documentation tells us, which means firstly, we have to import this, right? So install this, sorry. So I want you to close this out, Command J to pull up your terminal, pm install, right? Let me know while I'm doing this stuff, by the way, guys, how useful do you find live builds? What's the dream format for you as I'm doing this? So I can know what the ideal goal would be to create for content-wise for you. What would be the ultimate format for learning stuff for you? Whether it be the vibe coding approach, shorts, the long stream, the dedicated, please let me know in the live chat right now as I build this last bit out, okay? So we implement that. Now, this is what the documentation will tell us. So we say use client at the top because it's a client component based from React, right? We pass in the project ID and the data set, and we have a fallback, okay? Now, what we're gonna do is we're gonna render or pull that into this providers wrapper. Now, the main part here is you see what we're doing here, the dynamic importing of this component. What this tells Next.js is don't server-side render this, right? Do not server-side render it. Very important. My next side, right? Don't server-side render this, right? And then when it's loading, we're gonna add this loading sanity-cms SDK message, right? With the loading spinner. So this allows us to use it in React, right? In Next.js without hitting a server issue, okay? So with that in mind, we're then gonna basically import it. So our entire app routes will be wrapped in this. Next up, we have the admin header. Now the admin header is more of it's just like a UI component, but effectively it's more of the just routing around. So in this case, in the admin, what we're gonna do is in the components, we're gonna have an admin. In the components, we're gonna have an admin folder. And then in here, we're gonna have an admin header.tsx, right? All this is we have nav items, admin, activities, and venues. And then we have basically which one is active based on this, and render them out at the top. Simple header, okay? How it goes, live builds are priceless. He says, and deliver so much context and understanding compared to static courses. The courses can be great for on-demand training, education too. It's all about delivery. I appreciate that. That helps a lot. Anyone else? Feel free, keep giving me feedback. Helps me out so much in improving the content for you guys in the future. Okay, so step one, I also want to show you. So if we go to my localhost 3000 now, let's go to 3000, sorry, /admin. Let's just see for ourselves. So firstly, it's not finding it because we don't have a page, right? So we have to add a page in. So what I want to do is on that home page, what I want to do is just do a couple of simple things. So this page.tsx, what we're doing here is we have skeletons from Shadcn. All we're doing here is we're doing the use document. Now, I want to bring your attention to something for a second. So number one, use documents. You're going to see me do this a lot. Now, what does use documents do? Basically, it takes a document type. So this could be activity, venue, class session, again, from the schema. That name is very important. And then it gives us something called a handle. Now, what does that basically do? Is it allows us to go ahead, and that handle is how we can then go and get projections of that data, go ahead and edit the data and do a bunch of stuff, right? So this one is basically going to go ahead and just give us the document handle. So how many documents do we find, right? The document skeleton is rendered out when that's loading, and we have 3 sections: activities, venues, and sessions, okay? The document type is here, right? So what we're doing here is we have the admin dashboard, and then for each section, we're rendering out those cards that we saw. Now, the document count is an inline function, so this part here. Now, the pattern is simple. Every time we have a component, when we're using the app SDK, think of it simply as we're just going to wrap it with suspense boundaries. Just how we have loading.tsx in Next.js, but remember, we're using a React library inside of Next.js, which is not going to propagate the same way that we expect the loading.tsx flow to work. So what we're going to do here is we're going to just wrap these components in suspense boundaries to show those skeletons when they load, okay? This one is simple. It just goes ahead and fetches activity, venue, or class session based on these that we loop through, and basically just show me how many documents, how many activities are there, how many venues, how many class sessions, right? So with that in mind now, boom, there you go. So we load it up. You see that? Those skeletons? Nice. So it goes ahead and finds those. And while it's loading it, the suspense boundary catches that focus, right? Live building is awesome. Following a course is boring for me. What matters is the quality of content on the stream. Awesome stuff, right? I love it. That's why, honestly, I will break my back into building these crazy builds. Because no matter what, nothing replaces depth. And it's so, so invaluable, okay? So next up, we have the activities and the venues. So let's do activities. So activities, and what I've done here is I basically kind of tried my best to keep all of the components as close as possible to the folder structure to show you this is also another pattern you could do, okay? So we have activities /page. Ignore the rest for now. /page. Let's do this one first. Okay. So the activities page loads up. So /admin /activities, and it renders this out. Now, two things pop in at this point: create activity dialog and activities list. Okay. So let's look at what those look like. So when we jump into the page, can't resolve the admin activity card. Yeah, so we don't have actually all the components. So create activity dialog is basically that little create activity pop-up. And then we have activities list. So if I was to just hide the activities list for a moment, cool, we have this. So let's break it down. Click new activities. We have this dialog. This is Shadcn dialog. If I type in hello world, instructor Sunny, and pop in performance, create activity. Okay. Now, something happened in the background and it threw me to the activity with the ID, which means the only way I would have found the ID is if it added it, right? So in this case, that worked. So it did push me to that button, okay? That activity. So that's great. Now we've got a few more errors. So in this case, what is happening in that create activity? So firstly, we have the use sanity client. This is great for, this hook is basically just a way that I stop. It's a singleton pattern. It means that we don't keep on reinitializing the sanity client. We just use the same one over and over again. Right? So when we initialize it once, we just keep referring to that. Okay. So what we're doing is when we create that create button, so I'm not going to go through the dialog is just an input form, right? But when we hit the create button, we try to create on the client. So in this case, you can see that await client.create. And by the way, yeah, we're in a client component. So we try and create this. Now, could you, how do I best recommend this? I would advise you actually did in my opinion, we have, so the only reason why I am using something like this here is because when you use the Sanity SDK React, it's always, if you try to access these functions, it's always going to throw you to a Sanity login first. So we're always gated against someone randomly coming across and doing this. So you can assume that the user, this is why it feels a bit wrong or feels a bit weird, right? Because wait a minute, Sunny, why are we not in a server action doing server write functions like how we have Sanity, the write client for Sanity on the normal app? Because in this route, we can assume that the user is always an admin. And by the way, that the SDK literally will throw us to a Sanity login screen if we're not an admin. Okay, so we had to create. We try and create the client. We set the form data, and then we push the user to the new activity.id. That's what I was talking about. So it definitely created an activity for us. Okay, otherwise it'll push it'll just say an error. Okay, so that's pretty simple. The activity one. So the activities list is next. Let's jump into that. So this will basically go. We have a debounce search using our use debounce function. And then we have the use memo. Now, use memo, you might argue, oh, Sunny, but you don't need use memo a lot of the time, right? So sometimes, even if you are using React compiler, I would recommend you can try and get rid of it. So get rid of the use memo aspect of it. But it's something which sometimes you do need, especially around the use callback side of things, right? To prevent like stupid amount of re-renders effectively, right? So here we have the search, the input, the loader. This is going to be for the search function. Now the search is super easy, by the way. So on the admin side, it's actually a lot easier because as we update the search, right, we have this debounce search. And then basically what we're saying is the debounce search will apply after 300 milliseconds. And then this will kick off the query again. And what's really cool here, guys, is basically if I do that, it would just simply change the base query, right? So this, in this case, it will either apply the search, name, instructor, or category, or it will just go ahead and search all activities and then apply that to the following, right? And then when we use the use query here, we go ahead and get, and by the way, that's from the SDK React. It will go ahead and just get all of these. So basically, as I update that search field, it literally will just re-render based on the search. That's why you want to have a debounce in it, okay? Once that's done, the results will come through and then we render it out in an activity card, which I've not shown yet, okay? So an activity card, fairly straightforward, activity card.tsx. All it's doing is it has a few props that get passed through. What we're doing here is we're checking. Oh, we don't do any of that stuff. So it's basically just rendering out the card, right? So the delete, why is it freaking out about a delete yet? Have we hit a delete? Where's the delete? Activities list. Okay, so that is good now. Module not found, admin, delete button. where is it trying to get a delete button? Delete button. So activity details. And activity details is being used in our admin page, activity detail page. Oh, okay. So sorry. There's a lot of jumping around. So the delete button, we don't have yet. So activity details, let's just move that out for a second. Okay. So I didn't want to jump into this yet. Activity header. Okay. So yeah, ignore that for now. Okay. So we're in this page for now. So let's go to our activities list and we need to comment it back into play. So we go to /admin. Let's go to activities. So in here, page, and then activities list is now here. Click into it. And you see now we have the activities. Cool. So this is popping out the activities. Now, like I said before, if I start typing in, after 300 milliseconds, it would debounce. So in this case, if I type in ride or endurance ride, for example, boom, see that? Very nice. If I type in 300 milliseconds kicked in, boxing, basics, maybe 300 milliseconds is too short. Maybe a second is better. You can really mess around with that yourself. So if I was to say like 2 seconds, well, you'll see there's a big drastic difference. So if I typed in, for example, ride, 2. See that? It's a bit too long. All right. Now if I do maybe 1 second, so now let's try. So let's do something like dance, cardio. Probably a bit better, right? If I was to delete this, you have to wait a second. That's probably more like saves us quite a lot of API calls, to be fair. And it doesn't feel slow, right? So in this case, you could leave it on 1 second, 500. You can really mess around. Depends on how interactive you want it to be, right? Here it goes. I think that because vibe coding has grown since AI exploded, it's changed how everyone approaches coding, and AI 100%, definitely, dude. Puppeteer is invaluable because of this, as a focus on fundamentals instead of what's new and hot. Even if I had a PhD in my own audience to teach, I would still be a part of the problem. I love it, dude. Appreciate you so much. This is what I try and push so hard. Yeah, the fundamentals really count, because regardless if you're AI coding or not, AI can spit things. You saw it today live. Like AI can really spit out some crap, right? So in this case, you can see how many classes schedules. Let's click into one, right? So in this case, I am loading it up. Then we go to /ID. So in this case, we go to ID. And then we've got the page. And here it is. So at this point, we get the params from the use params hook. Then we get the document ID. And then in this case, we have the activity header, step 1. So what is the activity header? Well, in this case, if we jump into it, we have the following. So number 1, the document ID comes in. We basically shape a handle, and then we basically pass in. A handle just means that this is basically going to get passed in here. The projection is when we want to expand references. So every time you want to do a projection, you expand the reference. And this gives us the individual document expanded. So that's what we call it, right? So you see, relying on TypeGen for the return type based on the handle and projection, right? So then if we go over here, you can see we've got 2 buttons, revert and publish. These ones, we have 2 very important buttons, revert and publish. So I'll explain briefly how these work. So reverting and publishing. So the way it works is we get these buttons. Let's pop these into our admin components. So let's jump into the revert first. So reverting is pretty simple. What happens is every time, if I was to start typing onto one of those fields, what happens is I'm editing that field. What that does on sanity-cms side is it changes it into something called a draft. So yes, there's a published version out there, right? Which means that that's what everyone is seeing on the production side. But the second I start typing in, there's also a duplicated draft version. So as I'm editing, I'm in drafted state while the production stuff is still out there. So what I can do is I can either discard my draft, or I can publish it so that this becomes the published version that's out there. So this becomes like the kind of flow of things, right? Now, if we create a new document and it hasn't yet been published, we simply have to check if it was published before or not. And that means otherwise you would discard versus deleting a file. So there's a few things that you would have to check, but I made it pretty simple for you. So we have the use document, we get the document, we check if it's draft by basically checking the ID as drafts dot. Very simple check, right? And then what we do is if we click the revert button, if there is a draft dot, what we do is we get the base ID, And then we go ahead and discard documents. So this is actually a function from the SDK React, okay? And then we set it to reverted. After 2 seconds, we go ahead and we go ahead and set a timeout. So after that's done, this would look like the following. I'll show you in action. So once that loads up, so we'll handle that one afterwards. So revert, let's go to the publish. I'll show you publish button here. Okay. So publish content button, let's hit refresh on that. We don't actually have any fields to change, so that's why it's freaking out. So publish button content, let's go here. Same with publish content. So what we're doing is we're checking if we're in a drafted state, and then we're going to go ahead and publish only if we are in a drafted state. Okay. So otherwise we don't show the button. Like, you know, if it's just published, we show published, and then the timeout would have kicked it, right? So after a timeout, set publish false. You see that? So set publish true. After 2 seconds, we set it to false. So basically say published and then disappear. You see that in some apps a lot, right? So we have the skeleton and we have the button. So in this case, we are not in a published state. So in this case, if I click in here, you see it loads, and then it's loading the buttons, and then it realizes, okay, you're not in a published state, so we don't need to show the buttons yet. But once we start having the interactive editing fields, then it will change. So now, if we go into activity details, this is where it becomes interesting. So it's way simpler than it looks, right? Every field is accessible via the use document. Okay, so we can get into the field by using use document. So in this case, I can get the name by going into the document, getting the path name, and the instructor, duration, tier level description. Then to get an access to basically edit a field in that multiplayer real-time way, we simply use edit document, and we pass in the same things. Okay, and this gives us an edit name, edit instructor, edit duration, edit tier level. So it's actually way easier than we think. Okay, so once we have those, literally we just go ahead and map it like a piece of state. So we have the label, we have the onChange, and then we edit the name. And the value, we simply pass it in. So that value that we got from the initial use document, that becomes the value of the input. And then the onChange becomes the edit. Just how similar to how we have set state. And guys, that is it. It's very, very, very simple compared to, it's basically what we've done in the past, like with set state, right? Oh, use state, sorry. So we need the delete button and image uploader. So these are two more buttons that I'll introduce you to. So the image uploader we'll talk about in a moment, but let's talk about the delete button first. So delete, all this is doing is it takes the handle that we spoke about before, gets the document, okay? This one, we use the query to basically check if you're published. And then we use another query to check if there's any documents referencing the document that you're trying to delete. Because if there is, we shouldn't actually allow you to delete it. So what I'm doing is then we redirect you to the studio so you can see the reference things. And this is a handy part of having the redirect to studio approach, right? So handle delete, this will be permanently deleted. You should want to continue. And then if it has a published version, then we delete, right? If it hasn't been published yet, then we discard. Right? Otherwise, it will say there is no published version that you're trying to delete, because if you never published, you were forever in a drafted state. So you just have to discard. So that's why we have this check. Result.submitted. Okay. So after that, it's basically done. And basically, anytime you apply any of these actions, you have to wrap it in this apply block, right? So that's how it works. Now, if there are any references to other documents, we don't let you actually delete it. So we don't render the button out. And if this, because this will block it basically. And then what we do is we push you to the studio URL. So what I've done is I've created a util, which basically pushes us to the studio URL. So that util is this one. So inside of lib, inside of utils, studio URL. And all this is doing, guys, is it takes the document type and it builds the structure based on, builds basically the URL based on the structure document. Because when you modify the structure document, that custom layout, that changes the Sanity Studio. So we have to make sure that we send them to the right place. So it'd be like studio, structure, venue, or it could be like the parent, which could be like the view, custom view type, document type venue with the base ID of the venue that we're trying to look at. Okay. So with that in mind, we have that down. And then the delete is fairly simple after that. Okay. The studio URL is done as well. The venue picker is another thing. So we have these down. These are pretty simple. The studio URL is pretty simple. We have the extract plain text, which is easy as well. The main thing which we're not covering is the tier level is simple. These are all edit fields. It's once we have the activity sessions, this one, and yeah, it's the activity sessions. So this screen will show the activity, but the activity sessions is different. So if you go into activity sessions, it is, if we go down here, you can see session item, and then each of the session items have their own rows. So each of these are going to be those rows that we talked about. They follow the same principle, by the way, guys. So you can go ahead and delete. We have a confirm block to make sure if you want to delete it or not. And there's also an editing block. The editing block is session editor. So it's expanded. There's a little caret on it. So in this case, if I show you, I'll show you in the actual thing once we're done. So once we get this bit down, I'll show you. Basically what happens here is when we go to, this is happening because of the sessions route. It's blocking me from showing you something. So, oh, anyway, I'll explain it and then we'll get there. All right. So when we see all of those sessions, there will be an edit button. When we click the edit button, it sets is expanded to true. When is expanded is true, we then render out the session editor. Now notice this is in a suspense block. Why? Because inside of the session editor, we are doing the same flow. Use document, use edit document. These are all becoming asynchronous await. They're all awaiting a response from a promise. Then it hits the suspense boundary, it shows skeleton loaders. Okay. Again, we want to modify those details, the same thing. And that's what I really love about the sanity-cms SDK. It's so clean. It really is easy to use the thing. Like honestly, the main one is the venue picker. That's the one we're missing. So the venue picker is a component I am yet to add into our code. The venue picker looks like this. So the venue picker is basically it takes a document projection because we're basically taking our document, we're getting the name from it. And then what we're doing is we have a select field. The actual venue picker itself is here. So it takes we prop draw from above with the value and on change, which is actually, remember this? So you see this here? So venue, we're passing through the venue and edit venue into that. So in this case, if we look down here, handle venue change. Oh, we actually passed that down to be fair, handle venue change. So this one here. So you see venue picker value and handle venue change, which I mean, we could have just passed in edit venue, right? But in this case, we wrap it like so, so it's fine. All right. So once you selected the actual documents, in this case, we use your documents here. And that's why venue picker item. Again, the reason why this can get confusing sometimes is because I've got inline functional components. Really, if you want to simplify this, expand them out into their own folders. It'll be a lot simpler to understand because it'll be like this is then wrapping this, and this is blocking, which leads to the suspense boundary above it and so forth. But effectively, when you select it, the value is what gets decided, right? So this is a normal select block. When you select an option on the select block, it hits this on value change. On value change is gonna modify the where's it gone? Session item. Where's our modifier? This one. Yep. So it's going to change this. And by the way, whenever you change any of these, you are what? In drafted state, right? So that's why our buttons will then pop up. Okay. So let's give it a go. Let's give it a quick check. This one is freaking out because we have venue picker. So we created venue picker. Where is it? Where did I put it? Venue picker. Admin activity sessions. Oh, I put it here. Oops. I should go into component admin. There we go. Okay. So you can see while it's trying to load the use documents, all of the information, we see loading state suspense boundaries. And then bam, it's here. Now, if I change anything, immediately I am now in a drafted state. So I can discard and watch what happens when I discard. Bam, removes that detail, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, blah, 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 discard, bam. And this one's going to update over quickly as fast as it can. All right, uploading images, I'll show you how that works in a moment. But as you can see, for the description, this can be rich text. So in this case, I'm just sending them to Studio to go ahead and do that as well. So over here, you can see that classes, activity boxing basics. Now take them to the exact page so they can rich text edit there. Or you can feel free to, I've done it in previous tutorials, where you can go ahead and implement a rich text editor inside of your Sanity backend as well. I've done that in the previous one. Okay. Now here you can see that the expanded view. Remember what I was talking about? Look, when we click it, it opens that, and then there you go. All right. In this case, it pops in. Bam, really nice. Okay. Now, even for these, what we do for the statuses though is we immediately apply them. So in this case, if I was to see that if I cancel, you see that? Oh, actually no, we don't. We have the same thing here. I'm saying. All right, we use the same components here as well. So we discard and we can publish these. So in this case, this one is canceled. But say if I change my mind and I was like, you know what, this is canceled now, publish. All right. In that case, that applies it. Okay, but actually the class is back on, and actually we can take 20 people now. So let's take 20 people on, publish, boom. And then there you go, scheduled, right? So works really nicely. You can change the levels here. And again, it won't apply until you click publish. Right? And again, this is all multiplayer by default. So if you have two people on the same page, they'd be seeing each other's updates. So you can, like in a Google Drive like manner. Now the images are very simple. Although we don't show both images, I'm showing you how you can do this. But the upload images is a pretty nice flow. What's happening here is image uploader. As you can see here, we effectively have a few things to prepare ourselves. But the main thing I want you to pay attention to is this. Images and edit images, the same flow. Use document and use edit document. These two are the kings of what we're doing with the app SDK, right? Make things so much simpler, right? And then all we actually have, guys, is an input field. This is a typical flow with an input field, right? We have a hidden kind of input field, and then we have a button which triggers like, an upload or a drag and drop field or something like that. And then when you've selected a field, an image, what we have is a handle file select. So for example, you can select 1 or 5, for example, and then it will go ahead and it will loop through each file. So for each file, it sets upload progress. So it's uploading 1 of 3 files, for example. It will upload it to Sanity first. Once it's uploaded to Sanity, client.assets, again, client is from Sanity client, right? It has to upload the image first. Then it pushes a reference of said image into the new images, which is going to be in the drafted state updated to that original document. So you see how that kind of works. I hope that makes sense. So basically, we upload the image first, then we have this array of new images. So this is literally an array of new images, right? And then what we do is, once we've gone ahead and uploaded all 3 images, let's just say, for example, these are 3 images. It could be an image plus 2 that we've added. Then we call the edit images, which is the use edit document handle that we had earlier, pass in the updated images. And in the draft now, we have the 3 images. Say, for example, we had 1 to start with, and now we got 3. So I have the option at that point to discard or publish, and then that would push the change. Okay. So it's quite simple actually to go ahead and do it. That is how we do it. Same here for the removal. And the same here for the handle move image. Probably there is a step where actually you do client.assets.remove or .delete. I don't know. Actually, it's a good point. Maybe when you just remove their reference, it'll delete it, but it's probably worth looking into that. Okay. So that's the image uploader. Way simpler than it seems, right? So in this case, schedule session. When we click this as well, you see we can also create a new scheduled session, provided it's in the future. It's a couple of quick checks. Schedule session. Now we should be able to see, boom, it reloads that because that would have refreshed the data. And also paid pass sessions are here as well. So in that case, we've got 6 sessions upcoming, 5 pass sessions is an expandable accordion, and delete. If you're referenced by any other documents, you have to go to the studio to delete. So let's go ahead and do that right now. So for example, let's say I uploaded this picture, uploading 1 of 1. It uploads it first, then it adds it. And as you can see, that is in there. But if I was to do this, no longer in. Okay. So that works perfectly. And the final step is venues. Okay. And then we have a full custom backend. So venues, now that you've seen the first, the venues is pretty easy, to be fair. So we've got the admin route. So here we have admin. Inside here we have venues, and then we have a page.tsx. Okay. So location of where venues are held. This will be the landing page. Then we have the create venue dialog. This one is simply going to go ahead and pop open the ability to create a new venue. Similar to what we've done before. This one's very easy as well. All this one, by the way, is doing, all this one is doing is it uses that drop-down form. So remember that drop-down form that we had previously? So when you create one, we use the address search, and then those values are basically, we've used the address search many places inside this build, is this will set the address of our local state, and then in the local state is where we would basically then go ahead and push to the backend, like so. Okay. Now, after that, we have the venues list. This is listing out all the current menus. We don't have a venue card. Okay. So the venue card, we have to go ahead and add in. So the venue card, let's go and add in to our admin. So admin venue card, right? Venue card is pretty straightforward. It's just literally a card representing a venue. In this case, it will show how many sessions are at the venue as well. And we can do that by, in this case, we pass through the venue. So this is a dumb component. The clever component aspect comes from the parent, which passes in the venue data. So in this case, we have the debounce state search, like we previously did, the same search approach. And this will go ahead and call use query, which will give us the venues back. Okay. And that is what we pass down into the card. And that is basically how it's aware of what's in there. So let's give it a try right now. Building things like this takes real focus and attention. If you're finding value here, liking the stream and subscribing helps us reach more people who can benefit as well. Oh man, absolute G thing to say, dude. Love that. Thank you so much, son of code. Okay, so you can see 7 sessions, 18 sessions. If I clicked on new venue right now, let's type in ABC, hello, and let's do, for example, it was in London. Okay, create venue. And now you can see we'll go to /venues. And then we'll probably, okay, so right now I didn't actually redirect for this one, but you can easily do that, right? But the point is that you can see like that's actually the flow of what happens, right? You can easily do a redirect here. Now if I search for ABC, after the debounce, bam, we get this nice search, okay? You can also do by location. So if I did DIFC, for example, in Dubai, boom, Gay Village, DIFC, okay? So now if I was to click into it, what happens? We go to /venues, /venue box fit, and look what's happening. It's loading. And you see how most of this is already working out of the box. Well, actually everything is, because we already had everything. We had the image components. These are simply using use document and use edit document. This is using the address, same way. And it's just simply pulling in the this presentational component, which is just the sessions, would have been from a simple query. And if you click that, it takes you to the original activity. Hey, and then that shows you the sessions. So you see how this can be so powerful, right? This is so nice, guys. We did all of that in a pretty record-breaking time, right? So in this case, we've got the venue over here. Let's have a look. I'll just show you the actual code itself. So inside of the venue, so you guys can see that venue header, nothing different, right? So we've got the venue header is pretty straightforward. It's just document projection. If we look at venue details, see, same pattern. Use document, use edit document. And then we literally use it like set state. It's that simple. And then we have a separate component for the discard and publishing, depending on if we're in a drafted state. That is why I say over and over and over again, guys, it's worth using these platforms. Why? Because let's say, for example, you coded all of that from scratch, right? Let's just say you did that. Then what will happen is you'll get to the same point that I just got to, but maybe it might have taken you, I don't know, a bit longer. It would have taken you 100% longer. It would have taken you maybe a week or a month or however long it took. They vibe good the hell out of it. I guarantee at some point you would have missed a corner case, or you would come into some situation where you're like, oh no, I'm stuck. And then you're focusing on solving an issue which nobody will clap for. This is what I'm talking about. The same goes for authentication. If you try and rebuild everything and do it all yourself, my pure example is no one will clap for you when it works, but the second you screw up authentication, everyone will scream at you. So this is why I say leave it to another company who literally specializes in the one thing that you're trying to do. Use them, make your pricing model work, and focus on the one thing which most people forget: product. Achieving product market fit. It does not matter about everything else if your product isn't used by anyone. So the point is focus on that and stop thinking developer. Most of the time, the biggest mistake we do is we focus on being a developer. We forget about distribution, about marketing, about the product itself, and nobody wants to use the product. But hey, built the authentication myself. See how stupid it sounds, okay? So how it goes, Sunny, it's a perfect example of having clear separation of concerns. Appreciate that, dude. I'm so glad you found value in that. Guys, I think we've literally made it to the end here. What I would say is when it comes to the deployment, it's very straightforward, guys. At this point, all you would have to do, Vercel, this would fail. Once you basically run Vercel, what I would want you to do is go ahead and head over to vercel.com, log into your account, you'll find your project. I'd recommend that if you're doing this, you would go ahead and you connect your Git. So that way you have a kind of already a CI pipeline to some degree. Go to your settings, guys, go to environment variables, paste in your environment variables here. Change all of the things, such as if you're on a production environment versus a development environment, all of those kind of things to consider. And the biggest thing is when you actually go and use your /studio or /admin on your deployed app, you will need to add a cause origin. Remember, just like I did for 3001, you'd have to go to Sanity Studio, add a cause origin, and basically be able to whitelist that. So that otherwise it won't work. It just won't work. So how do you do that? Well, you go to your domains, and typically this will be your production domain. So you'd go https // fitness YouTube demo Vercel app. So this one will be fine for the beginning. But then, of course, if you buy a domain, whether it's from here or GoDaddy or wherever you're going to buy a domain from Hostinger, you can go ahead and do that. Then you'll map the domain, and then you would add that to the cause origin. So simple steps to go ahead and get that up and running. Clerk is very simple to switch from dev to prod. You just follow the instructions as needed. And yeah, guys, you have it right there. A full-blown app in 4 hours 30. That's crazy. I'm going to do it, end this out the only way I know how to. We're going to run through a full demo of the entire app right now. And yeah, where is it? Okay, quick little wall break. Here we have it. That was a crazy app. Wow. Sonico goes, you don't always need to reinvent the wheel. In some cases, it's smart to build on proven tools, and this is the best part where Clerk comes in, makes authentication simple, secure, and easy. If any part of the build feels heavy or over, I love this dude, guys. Remember, all of the code that we talked about today is in the description, so you can feel free to go ahead and get it. Fill out this right here, and you'll be able to go ahead and get access to the entire code base. It's there. I literally pushed even on the live stream, right? I done a little hot fix on something, so you guys have the latest code of everything there. Make sure you use these links to sign up. Sign up for Clerk here, sign up for Sanity here. It tells them that you came from us. And of course, if you like our energy, guys, I highly recommend you check out Zero to Full Stack Hero, papareact.com/course. Go ahead and join in. Honestly, guys, in the new year, we have such an incredible community coming that I can't even explain to you, right? It's going to be a dynamic, evolving community. And the only way that you can lock in 50% off of that for life is if you go ahead and join right now. If you join Zero to Full Stack Hero right now, when we launch that new community, you're going to get 50% off for life. And once that opportunity is gone, all of the students who took it will laugh and enjoy that benefit. Everyone else, it's full price, right? That's only fair to our students. So go ahead, jump into Zero to Full Stack Hero today at papareact.com. And as I mentioned before, sign up to Clerk through the links, sign up to Sanity through the links. That is how we were able to achieve all of that amazing functionality today. Taking a quick look at what we built today. Not that. Okay, that was not what we built. Having a look today, we have the amazing FitPass full application, right? So beautiful UI, beautiful front end. We have all of the payment and billings working for us. We have authentication working amazingly. You guys can see for yourself here, everything works flawlessly. Payments out of the box, Stripe, everything just handled for us. We can have the ability to go and check out classes. All of this, by the way, whilst we're able to have a full admin backend. So it's just crazy stuff. So in this case, we can navigate through classes. The UI components in this app were lovely, right? So you guys can go ahead and expand things like the filters. Everything, by the way, you guys learned about filtering via URL. Incredible today, because that way you're going to learn how to have more efficient cached URLs. So that way, and more people keep searching for the same things, it's really going to help you out a ton because it's going to be cached. So it's going to be faster when it loads for you. We have maps, Mapbox, Leaflet, all of that in the mix as well today. We have the ability to do even the geo boxing, all of that craziness was absolutely awesome. I'm gonna have to even restart this song again because we literally like covered so much of it, right? But in this case, you can change all of the location things. We had that crazy algorithm that we basically determined how to find your location. Even this right here was awesome, right? The Mapbox integration here. This was so nice, right? We had all of this kind of built in today. The ability to book, attend, all of that. The calendar UI, everything out of the box, by the way, being mobile responsive, beautiful. We have monthly usage quotas. We have Sanity Studio, which already in the first, record breaking time gave us full access to the entire CMS backend. And then I showed you how to take it a step further and build out an entire custom backend, which was, I can't find it now here, the admin panel with Sanity's app SDK. Absolutely crazy. I want to take this opportunity, guys, to say what an incredible 2025. I'm so proud of the Pop Fam. I'm so proud of where we've got to today. I appreciate every single one of you. So if you're watching right now, you're watching the replay, wherever you're watching from right now, I love and appreciate all of you guys. We've absolutely killed it this year. We have so much exciting stuff next year, including short form content, dedicated content, more live streams, just like you guys love it. And we're working with some awesome companies to go ahead and absolutely blow things up. So like I said, guys, before, it doesn't matter where you are in the journey, feel free to join us, whether it's be watching these live streams and joining in the chat, watching them afterwards, being involved in the community side of things, joining our school community, or joining our flagship over at Zero to Full Stack Hero at paparia.com. Whatever the case, you're part of the family. I appreciate every single one of you guys. Enjoy your holiday period. Enjoy your Christmas. Enjoy your well-deserved breaks. And as always, guys, it's your boy Sunny, and I will see you in the next video. Peace.